So let's see.
Last year on.
Okay, we're ready. All right, this is the excuse me. So I'd like to welcome you to the August 13th meeting of the Board of the Civilian Police Oversight Agency. To the members of the public who are watching this meeting on GovTV or YouTube, because this is a Zoom meeting, we'll be following the directives of the Attorney General of New Mexico when conducting business, and more details for that can be found in the agenda. We have a quorum present tonight. Members Armino Pruitt, Galloway, Member Mitchell, Member Nixon, Member Olivas, and myself, Bill Cass, are all present. So we welcome back Member Eric Olivas, who's been on leave for a month. I have a couple of announcements that we'll talk about more later, but there's going to be a special meeting of the Policy and Procedures Review Board for the purpose of reviewing the OBRD SOP 2-8, which deals with on-body recording devices. And the purpose of this meeting is to make the policy compliant or with the recent state law that was passed that says state agencies will have to have recording devices. So we've been asked to comply or to make our recommendations known within 15 days after that meeting. So this will be something that we'll have to deal with in order to meet that deadline. We have a deadline to try to get to be in compliance with state law. So I've assured the Office of Policy Analysis that we would do our best to do that, and we'll figure out how to get those recommendations. I'll let you know, as soon as this other meeting occurs. The second announcement is that we have been trying to put together a facilitated planning session, and there was saw a recent email that indicated that some members had not returned their questionnaire. And so in order to keep that going, I would encourage everyone to get their questionnaire in. We did have a meeting with the city regarding some OMA training, where they assured us that, cautiously, of course, that we could be in compliance, hold this meeting, this training meeting, planning meeting, and be in compliance with OMA as long as we were careful to adhere to the OMA guidelines. But I bring this up at every opportunity in order to make sure that we're staying in OMA compliance and we're still moving forward. Our mission statement, item 2, our mission statement is advancing constitutional policing and accountability for Albuquerque APD and the Albuquerque community. Now on item 3, I'd like a motion for approval of the agenda, and
So moved.
as soon as we make that motion, I have an amendment that I would like to make to the agenda. So do I have a motion?
I move to approve the agenda.
Second?
Second.
And I would move to amend the agenda to add an administrative item under part 7, the reports from subcommittees, to announce and seek approval of the changes in the subcommittee membership. And I'll explain more when we get to that item, since, you know, this is the, so that's the motion. So could I have a second for that motion?
Second.
Okay, so all in favor of amending the agenda to include a subcommittee announcement and approval. We do all these things by roll call vote. So member Armijo Pruitt,
Yes.
member Galloway,
Yes.
member Mitchell,
Yes.
member Nixon,
Yes.
member Olivas,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So the motion to amend the agenda is approved 6-0. Now to approve the agenda as amended. Member Armijo Pruitt.
Yes.
I believe we have to go through this again, right? So member Galloway,
Yes.
member Mitchell,
Yes.
member Nixon,
Yes.
member Nick Olivas,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So the agenda has been approved 6-0. Item 4 on the agenda is public comments. We have one public comment, which we will, I believe we post those with our minutes. Is that right? So. And we won't be reading public comments. We'll just post them. So we're at item 5, which is review and approval of the minutes from the July 9th meeting. And so I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes as drafted from the July 9th meeting.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor, member Armijo Pruitt,
Yes.
member Galloway,
Yes.
member Mitchell,
Yes.
member Nixon,
Yes.
member Olivas,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So the minutes from July 9th are approved 6-0. Okay, we're at reports from city departments. And this is something I've been reminded, and I want you all to know that when your report is done, if you feel that you would like to leave the meeting, you're welcome to leave the meeting. And I would like to excuse you in advance if just so you know that you don't have to stick around all night. So I may say all that again, but I don't want to have you spend time at the last meeting. I think last couple of meetings we've gone 5 hours, so we'll try to let you go before that. So before as an introduction to the reports, we're going to start with APD, but I just want to acknowledge that we have also received the IA Professional Standards Statistical Data Report for the month of July, and we received the IA Force Division Statistical Data Report for the month of July. We have 2 other reports from APD which have been honored they've honored our request to make a report. And the first one involves an old issue that we had a report from the CACU. I think it's been probably about 6 months ago, and it was done by Lieutenant Sanders, I believe, at that time. And we asked for some follow-up, which was to get more information about the training that field officers receive in interviewing children. And so that's the subject of the report that we expect to hear about tonight. And I just like to mention that I think training is one of those aspects of the of police oversight that is extremely important, and it's something that I think I would like to see us emphasize more And as a part of my request to training, I asked also for the academy training curriculum, which I received, and it's an outline essentially, or a calendar of the training that's presented at the academy. And this particular one is for the next academy, which starts in September. And I think the information itself gives us kind of an overview of what the academy trains to, but it doesn't give enough detail to really understand what's going on. So I think it's a starting point where we can use that to ask questions, and then I think we can get, ask more intelligent questions. If we see an area of training that we're interested in, we can follow up with the, asking for the appropriate person from the academy or the field to actually brief us on that training. So with that in mind, I will circulate the information that I got from the academy to all the members so that they can see what the entire curriculum is. And this may give you some ideas as what you want the board to follow up with. So without further introduction, I'd like to ask, I believe it's Lieutenant Sanders who's going to speak to the CACU field officer training.
Good evening, everyone. So there's got to be a little bit of clarification about what we're talking with CACU field officer. We do not have CACU field officers. We have officers that receive care training, which is an additional 24-hour section of advanced training. And then we have our CACU detectives. The detectives have a very different role than what a field officer would have for the response to a call for service. To clarify on the care officers, we've got roughly about, I think it's 41 care officers right now in the department. Those officers are out in the field. They've received an additional 24 hours of specialized training. They've basically, from our part, they've been provided more clarification on the process within the SOP for crimes that are associated to what CAC would investigate and how that process of that crime goes forward into the courts. But then the predominant part of that training is where we bring in specialties from the community that are our partners to carry on that additional education part. So we partner with individuals like Allface to come in and talk about trauma-based training for interviews with children. They do our specific forensic interviews with a child who's a victim. The detectives do not actually do that interview. It's a specialized, certified entity that we partner with that does that additional forensic interview, which hopefully leads to a clear disclosure that the detective can use for an investigation and follow-up. We also have presentations during that time for those care officers from New Mexico's, the University of New Mexico pediatric section, specifically to CART, which are specialized doctors that are trained in looking for physical ailments, historical ailments of physical injury to a child. The officers get additional education as to what a CART exam is, what it could relate to an investigation, what it could reveal for an investigation, and how it's used in a court proceeding process. We also go through with the district attorney's office about how a investigation concludes through a trial system to where certain information is provided into a court, how certain information may not be provided into a court. Basically, the rules of the court in association to how the investigation proceeded and what can be presented and cannot. There is a lot of additional education to care officers specific about trauma, and that how a child may have already experienced the trauma and has come forward with something to talk about, and that exposing that child to multiple individuals or multiple, basically multiple individuals that they have to redisclose to creates additional trauma, and how that should limit the questions or the amount of questions that come across to that child for that disclosure. So we basically outline that if a child gives a credible disclosure to a credible source, so a credible source would be like a third party family member, somebody that is not immediately taking care of the child, to a counselor, to a teacher, to a social worker, to a firefighter, to even a police officer can be a credible source. So once that child makes a credible disclosure to the source, pretty much we explain to the care officers that's about the limitations of the questions you want to kind of ask of a child, or the the in-depth that you want to go into speaking to a child. Now, if a child wants to continue to talk or disclose, we do not discourage that, because that's good potential information that will lead to a great investigation. But we do explain that pushing for extra information is not necessary at all, that will be done through the forensic interview, through the all-face association that we have. So that's a little bit of an overview of a care officer for the specialty training that they get. The CACU detectives, it's all the care training plus the additional investigatory methodologies that are provided to them for evidence collection, evidence analysis, court speak, clarification of terminology for OMI reports, better clarification for terminology with the CART reports. That's what goes into a detective, and also to the interview methodology to speaking to a parent when they may be the offending party of the damage to a child. The frontline investigation for a call for service deals specifically with APD officers and their response, and that would be more appropriately spoken to by Lieutenant Meisinger from the events training unit from the academy.
So, first of all, is this a better audio? Okay, good. So, would you like Lieutenant Meisinger? Are you prepared to take over? Was that your cue?
Sure, I can speak on it a little bit more. For officers, obviously there's existing training within the academy for cadets. That's the baseline fundamental training that they get. On all this material that I'm going to speak to is actually available for you, for anyone in the public to look at through the state of New Mexico, because they establish the minimum guidelines for basic training, and then also our in-service training state standards that we have to receive. So if you were to go to, I'll read you the exact website if anybody is interested in following up on it, www.biennium.gov/biennium-in-service-training. And if you go in there, it will give you the expectations or the minimum requirements that every officer in the state of New Mexico is required to get during our two-year biennium training cycle. So when after officers become sworn, they go in, and part of that cycle is there is a 2-hour, let's see, that's the basic one. I don't want to misspeak, so I'm going to double check it, but it's a 2-hour training every year on child abuse. And that's one of the requirements for our training cycle. Some of them are biennium, so we do them once every 2 years of those trainings. There's about 9.5 hours that are required annually. Child abuse is among those. Largely the child abuse curriculum, and if you can go on and you can look at exactly what that lesson plan is. It talks about the some of the side details and what to look for in child abuse and how to recognize it and the initials on the investigation. But there's also some material, just as Lieutenant Sanders was talking about, with doing the interviews of children, because I know that was the question that came up. For field officers, it's really just understanding the basic requirements of how to speak to a child and be able to connect with them to get that information. Obviously, children are not adults. We cannot interrogate children, nor would we want to. But we also want to be able to identify when something occurred, a crime, when the child was the victim of something. We want to make them feel comfortable. So there's the certain things. There's a checklist that officers can review to as a resource, sort of, and some of the topics that we discuss, things like getting on a child's level, making no assumptions about knowledge, understanding, abilities. There's 6-year-olds that look like 11-year-olds and vice versa. So you can't look at a child and assume an education level or a level of comprehension. So those are the types of points that we emphasize when interacting with children, getting at their level so that they feel comfortable. Discuss how you speak to them. So that's basically some of the things that are discussed. It is updated by the state, and we can go above and beyond, but we have to at a minimum train the state requirement. So we're not allowed to go in and alter the material that they give us other than to add our own. So when that by-name requirement comes up, we will teach that state material, and then we will more often than not take advantage of that training opportunity to discuss our SOP to make sure that everyone is aware of what their requirements are when encountering a potential child abuse situation and when they would need to call Lieutenant Sanders' team to intervene and step in and help out, or a care officer if there's something that they need a little help with, that they may just have I don't want to say a hunch, but if they may have a feeling that what they're getting, they can't quite get the information that they need, or it's not quite working, they can always reach out to those care officers to help them go that extra step to make sure that their initial investigation is thorough and complete. Are there any questions to kind of go on that you'd like me to kind of expand on or hit more directly on?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, if you want to open it up, I see the person most likely to have a question I would like to recognize, Member Galloway.
Oh, unfair, Dr. Cass. Give me a bad rep, man. So the reason that that I kind of pushed for this is because I had a really interesting ride along several months back. And it was right on the heels of the case with the 7-year-old girl in the bloody underwear and that issue. And in a coffee shop during that ride along, I sat with 4, maybe 5 officers, like maybe 4 officers and a sergeant. And they conveyed to me that one of the things, just in talking to them, that one of the things that was problematic was that they didn't feel they had enough training to identify when there was a child in a crisis situation. And that as a result of that lack of training, they wait and see if anybody else will pick up a call that has more training and can handle that situation more appropriately, because they have a fear of several years down the line, something happening to that child, and in the investigation, finding that they've messed up somewhere. That is concerning, given all of the things that have taken place with children recently, starting with Omari Barala and continuing forward. They told me about this CARES team. They acknowledged that there was additional training, but that training was very difficult to come by, and that it quite frankly wasn't enough. There were several people who they indicated had a desire for that training, but it was only offered, I think they told me twice a year. Again, this is several months ago, so I'm not quite positive on the frequency of the availability. They would like to go, but they are not able to swing it given their workload. So those are the things that I find concerning. So when you're talking about this, the interaction that children in crisis situations would have, can you kind of walk me through that? You get a call for service to 911 or to 242 cops, or maybe from CYFD, and then a couple of officers are dispatched. And it would be just a beat cop, right? Like somebody not necessarily that has that CARES training. And then that officer needs to make a determination while on scene whether or not to bring in a CARES officer or one of the partner agencies that you were talking about. Is that about how that would go?
Yeah, it'd be handled like any normal call for service that would come out. An officer would get dispatched. It would dispatch based off of information that was relayed. The dispatch center would categorize it based off of their criteria on the new priority system.
Right.
The officers would go out and they would have to do an initial investigation as to what's going on. As I'm sure you all are aware, information that comes in can come in many different forms. Sometimes it can be very obvious that, hey, there's a crime potentially happening. Sometimes it can be very vague. I can think of quite a few that I've gotten over the years that were incredibly vague. Friend of a friend of a friend heard a thing about a kid someplace, and you've got to go find them and see if something happened. When you get out there, there are certain criteria that are established by our SOP as to when you would immediately call for crimes against children. As an example, any injury to a child 5 years of age or younger. And in the biennium training, we talk about Lieutenant Sanders' team really comes in and bolsters up that training with some good information, of bruising, common types of injuries that you're going to see, reality of what it's going to look like, who you're often going to get the calls from, teachers, things like that are going to be around these kids on an everyday basis under normal circumstances. What to see and then what to look out for, any of the more serious injuries, children 13 and under, that would result in that investigation or that looking at it. We also discussed with them what's the appropriate circumstances to discuss that with the child. That's one of the things that, yes, that is a touchy situation, and you do run that risk of getting the angry parents, angry aunts, uncles, whatever. If you are going in and there's a 7-year-old that looks frightened, or that somebody was calling and saying this 7-year-old is getting abused, and you show up and there is no surface indication at all that happened, to pull that child aside and ask them where they feel safe, are you okay? And to go through that line of questioning. That's a difficult thing, and it's understandable that some officers may feel uncomfortable with that. It's, we do give them the opportunity when we do this training. Like I said, it is an annual thing. We give them course evaluations following it. And if they feel that there's something that they would like more training on, or they don't have an understanding of, they're able to write that in. They can be anonymous. They can sign their name to it. They critique the level of, or the course itself. They offer good things, bad things, and suggestions for the future. So if we are to see that officers are having difficulty understanding or want more clarification, we can always follow that up. Sometimes in-person training, as right now, is not practical. But fortunately for us, just this last year, we were able to permanently add the position of video production unit here at the Academy. So we have a very qualified videographer editor that he can get with a detective, get with an instructor, identify what needs there are for the department. We can film a video that would be a virtual training and send that out to officers through our Power DMS format. And then they would get a chance to get that information. What you're saying is interesting to me, and it's the kind of thing that I encourage, and we try and get it out to officers. If you need this training at any point, you can email us, you can tell your supervisor, you can request it squad-wise, individual-wise, or department-wide. And as we get that information, that's what we want to know. And that's where we would encourage groups like yours that if you are noticing an area that that may need something, please tell us. Because if nobody tells us, we don't know what to go towards and what to push as additional training and where the gaps are.
Yeah, and that's kind of the point of inviting you all to speak to us, is having the conversation. I mean, obviously there is a gap somewhere, and I think that what we've tried to do over the last several months is try and identify where that might be, if it's in a communication thing, if it's a training thing, where that might be. And just as having that in my mind as we've been discussing this and having that conversation with those officers, and have it be several officers, you know, sitting down over coffee and have them telling me this.
Yeah.
I think that is indicative that there's an opportunity there.
Yes.
There's an opportunity that exists. If any officer, and I'm sure that there's a multitude of areas where this could be true, right? Where there is a situation that any officer could attend to, be called, dispatched to, whatever, that would require a specialized training. I'm sure that there's more than just this one area. But this one involves our kids, and there's nobody else that can advocate for them. Personally, I would like to see every officer be trained at the highest level on how to deal with these situations involving children. I don't know how practical that is, but I would like to see that as a goal set for the department. You know what I mean? Given the high number of instances where we find out later after something tragic has happened that there have been several interactions with APD or CYFD or whomever the entity is, that should have been a red flag. And I know that we've had situations where you have a transient family, and so that's difficult to keep a running log as to what's going on. But if you've got an officer in front of a child and they have a specialized training within their tool belt, you know, that would be really a nice thing to see the department work towards every officer having. I wanted to bring it to your attention. I wanted to have the conversation and make sure that I understood the process, that any officer could take the call, and that 41 officers out of 200 and some odd, is that where we are? How many officers are within APD?
You're looking at about 41 officers out of about 400 plus in the field services area. I'm trying to expand that. I've been requesting to expand the program to at least 100. I've also explored the possibility of doing placement of those officers, kind of like a specialty bid to make sure the care officers are distributed appropriately.
Yeah.
One of the things I wanted to touch on is these are our kids. And number one, it's an extremely difficult situation and topic for people to want to delve further into or even to deal with it. You know, I recently created the special victim section, so now I've also taken over sex crimes. And it's like rape victims. There's a certain type of officer that is very comfortable taking a call for service that has a victim of potential rape. There's a certain type of officer that is very comfortable taking a call with an accusation against a child to where the child's a victim. Those are the officers that we want to try to target to sit there and get the specialty training too. I'm not opposed to doing a blanket training system, but I think a more specialized, passionate group is better. The thing that we see, whether it's a victimized child or rape victim, is there's an inherent fear that something's going to be missed. And one of the biggest things that is kind of misunderstood within the officer area is the role of what CYFD does. So an officer can come into the call for service, go through the investigation, and identify that there is a situation that needs to be further investigated. We over at CACU could get the call, we could do our follow-up investigation, but we may leave the child in a area that is deemed safe by a conjoined effort with CYFD. They will implement something that they refer to as a safety plan based upon their criteria and an evaluation process they do. That is to reduce the trauma that happens to the child, and then also allows for the follow-up forensic investigation, forensic interview that comes forward later on. So officers have, and this is something I'm actually working on two committees with, officers have a high potential to do what is commonly referred to as a 48-hour hold, which is the state mandate of being able to remove a child under the concern that additional harm might happen to the child. And that is a difficult situation to put an officer in. It's something that we as New Mexico are one of 6 states that continues to do it as a law enforcement agency for that removal. The rest, the 44 other states have moved over to a protective service or child protective service mandate that does that removal system. So that really creates a lot of concern on an officer's side, because we may bring in CYFD, they may go ahead and put in a safety plan and say that the child is okay to remain with the grandmother until the forensic interview comes up, the next day. But there's that liability concern that develops that if the officer leaves and has not removed the child into state custody, does the grandma decide to go ahead and give the child over back to the mother, the father, or whoever else who's suspected of doing that crime, and then a more heinous crime develops after the fact? So there's a lot of levels that are laid out there for an officer to have to worry about and be concerned with. And it creates a difficult position for an officer. And there's at least 2 committees right now within the state of New Mexico that is looking at the 48-hour hold, trying to reduce the 48-hour hold, and also to switch over the protective service responsibility off of an officer into CYFD, predominantly to CYFD, based on their additional family structure training and abilities to sit there and implement additional protection guards that are outside of the scope of what law enforcement has, beyond really honestly just doing a 48-hour hold system.
Thank you. I think we have some other member questions, and so I believe Member Nixon has a question. So, Member Nixon.
You're muted.
Meant to turn it off of mute. Okay. So whenever there's a victim of one of these crimes, and the officer is approaching the victim or is first on the scene or initializes the process, what is the outcome of the officer? What is the officer trying to do? Is it a handoff where they're trying to triage the situation and get them to a point where there can be a handoff to a social worker or someone else? Or is the officer taking on the entire process of processing that victim's information and then engaging however they need to as a representation of the law in order to have that child or that rape victim to basically give their information on what's going on and what happens? What's the handoff? What's the end game?
So the officer is trying to establish that a crime has occurred, and they've got to make a discerning factor if it's a misdemeanor crime or a felony crime. If it's a misdemeanor crime, that officer is going to remain as what we call a case agent to the completion of the prosecution of that crime. If it's a felony level crime, then it's going to come into my unit to where we'll go out to a scene, or unless the child's safe and been removed, we'll do follow-up investigation thereafter. So on either course, whether it's misdemeanor or felony, the officer is required to ensure that SCI, the statewide central intake, is aware of the situation. And what SCI does is that's the reach out entity of CYFD. So an officer goes out to an allegation of, let's say, battery to a child. Let's say that it's a 13-year-old child that a parent may have grabbed along the arms and held tight, and now you've got parallel bruisings on an arm. That is going to remain as a misdemeanor for the officer to complete. However, they're going to be calling SCI to ensure that this has been reported, which then will activate CYFD, which will then work with that officer to come up with some sort of a safety plan to ensure the safety of that child to the fruition of whatever next steps that are deemed pretty much by CYFD. So predominantly that officer is probably going to move to a removal of that child from the house, which they're going to have to work directly with CYFD to establish. The child will be put, quote unquote, into state custody, then released immediately basically to CYFD, who will then have to find the best and most appropriate location for that child to stay with. They make that determination upon their criteria and their safety tools. I don't want to speak for them. I just know some of their processes. So they'll remove that child. They may place them with a relative. They may place them in a foster care. They have 48 hours to do a petition to keep that child in that secondary location. If they don't determine that that child needs to remain in that secondary location, they will be brought back to the first location. So let's say it's the 13-year-old would go back to that parent with before that 48 hours is done. However, CYFD will be working with that parent and that child under a safety plan with a investigator from CYFD assigned to that to ensure certain criteria are met and followed up. There's also a family-centric meeting that happens to where CYFD brings in that family to go over the safety plan and other measures. They may include additional parties of that family structure to be outlets or quote unquote guardians and so forth. If it's on a felony level, it's going to come into us and we'll follow a lot of the same process, but we have capabilities of running emergency safe houses, which is a forensic interview. We can get into SANE exams, which are sexual assault exams. It just gets to that extra level to where the resources are needed. And that's where the detectives will have that specialty and be able to run with that rather than requiring the officer to do all that extra time and investigation.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Are there any other questions from board members?
I have just one more, if that's okay.
Yes, a short one, please.
How is it determined who or how frequent training happens? Is that through SOP? Is that at the training academy, the leadership there? How does that happen?
It's somewhat multi-tiered. Obviously, there's the state requirement of the 2 years annually. Above and beyond that, it's essentially direction of the chief or needs of the department. So here at the academy, we take in recommendations. We monitor when we have officers that get in trouble or officers that may need some level of remediation. They don't remember something, they request it, their supervisor requests it. So we monitor those trends. If we start to see it's not a one-off and we start to notice that, hey, you know what, there's some more officers coming in for the same topic, then we will self-initiate to create something. And we'll identify it. I mean, it could be something that's figured out that, you know, you'll see a thing where maybe you'll start noticing issues on one watch and realize, hey, maybe there's just some bad information among one group of officers. So we can address it with them. We can also reach out, and if it's something that does need to go to the whole department, then we'll look at doing that. Where we can, we plug it in. So it's multifaceted. There are times when, say, the chief or any of the executive staff will come across the training that they think would be very beneficial. So, you know, in this example, maybe that one of them will know your concern. They will have seen something or attended something someplace else. They will contact us and say, hey, there is an excellent training opportunity from whatever state or whatever company. Can we bring them in? And we'll do what we can to make that happen. So it can be set really by anybody. It's really just addressing that minimum standard from the state, from the CASA, and then going above and beyond to address any identified issues within our department.
Thank you so much. I do hope you guys will look at this. I think that this
Absolutely.
is I think this is pretty critical for this city.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I've been making notes to some of the stuff that you said. I'll get with Lieutenant Sanders on it. and we will talk about the best way to move forward with some of this information and make sure that officers are comfortable and feel like they can do what's right for the public.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome.
And I'd like to thank you also, unless there's any more questions, but if not, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the board for coming and presenting, and I appreciate the cooperation, and we'll be back in touch again
Excellent.
on this and other subjects, I'm sure. So
Yes.
thank you both.
Thank you all.
And so if you wish to leave the meeting, you're excused. Otherwise, you're welcome to stay. So
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
thanks. So before we get to DC Smathers, I'd just like to do a little bit more housekeeping. I forgot to include the review of who's in attendance at the meeting. As I mentioned earlier, we have 6 members present. I listed those. We also have present our attorney, Tina Gooch, from the agency, from the CPOA, Director Edward Harness, and Katrina Sagawa, and Valerie, where'd you go? Okay, Valerie Barella. And from the city, City Attorney Steve Aguilar. I saw Lindsay Van Meter, she's back, and Chris Sylvan. I don't know how to identify you, but I'll put you down as from the city. And then, of course, we have DC Deputy Chief Mike Smathers, Lieutenant Mike Meisinger, and Lieutenant Nicholas Sanders, who are here. And I also see on the array that U.S. Attorney Elizabeth Martinez is here. So welcome to all of you, belatedly maybe, but welcome in any case. So the second presentation from APD was at our invitation to discuss the use and inventory and use of military equipment, given the amount of interest that this has attracted due to demonstrations and either the real or perceived use of military equipment and other such techniques. In response to those demonstrations, we've asked the APD and Deputy Chief Mike Smathers has agreed to give us some information about that. So DC Smathers, you're on, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Are y'all able to hear me? Okay, great. I apologize for every time I cut my camera off, it won't let me come back on. So I apologize for that. But I wanted to briefly let you know the program itself is, we call it the 1033 program, which is a Department of Defense nomenclature for this program, which allows police agencies across the country to obtain decommissioned military equipment. And some of the research that I've been trying to do for your body has been a little harder than I had envisioned, but I do think I have a good sense of where APD is currently with that. And I'll just start with some of the equipment, and then I'll shift to the program itself in a broader sense. But we do have one vehicle that the acronym for it is an MRAP, M-R-A-P, but the official name is a mine-resistant ambush protection vehicle. And it is a military vehicle that you would have seen potentially on the news. We received that item through this program in 2014. I'm not aware of it ever being deployed in use with Albuquerque Police Department at all for a host of reasons, mechanical issues and all, because it is really important to remember that when this equipment becomes available, it is decommissioned. It is many times in a state of disrepair and is not obviously the very best of equipment, or they wouldn't be getting rid of it. So I'm not aware of it ever being used on the streets of Albuquerque. But well before this meeting, we have been communicating with the Department of Defense and the state of New Mexico, who is sort of the broad administrator of this program. And we're in the process of returning it to the state of New Mexico, and then they are going to reissue it to another agency at their discretion. So we will, in the very near future, not be the owner of this vehicle. Some of the other equipment that we have and we are using is it's an unmanned, it is a robot, and we use it for our explosive ordnance disposal unit, our bomb squad unit. And that robot obviously is just used to be hands and eyes in a mechanical sense to potentially touch, manipulate, or move an explosive device without having human beings do it. We have had that piece of equipment since 2014. We have an additional robot that we also use, and we do actively use that equipment. We have several sets of sights, gun sights that are used on a rifle, an APD issued rifle. And some officers can afford more enhanced sights because the department does not issue them. If an officer has a need for some and doesn't feel like they can afford it, then we would allow them to use these particular sights. I believe we have 9 sets of those, and our range master controls their use and approves their issuance to a particular officer. So there's different dates and numbers as they came and go, and many times they break, but they are just static gun sights that would be used to just obviously increase accuracy. We do have some, a utility truck, a prefab building, a Connex box that we use for storage, a tractor that we use in our horse barn to just help with the maintenance of our horses for our horse mounted unit. But that's the extent of what I would say is our military equipment that I think your interest arises from related to this program. We currently are not a participant in this program. Every year you have to sign an agreement, and we have not renewed that. So we have no plans in place to procure additional equipment. We've placed no request for any, and it has actually been a long time since we've gotten equipment from it. Now, broader to the program itself, President Obama, during his term, or 2 terms, he restricted this program in a variety of different ways to limit what police departments could obtain. President Trump, conversely, unrestricted a lot of that, but neither one of those things really had a great impact on us. But we are not a signator participant in this program right now. And we have not received a weapon per se. The notation that I have is the last weapon that we received was in 2014, and it was a single rifle. That's it. There is other military equipment that is eligible, but we have not participated in that. So related to that program, the 1033 program, the procurement of military equipment from the Department of Defense, which I think is the primary focus of your interest in this, that is the extent of it. We're a very minor participant in it now, and that one vehicle that I described will no longer be in our inventory very soon. We're just actually waiting on the state for that. So are there any questions you'd like me to try to dig deeper in related to this program?
Any board members that have questions? Yeah, look, I don't see any hands up, and so you were, I believe you had, so moving on, there was something else I believe you were going to cover. Is that right?
Well, I mean, you and I had some discussion because I spoke to Dr. Cass, just wanted to get some clarity on the information that you wanted me to provide to you so it'd be as meaningful a participation as I could produce for you. And I do believe there's a misconception with what some items that are labeled military equipment, and I use the example of like a ballistic helmet that you might see a SWAT member wear. And that we do have those helmets on those members and on our ERT members, but they serve only a defensive purpose. They have no offensive purpose. They are just to protect somebody from receiving a gunshot to the head. And they are highly ballistic to protect them in that environment. Those helmets are not issued to the standard APD officer that would come to your home for a call for service. Some of our units, like the SWAT team, have these additional ballistic vests that you might see when they deploy. Same thing. Those are, I guess you could say, they are military grade or military in appearance, but they are defensive in nature only. If they're just to protect those officers against the high capacity weaponry that we might be encountering. We have had numerous APD officers shot at with those weapons, and they just offer enhanced ballistic protection that would be impractical for a patrol officer to wear. We do have a couple of vehicles that do have ballistic protection, and I've heard them incorrectly labeled as a tank in various media stories and other things. And we do not own a vehicle that emits a projectile. We just do not own a vehicle that, that fires a gun. That just does not exist. We use those vehicles. I'll give you a classic example that's very regularly used. If we had a person barricaded in their home, and we were trying to have a negotiation with them and we could not do it on the phone, we would bring that vehicle into the yard as close to the house as we could. And then we have a PA system in that vehicle that would allow us to have face-to-face negotiations with that person, but the negotiator is safe in there behind the ballistic protection. And we're able to many times successfully resolve a standoff in that way while affording our folks the protection that they need. So we have a fairly larger vehicle and then a smaller vehicle that we oftentimes use to remove a car out of a driveway or to do other things like that. But they are, in my opinion, defensive in nature as well. So I realize that the media many times intersperse this word tank or a military grade weapon in it, and they do have ballistic protection, but they are not offensive vehicles like you would envision an Army or a Marine unit utilizing.
Thank you. And I actually have another question. It's somewhat background to this, and that is that earlier in the program, the access to military equipment was driven by the war on drugs, I believe, and it was used oftentimes for no-knock raids and those kinds of operations. And in a conversation I had with, I believe it was Commander Art Sanchez some time ago, I asked the question about what the status of APD was with respect to conducting no-knock raids, and his recollection was that there hadn't been any in recent history. I was wondering if you had something you'd like to add to that, because I think that's another perception that police are in less than a defensive mode when they conduct such a raid. So, would you comment on that, please?
Well, you are correct there, related to their, they're not a common tool for us. In fact, we have additional restrictions for serving any type of warrant after 10 p.m. at night. For the very reasons that you're describing, we have a much higher likelihood of encountering a lot of people in a home. Obviously, the likelihood of a violent encounter goes up significantly. People may not believe or understand that it's the police coming through the door. We have all seen even recent tragic events in Kentucky where things can go horribly awry with a nighttime warrant service. So we're very, very, very particular about that. And the program itself, primarily its function was to provide equipment that smaller agencies just simply didn't have the budget for. They might have the need for, but not the budget to procure these items, which is why typically APD has been a minimal participant in it, because we do have budgetary resources that allow us to purchase the items that we need. We have control over when we get them. We have better control over the specifications within them, because you take what they have out of this program. Many times we don't feel that would meet our needs for urban metropolitan policing. So, I mean, I could really go down a rabbit hole of detail with you, and I'm happy to if an offline presentation would be appropriate or helpful to you. But we're very minimal in this, and the equipment that we have and the equipment that we issue, it's not secretive. We try to be really transparent with it. We do a lot of displays. Our SWAT team does static displays regularly throughout the community, and we produce this equipment, show this equipment, allow people to get inside it and see it and realize how we utilize it, so everyone can have confidence when they see it what its purpose is.
Thank you. Member Nixon, I think you have a question? And then Member Pruitt, Mario Pruitt.
Yeah, I did. As far as the equipment is concerned, and considering it military grade, is it a a safe assumption that there's some equipment that APD employs and has that can be considered military grade, but it doesn't necessarily mean you got it from the military. It's just something that is of a grade that is required that both the military as well as APD may use. And they kind of fall into that category.
I mean, that's fair to say. I mean, there are some rifles that we have that the military could and might possess and might utilize. So yes, obviously it'd be very minimal in that sense. But yes, there is some equipment that could have a dual purpose. The military could use it from a weapon perspective and for like the body armor that I was describing earlier. A lot of the advances in that protection came from the demands that the military put on that industry, and police officers have had their lives saved as a result of just those technical improvements. So yes, there are some equipment that would have a dual purpose in the military, but I really try to be very particular and upfront with people about how we use it, because we don't want people to think that we're a military unit. We're not an occupying force. We're policing with the permission and support of the community, and that distinction is real important to us.
Thanks.
Thank you, Member Armio Pruitt.
Thank you. So I was wondering, you mentioned that the ballistic vests and helmets that are used that are not that may be unwieldy to use by your standard field officer, but are used in these like crowd management type situations. I'm just wondering, what is the danger level or the record of incident of officers harmed, say in a traffic accident? I mean, traffic stops, pullovers versus protests or gatherings?
Well, I don't know if I feel equipped right now to share our injury data. I certainly could gather that for you to speak in an articulate manner related to that. So I want to be, would you mind just adding a little clarification to help me maybe better understand how
Sure.
I could answer?
I'm sorry. So what my thought process was, you mentioned that there are these ballistic helmets and these ballistic vests, which present in a very sort of militarized style and an aesthetic that I think people are responding to in part in the community, right? They're not actually necessarily military equipment, but that they're, when you are at a protest or some kind of gathering and you see officers in that garb, people feel like it's a sort of militarized presence, right? And you mentioned that the use of those was by these individuals who are in SWAT and other because of the potential for being shot, right? I mean, which is obviously a legitimate concern. But it just made me wonder that in these places where I think the community is having a problem with what it looks like and feels like to see these officers dressed this way, it's often in these street protests. And so I'm wondering, do the street protests, what kind of a risk are our officers engaging when they are at these, when they are policing at these street protests versus other places in which they do their job?
Well, the biggest difference factor, if that's a proper phrasing, is for crowd management, or let's say a protest and or a riot, it's the vulnerability of having those folks deployed out in the open and the unknown of the demeanor of the participants. And I'll use the Sunday night rioting that occurred downtown. That was a tremendously peaceful protest up until it wasn't. And at that moment, we had officers lined across the street to provide a barrier to stop their behavior. But to effectively do that, they don't have appropriate cover. You'll never see us deploy a SWAT officer out in the middle of the street when they're encountering an armed suspect inside of a home, because it's just they can complete that mission in a much safer environment. Our ERT personnel cannot. So we have to have them, in essence, overly equipped for the worst case. And even in the recent protests that have gone across the country, there have been officers struck and severely injured by significant projectiles, commercial grade fireworks, and some other things. But their mission is to many times provide a barrier between groups or to move a group that's being violent or disruptive. And to do so, they have to be out in the open and exposed. And it is really rare that we would deploy officers in any other circumstance like that. So to be able to safely tell an officer that we can allow you to perform your job that could have you in that exposed environment, that's why we equip them in that way. You're right. For a peaceful protest where everybody is just going to exercise and voice their opinions and not be disruptive and violent, that equipment isn't needed. But when it is and when it isn't can literally be moments apart, as it was that night. And that's the difficult balance, is having them properly equipped so they can have confidence that they're protected, and we can protect them, as well as do their job in such a dynamic and really rapidly evolving environment. So that would be how I would try to articulate the difference between, let's say, a SWAT person and our ERT. I do appreciate the understanding that a lot of people feel that there is the military demeanor to that. But I want to stress to all of you that does not ever impact the tactics that we use or the decisions that we make. So like, because they are wearing that gear, we're going to do something different than we wouldn't do if they didn't have that gear on. We want them to be fully protected for every eventuality, but our rules of engagement and all that don't change because we put a helmet on them.
Any other questions from members of the board? I'm looking for hands. Seeing none, I'd like to thank DC Smathers again on behalf of the board. And I think this was a really useful presentation in terms of explaining what happens and how a situation can turn from a very peaceful one to something completely different in a shorter period of time, and the necessity for preparing for that. So I appreciate your coming to talk to us, and you've been here before, and I'm sure you'll be back again. But thank you again.
You're very welcome. Good night to everyone.
And you're welcome to leave if you like. Thank you.
Okay. Take care, everybody.
Thanks. Let's see. We are at item 6B, City Council. So do we have a report from City Council tonight? Yes.
Am I on mute? Can you hear me okay? All right, thank you, Chair Cass, board members. My name is Chris Sylvan, and I am now the Public Safety Policy Analyst for City Council. I have a new position. My family moved back from Arizona, and I have this position that I'm supposed to, follow everything public safety within the city. That includes fire and police. Julian will still be with the City Council working behind the scenes. He's taken over a lot more duties because we've gone to this virtual Zoom type meetings. So he's having to run multiple meetings, including this one. And so I'll be your new staff member for this meeting. So to report, I noticed on the agenda you have that there's item G, Public Safety Committee. Do you want me to report on that one as well, or how should we do that?
Yes, at your pleasure. However you choose to do it, that would be fine.
Okay, I'll roll both of those into one. The public safety meeting that was supposed to take place this past Monday was canceled. It's rescheduled for Tuesday, August 25th at 3 p.m. On that agenda, there will be several items. One of the items that, I know that the board is interested in, and audience as well, is there's going to be the CPC ordinance that's probably going to be presented at that meeting. At the last public safety meeting, which took place July 16th, item M20-3, expressing support for the Albuquerque Police Department budget appropriations as stated in the city's FY20 budget priority. That memorial is moved to City Council and will be heard on Monday, this coming Monday, August 17th at 3 p.m. That's when the City Council meeting starts. It moved out of committee with a recommendation of, it moved out of committee without recommendation. The other item that was on the Public Safety Committee meeting was R-20-65. And it's interesting that DC Smatters was here talking about this, but this item says prohibiting the police department from applying for or receiving surplus military equipment for civilian law enforcement use, requiring the police department to provide an inventory of equipment. That moved out of committee with a recommendation of due pass, and that'll also be heard on Monday, August 17th. With that, that's my report, and good to see familiar faces and good to see some new faces. So I stand for questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sylvan. And it wasn't an accident that DC Smathers was here and that bill came out of the with the due pass recommendation. We were watching that, and that was one of the reasons we wanted to get an update on military equipment. So we're trying to be sensitive to what's going on in the city as well. So that's why. So does the board have any questions for Mr. Sylvan? Member Armijo Pruitt, I'm sorry.
Thanks. I'm just wondering if you have any information about potential new board members.
Chair Cass, board member Armijo Pruitt. We are still in the process of vetting new board members. We're going to be reviewing those again now that I'm in the mix with reviewing the board members. So I'll give you an update next meeting if that helps.
Yeah, member Galloway.
Chris, I am looking at you with hopeful eyes, man, that you can help us with that particular problem, because you've been a part of these meetings. You know how long we've been asking that very same question and getting that very same response. So I'm really looking forward to a progress update next month on this thing.
Chair Cass, board member Galloway. Yes, that's part of the reason that I stepped in, and well, I was asked to step in, but I do know that I can bring forth a lot of things that the board has been struggling with getting through to the city council, and I'm happy to be a liaison for you guys.
Happy to have you, sir. Thank you.
On behalf of what I think is the board sentiment, we're happy to see you here in this job. So thank you again. And if there's no other questions, we'll move on to Member Olivas.
I think Member Mitchell also has his hand raised. Chris, I just want to welcome you back and say that I really look forward to your help and working with you on resolving some of those problems, namely the first one there that Member Galloway raised. So good to see you and great to have you back.
Chair Cass, board member Olivas, thank you. I appreciate it.
Member Mitchell.
Yeah, the question I have, based on the previous presentation from APD and the indication that there's going to be legislation or got to do pass out of the subcommittee to limit the ability of APD to acquire military equipment, is there a really, in that legislation, and maybe you won't know this, but is there really a clear definition of that? Because it appears to me, based on the previous comments, that there is standard equipment that police departments use that have a military appearance to it, at least in some people's perception. So I would hope that the legislation is very clear, you know, that I don't know how you even define it, but that there is still equipment going to be available to our officers that could have the appearance of being a military grade equipment. So anyway, I don't know if you'd have the answer to that question, but hopefully you can convey that up the line if it's not indicated in the proposed legislation.
Chair Cass, Board Member Mitchell, I read the legislation last week. I don't recall specifics on it, but I will take what you have said in this meeting and present it to the sponsors and express your concern.
Thank you.
Yes, I think my understanding, Member Mitchell, is that the bill deals with the program that was created by the federal government, this 1033 program that made military so-called surplus military equipment available, and it was a matter of who they were getting it from, not the type of equipment. And so I think the program, the ban or the withdrawing from that would be withdrawing from the interaction, obtaining it from the U.S. military. It can still be bought in other means if necessary through from someone else. But I think what the original program was about getting so-called free equipment or at very low cost, and that had resulted in a proliferation of equipment that departments were getting that wasn't really needed. I mean, there were departments of 10 that hadn't seen a terrorist attack, but they were getting MRAPs. And so there was, it looked like the process was being abused in some way. So I may be off base, but I'll go out on a limb here. So any other questions for Mr. Sylvan? And if not, we will thank you again. It's good to see you. I'm sure we'll be seeing you on a regular basis, and we'll move on to report from the city attorney, or from the mayor's office. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair Cass. Appreciate it, and members of the board. I also want to reiterate and welcome back, Chris. Thank you. It's good to have you back. So tonight I am delivering the report from the administration. First, the city, through the Office of Equity and Inclusion, is working to protect the civil rights of residents, including the First Amendment right to protest. We heard a great presentation from the chief tonight about the delicate balancing that the department has to do. We're trying to help them with additional resources, as well as provide additional resources for the community. So the city has created a hotline to provide information on protesting, including information regarding protests on city property. The hotline also offers resources to coordinate traffic control and street closures. The webpage shares information about permitting, COVID-19 safe practices, gun laws, and enforcement. And I just posted the link to the website in the chat box, along with the hotline phone number. So the city and APD continue to work on resolving issues related to running reports from APD's data warehouse. The city estimates that these issues will be resolved over the next few months, after which APD will be able to publish its use of force report covering the periods of 2016 through 2019, as well as providing data to the monitor for purposes of the paragraph 298 report. The city has taken the Obama pledge, under which the mayor has committed to, 1, review the use of force policies of the police department, 2, engage the community by including a diverse range of input, experiences, and stories in that review, 3, to report the findings of the review to the community and seek feedback, and 4, reform the community's use of force policies. APD representatives in our department, the city legal department, have attended presentations by the Obama pledge. APD is currently reviewing the use of force policies and will solicit community input on the policies throughout the policy development process. Throughout all of that process, though, the city will continue to work with the CPOA and this board to really ask for and get in that public input. So With that, if anyone has any questions about those, happy to address them. Otherwise, I'm happy to turn it over to Ms. Van Meter.
Board members, you have any questions for Attorney Aguilar? If not, go ahead.
No, I have a question. On the system that you're putting in place to try to organize, I don't know that you're organizing demonstrations, but to try to facilitate the ability to demonstrate, isn't it factual that most of these demonstrations are more spontaneous? And I would really doubt that they're going to go through this process of organizing. At least the most recent ones seem to be mostly organized on social media.
Chair Cass, Member Mitchell, these APD will, in the city, it regularly does receive communications from groups who are organizing. So it's not an uncommon thing. We have built that into the permitting process as well. We do have, you will have First Amendment demonstrations that do pop up from time to time as well. And we're not saying that those won't be treated any differently. What we do want to do is provide folks in the community with resources to one, understand like what is available, how to be safe, as well as to report violations. And that's also an important piece, is that we have set up through that hotline or through the Civil Rights Office, which goes through the City Attorney's Office, a mechanism for folks to report violations of civil rights, including the right to, infringing on the right to peacefully and protest. So this is a tool to help facilitate, and you're probably right. I mean, not everyone's going to use it, but it's good for those folks who do and want to plan ahead.
Thank you. Any other questions? So.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board, and I hope you all continue to have a safe evening, and let us know if you need anything.
We'll be in touch. Thank you. So I believe you're going to turn this over to Ms. Van Meter.
Good afternoon or good evening, Chair Member Dr. Cass and members of the board. You might remember me. I'm Lindsay Van Meter. Robin has actually now transitioned to becoming APD General Counsel. And so she will not be joining you at your meetings. It'll be me, and we are posting the position to hire a new CASA attorney so that it's at least we'll get back to 2 attorneys. So, but for the foreseeable future, I will be meeting with you at your weekly or your monthly meetings. Mr. Sullivan Dr. Cass, you touched on this to some degree. The state legislature passed Senate Bill 8 governing the use of on-body recording devices. This law goes into effect on September 20th, 2020, and it required revisions to APD's on-body recording device policy. Although the policy recently went through the policy development process, based on these changes, APD is revising it, and they will be sending it back to the Policy and Procedure Review Board for an emergency meeting scheduled on Monday, August 17th. And it'll be sent out to the members of the board tomorrow. APD has extended the invitation to the CPOA and the CPOA-B PPRB members to attend that meeting. We've already heard back from Dr. Cass that he will be there. Thank you. After that, the city will send the revised policy as usual to the CPOA-B. However, because of our tight deadline, we are asking for a turnaround within 14 days. We will also send it back to the monitor and DOJ and APOA for review and approval per our usual policy. And then we are hoping to get this in place by September 20th as required by the state law. Last month, APD sent 4 use of force cases to the CPOA-B for review, what used to be called serious use of force cases. And APD is working on sending more to you. Unfortunately, we are going to again ask the court to reschedule our hearing that is currently set for August 28th on the city's motions to move CASA paragraphs into sustained compliance and the city's motion to self-assess. We do hope that we will be able to reschedule that to a time when more public attendance is possible rather than over Zoom. As Mr. Sylvan addressed, the City Council introduced the ordinance regarding the CPCs, the ordinance to establish the CPCs, and it is at the Public Safety Committee, which I believe has been rescheduled to August 25th, but hopefully if he's still on, Mr. Sylvan can correct me if that's not right. So we hope that everyone will attend that committee meeting to provide some feedback and some public input. And then APD is working on scheduling the next round of amici meetings, and if they haven't already, I expect them to reach out soon to the CPOA and the CPOAB to schedule that meeting. And finally, the administration and the city representatives, and including city legal, continue to work to develop the Albuquerque Community Safety Department. They're continuing to seek input from the community, and I'm going to put in the chat there. Let me see if that worked, if I actually did put it in the chat. A survey that the Albuquerque Community Safety Department has put together to ask for input regarding what this department should look like. In addition, Ms. Ruiz Angel will continue to conduct meetings and is willing to schedule a meeting with you all, or you all are free to attend some of the more public facilitated meetings, which I don't believe are scheduled yet, but should be scheduled soon. And with that, I think I will stand for questions.
Yeah. Any board members have questions for our returning city attorney? Returning to this meeting.
Can we get that Survey Monkey just sent to our emails addresses?
Yeah, I will send it to the POB email address. That goes to all of you, right?
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, any other questions? Thank you again. It's good to see you back with all this work.
Good to see you all.
We're now to item 6E, and if you care to leave our meeting, we're happy to have you stay as well. So goodbye. Report. Let's see. We're at item 6E, CPC. Is there any CPC news?
Well, Chair Dr. Cass, Honorable Board, I can report that all of the CPCs have now met through the virtual platform through webinars. And actually, we're on our second round of meetings. This week, we had Foothills and Northeast meet for the second time via the webinar platform. Participation is right around 45 to 50 per CPC. And we also have garnered quite a bit of interest in joining the CPCs. Foothills has added 4 members, and Southwest added 3 members. And we have quite a nice list of people interested in joining the CPC. So they're up. They're up and functioning. I think 4 out of the 6 CPCs have had Mariella from the ABQ Safety Department, where you just got the survey, do a presentation to at least 4 of them. And I think she's scheduled to present at the Northwest. So if any of you haven't seen the presentation regarding the community safety department, that would be an opportunity for you to do so. As Lindsay mentioned, the amici compliance meetings are coming up, so look for the invitation for those dates for both the CPCs and CPOA. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. We have the office assistant position posted at HR for the CPCs, and that posting will close on the 17th. Last I checked, I think we had over 80 applicants for the position. So we'll be working with that along with getting the CPC liaison hired. So other than that, I stand for questions regarding the CPCs. You've already been updated on the ordinance.
Any questions on? All right, we can move on to item, the next item which is a report from the APOA. I see no representative from the APOA here. So moving on to item 6G, the Public Safety Committee presentation was given earlier. So we're now at item 6H, and we're back to you, Director Harness.
Good evening, Chair Dr. Cass, Honorable Board, once again. From the CPOA, the second half of the semi-annual report, July through December, is in SharePoint for your review for a vote for next month to move forward to City Council and the Mayor. We should be fully staffed again by mid-September. Working with HR to get that completed. We have all of the candidates selected and just working on HR approvals. Diane McDermott will become our lead investigator. That should be effective on Saturday. We received some updated COVID requirements for entrance into the building. Not that anybody's coming to the building from the board, but you should know if in fact you do need to come to the building, you will have to have a face mask. You'll be tested before you come in, and you'll have to answer the health questions before being able to enter. Ms. Van Meter mentioned the changing of the court date for August 28th for what would be the city's motion for self-assessment. There is one other motion that's in front of the court. That's a pro se motion that has been filed that was scheduled to be heard on the 12th of August. And that has been moved to the 21st of September at 1. You should have received the email with that, with those court dates. So you can refer back to that and put that in your calendar. You should have also received the email from the court that paragraph 184 has been suspended, and we will be moving back into being able to use mediation. I've been in contact with Ty Hummel at Community ADR, and he says that they are able to facilitate mediations during the COVID environment with phone calls and with Zoom. So we will be moving back into using mediation for complaints as outlined in the agreement. And other than that, I stand for questions.
Questions? Thank you. Seeing no questions, Member Olivas, sorry.
I just had a question kind of about how the staffing issues over the last several months have maybe affected timelines on things. I just kind of want to get a sense from you where you thought things were. You know, I know that there was backlog before we lost staff, and so I'm just curious kind of where we are at this point, in your opinion.
Member Dr. Cass, Member Elise, are you asking for, well, I mean, I think it's apparent on its face that temporarily having 2 investigators. And as previously discussed last month, those 2 investigators are tied up on investigations related to the First Amendment protests that happened and the complaints that we received as we discussed those 4 themes that we are working on. With the transition to lead investigator for Diane, she is triaging the complaints as they come in and taking care of those that can be handled by referral to command or other informal processes. Other than that, they're working in the investigations where they have time beyond what they're working on for these protests.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So, seeing no further questions, we are now, excuse me, we're now at item 7, reports from subcommittees, and according to our amended agenda, I'd like to present some subcommittee changes necessitated by the fact that we have 7 board members, we have 4 subcommittees, and that means that because we have 7 board members, the subcommittee membership is limited to 3 members. So that means we have 12 possible subcommittee slots for 7 board members to fill. So I've made some adjustments on that basis, and I would like to present those to the board. And according to our policies and procedures, the chair makes the subcommittee appointments and the board approves those if they see fit. So let me tell you how I would like to change the subcommittee arrangement. And that is on the policy and procedure subcommittee, the currently member Starr is a member of that committee. I would replace her on this committee with member Olivas. So the membership of the policy and procedure subcommittee would be member Armio Pruitt, member Olivas, and myself. For the personnel subcommittee, we're down to 2 members when member Olivas went on his leave. He's now back, so I would put him back on the personnel subcommittee. So that would consist of myself, member Mitchell, and member Olivas. For the case review committee, I would replace member Starr with member Nixon so that case review committee would be member Armio Pruitt, member Galloway, and member Nixon. For the outreach committee, I believe that's currently member Galloway and member Nixon, and I would add member Starr to that subcommittee. So so what that leaves is member Starr and member Mitchell each have 1 subcommittee appointment, and the other members of the board have 2 subcommittee appointments. So if there's any, now would be a good chance to weigh in on that if you have, if you'd like to make a change. Or if you like this, we can have a vote. So member Galloway.
Doug, aren't you on outreach as well?
Yeah, I have been.
Dr. Cass, is that an oversight or are you moving him out of that committee? And you're muted.
Yes, that was an oversight.
Okay.
So the simple process would be to put you on that subcommittee and remove member Starr. As I understand it, she still has some health issues, and it seems like the most expeditious thing for the complete board is to work around those and make the appointments as best we can, given the members, the active members that we have. So I think that's, if that's that would be, I think, a reasonable solution to this. So that would mean that you would stay on the, you would stay on the outreach committee, and Member Starr would have no committee assignments. Comments, board comments? So if there's no further discussion, let's see, I'm looking hard, going once, going twice. Okay, with no further discussion, I would like to have a roll call vote for approval of the subcommittees as I have listed them. So I think unless there's some clarity or lack of clarity as to what the subcommittees would be.
So is
I
that,
make a motion to approve the subcommittee arrangements as drafted by the chair.
second?
All right.
So you're,
Sorry.
sorry, no worries. Since we just added that today, I don't think we can have a vote, and I'm not sure we necessarily need a vote, right? I mean, you can't do an action item before you can't add an action item to an agenda and the same day, can you?
Yes, I had this discussion with our council.
Okay.
And we decided that we could, this is primarily an administrative process.
Yeah.
And so what it amounts to is approval of, of the chair's ability to make these appointments.
Sure.
If this is a problem, we can repeat the action, but at a notice, a month from now at our next meeting. But in the meantime, we don't believe this is a problem. So because it's an administrative type action.
Thank you.
Do we need a vote on this?
We're in. Yes, we're in that process. This was just a question. We had a motion and a second. We were in discussion.
I know.
Yes.
My question is, do we need a vote on this?
I think the way I interpret the bylaws or the policies and procedures is that would represent the approval of the board. I mean, the way the policies and procedures read is that the chair makes the appointments and the board has the right to approve those appointments. So that would be the method for approval, would be to take a vote of approval. And that's the motion that was made. So I think yes, the answer to your question is yes, we need a vote. And we have a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. And so barring further discussion or seeing no further discussion, we're ready for a roll call vote. And I'm looking hard for further discussion. So seeing none, all in favor of approving the subcommittee membership as I described it, vote please. Member Armia Pruitt.
Yes.
Member Galloway.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So it's the subcommittee slate has been approved as I presented it. Moving on, let's see. Subcommittee reports. So I think Member Galloway, we're at item 7A, the Community Outreach Subcommittee.
Okay, so we met on July 28th. Much of our conversation, once again, centered around what was going on with the CPCs, and that information has already been provided, so I won't reiterate any of that. One of the things that we did have on our agenda was brought up by Dr. Cass. Once upon a time when we were looking at rewriting the ordinance, we several of us board members would go and meet with different city council members and kind of just answer any questions that they may have, provide information about what we were doing and what the goal was with the ordinance changes that we were requesting. Dr. Cass thinks, and I agree, that this may be a really good time to re-engage that process. We have a handful of new city council members. The committee agreed. And so I think that that's something that we've targeted a couple of the new city councilors to meet with first and kind of triage that way. And so as we can, that will be where we start. And then we talked about, in addition to that, we talked about the function of the outreach committee and just what purpose it serves, and does it really serve a purpose to this board, or is there another area that we might be able to engage and utilize those bodies that cannot meet with more than 2 subcommittees elsewhere? And so, for example, if we didn't have an outreach committee as a standing committee, we maybe could have a training committee. That is just someplace we can focus our energies and efforts elsewhere that may make more sense for the body at this stage in our existence. So we're kind of looking at that and the usefulness of an outreach subcommittee as a standing committee versus an ad hoc committee kind of thing. So we'll be talking about that some more next month. If any of you have any thoughts about that, I would encourage you to send that our way. And so we can include those. Let's see. Some areas that Director Harness kind of highlighted as ways that the board can engage some outreach efforts, particularly with city council members, would be things like the budget, making sure that we have enough money for the investigative staff that is needed, in his opinion. And so we'll be kind of talking about those things. We did, kind of just as an aside, Dr. Cass and Director Harness and myself, I think it was just the 3 of us, did meet with Julian Moya and Stephanie. What's Stephanie's last name? I want to say Yara's, but I don't know that that's right.
Stephanie Yara.
Yara. We did have a conversation with them regarding the appointment of new board members and kind of seeing where that stood. I don't really feel like we got any further in that conversation than what we've experienced in the past, but at least it was another opportunity to put ourselves in front of them and remind them that we have this lingering issue before us. So, other than that, that's pretty much really all I have to report on. Our next meeting is August 25th at 3 o'clock.
Thank you, Member Galloway. Are there any questions from the board? All right, seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep, it's me again. One real quick question. When you said maybe switching focus to a training committee, are you thinking about, like, in terms of having a sort of organized approach to what kind of trainings board members need, or what facet of that were you thinking?
Honestly, when I say that, that's kind of my own personal pipe dream, and it's a more robust relationship with APD's training academy and oversight. It's just an example. It's not any kind of decision that would be where we would go. That's just an example in my pipe dream.
Yeah.
Maybe our efforts would be better spent there than trying to make an outreach thing happen.
I see. The other thing that I was thinking about that might be good to have, and this is because as a supervisor in my job, I've had to think a lot about onboarding and that process. And like, we're required now to create like a 2-week intensive onboarding document that lists everything that, a new employee needs. And I'm wondering if that couldn't be, it wouldn't necessarily have to be that. But if eventually we do get new members, I think having a really clear onboarding process that has explanations about the role, and because there's so much information that comes in initially, and I think having some touchstone with board members around that might be useful. So just something to consider.
I agree. It's something that we've talked about quite a lot, actually, and that's we have now, the agency has put together an onboarding flash drive. That information is found in SharePoint these days, and I have made the request of newer board members a couple of times that where there were hiccups in the onboarding process for you, where you felt completely disengaged and at a loss, because I know I had a ton, to send that our way so that we could utilize that feedback and create something that was more workable based on real life experiences. But I never received any kind of feedback. So if you guys have it, and really outside of Dr. Cass, it's everybody else on the board at this point who's recently gone through this process, I welcome that. I think it's something that we absolutely and desperately need to have, is a strong onboarding process, because there are so many opportunities to just get run over by what this is that we're trying to do. So yeah, please, again, send that information my way. I'm happy to do something with that.
Thank you. Any other questions for the for Member Galloway? I don't see anybody twitching, so we'll move on to the report from the, I think it's my turn. Let's see, yeah, from Policy and Procedures Subcommittee. We met August 6th, and our next meeting is September 3rd. At our last meeting, I have several things I'd like to mention. First of all, we've focused the Policy and Procedures Subcommittee on looking at policies that when they come into OPA, which is the first meeting where they're presented to the by APD when they're under review and ripe for changes. And the policy that we looked at was the SOP 146, which is the field training program. And the result of that last meeting was that we had a discussion with about the field training program. We went through the policy as a board and recognized that more information, as usual, was necessary in order to really evaluate this. And so we requested that the field training guide, which accompanies this policy, be made available to us, and that has been made available. They sent that to me this week, and I will send it out to the other members of the subcommittee. It won't be it isn't any secret, so the entire board can share this, but I just want to make sure that the subcommittee has access to it. And I will send it to the entire board. At our next meeting, I've been assured that Lieutenant Patterson, who has some information or expertise in this area, is willing to come to our September meeting and have a discussion of this guide. So that'll be on the agenda for the next for the September meeting. In addition to that, a policy which I selected, I think, is one that we would like to review. It's that has been actually is at the PPRB stage, but it's SOP 268, and it's interviews and interrogations. And this policy deals with everything from consensual encounters or stops to custodial interactions with police. And it's one of these policies where it's the source of the contact is generally around some First or Second Amendment rights, such as you're filming or carrying a gun in public, and you have an interaction with the police, which may start out consensual and then end up in a custodial situation. And when it becomes a custodial situation, then you're in a Fourth Amendment search and seizure realm. So it's something that, from my observation, it's strongly dependent upon the kind of training that APD or any police officer gets. And so I think it's a really good policy that that deals with the potential for interactions which go bad and which result in either use of force by APD or some use of force by a citizen. So I think this is an important policy, and I would like we will have a discussion about this at our next policy meeting as well. The third item here is that I made a submission of some changes to the SOP 352, which guides the policy development process at APD. And I took it on myself to essentially make recommendations because we can do this, and we have the we have the mandate to make suggestions about how APD policies could be improved, and this is maybe the most critical policy in terms of, you know, creating policy in general or doing reviews in general. So I sent this to both the Patricia Cerna, who's a civilian manager of the OPA process, and to Robin Rose, who was, is now, I'm sure, more involved in the APD policy process. And so they are considering, they were actually in the process of reviewing SOP 352, which has been, it's been about 2 years since it was reviewed. So they've promised to incorporate, or at least look at the suggestions that I've made, and we had a discussion at the at our policy subcommittee, and let me know when they would like to discuss these further. So that's something else that's in the works. Just so you kind of know what the gist of the changes I've suggested and are. First of all, I think there should be additions to the policy which incorporate more sources of data and other related policies, so that there's a more complete cross-link between a given policy and the other sorts of and other policies and ways to evaluate it. So there's these policy additions, and then I think one of the things that is lacking, or a couple of things that are lacking at OPA meetings, is that when a policy is brought up for an OPA meeting, it can have an impact on budget. For example, there's the department has say several, 1,000 backlog cases, like cold case unit has, I believe, 1,600 backlog cases. In order to resolve that backlog, they would need to have more resources. In order to have those more resources, you need someone from that has some kind of insight into the budget process. And I think a good place to have that person would be at that OPA meeting when they hear the presentation of that policy. And then I think the other thing that should be incorporated is that subject matter experts typically give a policy, they give the review of this policy, and generally one of the things that could be added to their presentation are data that is used to evaluate this policy. It's rarely presented. And other things such as, data analyzed in order to decide whether a policy is being effective or not. What the impact is on training requirements. There's a variety of things that could be presented by the subject matter expert at the OPA meeting. And I think it would result in a better review of the policy. So that's kind of the highlights of that. As I mentioned earlier, the OBRD review is coming up on Monday, and you're now aware of that from, it's been said a couple times. So that's all I have to say about the policy subcommittee. Any questions? So seeing none, let's see, we're getting close to a break.
Chantal has her hand up.
Oh, okay. Somehow why can't I just skip right over you?
That's okay. I get it. Thanks, Tara.
It's, maybe Freudian. Yeah.
It's the relationship we have, Dr. Cass. I'm totally on board for this.
Okay. All right, I'm ready. Go ahead.
So the function of making policy recommendations is a board function, or I believe that there's an opportunity for the public to engage as well. And I don't necessarily have an issue so much with what was at least I understood what was done. But I think that at the very least, a heads up to the board whenever a board member makes a policy recommendation to APD would be nice. I appreciate the audible report, but I'm very visual, and without reading what it is that you've actually recommended to APD, I'll never get to a point where I understand what was said and the changes that were made. So I would ask for that recommendation that was made to APD. And then I think that we just need to have a conversation, maybe it's at our long range planning thing, but about how we go about making these changes and the level of comfort that we have with board members kind of doing this on the side and not informing the rest of the body what has happened.
Yes, I sent that out about a month ago.
Is that what it said? Because I must have missed it.
Well, I did send out this essentially a white paper of these recommendations. And,
okay.
And
my
so,
apologies.
I mean, so I've tried very hard to keep the board informed about this. But I think to understand the process, I mean, as at the OPA level, the board or the public can make a recommendation. And it's a logistic problem, though, for the public to make a recommendation. Actually, it's a logistic problem for most of the board to make a recommendation at the OPA level. But the nature of recommendations at the OPA level are strictly verbal. I mean, you sit at an OPA meeting and you listen to a policy being reviewed, and you can make suggestions about changes to the language and to the policy. Those won't be made at the time. They take that your suggestions at OPA and the policy, the OPA office and the subject matter expert can incorporate those changes. So, but then the second step in the process is the formal recommendation is only made by the board, but it of course has to start somewhere, and it generally starts at the policy and procedures subcommittee. Policy and procedure subcommittee would write a recommendation and then get it, bring it to the board for approval. That hasn't been done. We haven't made any recommendations in some time, but that's the process that the board certainly is a part of, and will always be informed of before a formal recommendation is made. But as far as a board member making a recommendation, anyone, including board members, can make recommendations as at the OPA level, and that'd be one way to view what I suggested to OPA. Member Armijo Pruitt, you have a comment?
So I think that I felt a little bit of this surprise, and I think we talked about this at the committee, right, at the subcommittee, where you reported to the group that you had written these suggested changes, which I'm sure were fantastic suggested changes. And I think that the discussion about when we're representing the board and when we're representing ourselves is one that we have to have, in part because, like, if you send out a white paper on your suggestions, my assumption is at the committee meeting, we'd be discussing those and then moving from there, right? Because then that's like the mission of that committee. So I think I'm just reflecting the same, a similar sentiment that Chantal was discussing, that question about whether you're speaking or writing suggestions for policy coming strictly from yourself or from the subcommittee or from the board, I think it's fuzzy.
And I think that's the way that's APD's process. So they've established a process that says the public, including members of the board who attend OPA meetings, can make suggestions at OPA. And this was where my suggestions were directed, were at the OPA beginning. I think where the board has a unique seat is at PPRB and the 30-day recommendation period following that. So there's nothing that anyone does at the OPA or PPRB meeting that is binding on the board, or that necessarily represents what the board does. The only thing that we've established as part of the policy process for the board is that the representative we've selected to go to the PPRB meetings, votes to forward the policy to the next step. And that allows the policy, the changes and review recommendations that have been made to that point to be sent to the chief for review. And that's where the board then can make, written recommendations within that 30-day period following the PPRB process. So, I mean, I think that, inherently this is a clumsy sort of process for getting the board input about a policy change, before the policy change is made, before it's finalized. I mean, it's an organic sort of process, and I don't see how you can't have it both ways. It seems. I mean, you can't vet a set of changes to a policy that you would recommend to OPA, and then have the policy presented at OPA, where you find out what they're doing to review the policy. I mean, we're only part of this process, and we don't have a very good way of weighing in as a whole board until it gets all the way through the process. So I don't think that makes it any, I'm not sure that makes it any clearer, but I think inherently it's a muddled sort of process that we only have a part of. We don't control it. Yes, Member Galloway.
I understand that we don't control APD's process, and that's not really where the issue and the hiccup is for me. I just pulled the email where you sent this to me, and on the email that I have dated July 2nd, it's just sent to Eric Nixon and myself, and it was for a discussion that was going to be had at the policy and procedure meeting. I know there was a meeting that I filled in that I had to step out early on. It could have been that. So this may have been something that was handled at that meeting, but given Tara's similar concerns, I'm guessing not. It doesn't say anything that this was going to be a recommendation made to APD. This email just says, here's the relevant documentation for the SOP discussion. That's all it says. And I think that there is APD's process, but then there's also our own, and a courtesy that can be provided to other board members as to what's being done that could be seen as on our behalf. And I think that that's a different thing from APD's. It's how we want to be represented as a body. And whether or not, and the board may disagree with me and say it's completely fine for members to make recommendations of their own, in which case that's fine and I will abide. But I think it's a discussion that is worth having.
Well, and we're having that discussion, but I think that there is no recommendation that's made on behalf of the board other than the written recommendation that comes from the board. And this isn't what we're talking about here.
But that's fuzzy. If you made a policy recommendation to APD as the chair of our board, it could very easily be construed that that policy recommendation was made on behalf of the board.
Well, first of all, it doesn't come under the guise of recommendation. I mean, at the OPA process, which is where this is focused, there's no recommendations. There's a discussion, there's a presentation, there's a discussion. APD maintains control of the policy. And at that same OPA meeting, any member of the public can be there. And they can, and when that discussion is had, I mean, nobody is going on record as being in favor of a particular change to the policy. It's up to the APD to write that policy the way they want to write it. So I think you're asking for more control of a process than exists. So yes, Member Olivas.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in here real quick, and I think I understand the concerns that Member Galloway and Member Armijo Pruitt are putting forward. At the same time, though, just kind of knowing how this process works and sort of being able to function as a board and in that regard, I'm really talking about the PPRB and the OPA process, functioning as a board within that process. We've seen how when we try to function as an entire board within that process, it can take, in the best of times, 2 months, right? Because you've got to introduce it to the subcommittee and bring it to the board for action, and that's of time. Oftentimes, these processes don't go on that long to begin with, particularly when, in some cases, we were getting involved here at the end of the process. So I guess, you know, I see both sides of it here, but at the same time, I think that we all have equal access to this material and equal ability to participate. And we've also decided to delegate some of our authority, if you will, to our representative in that process, who in this case is Dr. Cass, but you know, previously it was another member. So, you know, I think we have to be willing to delegate some of our authority and have some trust in other members to be able to make some of those decisions for us and keep us involved, keep us in the process, keep us in the loop. And you know, that's kind of where I think those emails and things like that come in, is, you know, you might be acting not on a vote. You know, you may not have a full vote of the board on every one of these issues. I don't think that's possible. I don't think that's reasonable. As long as we're sort of kept in the loop of, hey, here's my ideas, and sort of what I've gone by, you know, is if no one responds or nobody says anything, then that's a an approval. You know, if you didn't say anything, if you didn't issue a response or issue your objection to something that you were informed of, then you approved by non-approval. You know, by not saying anything, you're consenting to that, I guess. I think we need to kind of have that understanding informally here. I see the frustration, but I just wanted to say, you know, that I think we got to be cognizant of making sure we can still participate in that process in a timely manner.
Any other comments? If not, I would entertain the
Dr.
sentiment of
Cass,
the board.
Nixon, Dr. Cass Nixon.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Member Nixon.
So I'm kind of seconding what Eric is saying, because it definitely makes sense. I think that I was under the impression with the board that any of the recommendations that would go to APD would go through the board. In other words, we have our eyes on it, we listen to it, and whatever the vote's going to be, whatever it's going to be, that came from the board, not necessarily from individuals. And whether we all agree with it or not, that was the process. So anything that's coming down or being presented to APD for whatever changes they're going to make to whatever policies or whatever it's going to be, is coming from a consensus, at least, or a vetting through the board at any given moment, unless that's different. But I think, Eric, I don't know if I got that wrong, but I think I'm kind of seconding what you're saying there, because I would like to be, you know, put in the loop as a member, to, you know, be left in the loop to at least get eyeballs on things that are going on. It's kind of like it's what we're supposed to do. So.
Any other comments? So that's my report, and we can take a break now, or we can wait until the reports from subcommittees are done. What's the sentiment of the board? Continue? Put your thumb up if you want to continue for 2 more reports.
CRC is super short.
Okay. All right, let's continue through the reports. So we're at item 7C.
Okay, so we met July 28th, and what we did was go through the audited cases, and we went through that with the agency staff. We have a report, a written report that will be ready to present to the board next month with the findings of that review. So we just wanted to let you know that that's kind of where things stand. The committee will meet again in October 27th.
Questions? All right. Personnel Subcommittee, item 7D. Mr. Mitchell, Member Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've been in discussion about the evaluation for the executive director for some time now, and I think what we decided at the last subcommittee meeting was we need to get 2019 and 2020 done. We're proposing that the form that you were included in your packets be the form that's used for the evaluation. We'll continue to work on the 21 evaluation form now that Eric has joined back with us, and try to get the timeline hammered out. But for the sake of getting the evaluations done that are well overdue, we're proposing that we adopt this form to use. It'll also give us a trial run on this form to see if it's going to get us what we need and be a useful tool for Director Harness to get our feedback. So with that, I would make a motion that we adopt this form for the 2019 and 2020 evaluation. I'm assuming that the chairperson, the board chairperson, will facilitate that evaluation process. Is that correct, Bill?
Yeah, I think we need to define who we're going to send this out to. We need to define the process, and I think that's a board decision as to who and maybe. And I think we need some more details about just deadlines and what the process should be before we can. Before we can turn it over to send it out.
Well, then I think at the minimum, we should adopt the form tonight. I'm a little reluctant to delay the process more than it's already been delayed. I think if it was the pleasure of the board, I think the personnel subcommittee, because Bill, you sat on that subcommittee, so I think we could move forward with the initial conversations with Director Harness and get it done. I mean, we're going to be 2 years without the evaluation process, and I would be reluctant to delay further while we try to hammer out dates and whatnot. I think we need to expeditiously move this forward.
No, I'm not suggesting we delay it. I'm just suggesting that we have a discussion about who we want to send this to. We can do this right now. And so, I think it is a board decision as to who participates in this survey, and I just think we need to go on the record as to that part of the process. And I would also, welcome Member Leva's thoughts on this, because he's been involved in this process for a while. But if I'm for facilitating it out as soon as we can.
So I guess that was calling on me here. And looking at the form, I don't see that this is so much of a survey as really a one-on-one interaction, either between the chair and the executive director, or maybe it's the committee and the director. But I don't see that there's really a need to decide who this would be sent to, because the form that we're being presented is really just it calls for 2 signatures. That's the signature of the supervisor, which would be the chair on behalf of the board, and the signature of the employee, which would be the director. So I think that as presented here, we're not actually looking at collecting any data from any outside parties. And I don't see how they would participate in the form as currently drafted if you we're an outside party.
So let me actually make a suggestion here. I think we're still in reports, and I think this constitutes your report substantially, doesn't it, Member Mitchell? And if so, then we can close this and then come, take a break, come back, and then it's on the agenda for taking action, and that's the point at which we would take a vote to approve the form and to whatever other action we decide tonight. So is that a reasonable plan?
Sure.
Okay, so if there are no more questions about this report, and you'll get another chance in a few minutes, I believe we're done with item 7D, and I would suggest that we take a 10-minute break. All right, so we'll meet back at 7:32.
It hit Chicago too. We had to postpone one of our meetings for Benchmark is going to replace IA Pro.
Okay, I believe we're back.
We're live.
We're live. So we're resuming the meeting of the board of the Civilian Police Oversight Agency, and we're at item 8 on the agenda, discussion and possible action items. And the first item is subpoena consideration and issuance for CPC 161-20. So Director Harness, it's to you, please.
Yes, Dr. Cass, Honorable Board, I'm requesting the board issue a subpoena for 2 individuals and possible videotape that they alleged to possess. The date of the incident is June 15th, 2020, around 7:30. A few days later, the CPOA staff took a complaint via phone from Sophia Zaharias. And in her complaint, she alleges 15 minutes after the arrest of the New Mexico Civil Guard and the departure of the ambulance for Scott Williams, they, officers, were forcible removing us from the scene. I was in front of the blockade, batons and shields. There was no reasonable way to leave. I sustained baton bruises on the backside of my bicep, holding my hands behind my head the entire time. I was physically knocked over by this officer using excessive force. I was knocked over 3 times. I have a video of the incident. There were people behind me telling the officers to please stop hitting her. Through the fall, I ended up with scrapes in the front of my feet, and I was able to walk away with a hit of tear gas. My partner sustained rubber bullet injury to the abdomen area, and I drove him to Press, now urgent care. Before driving him, I did ask for badge numbers and supervisors and was denied. We have reached out to Ms. Zaharias, who reached out to our office. She has not responded to any emails or phone calls for our investigator to interview her. The only description of an officer is 6'2" male with blue eyes. Investigator O'Neill has reviewed hundreds of lapel videotapes, on-body recording device tapes, to try to identify just this incident to see if she can, because we don't know the description of the complainant, to try and even identify this sort of act, to try and identify the incident and the officers involved. Without a statement from this complainant and what she says she possesses as a video, there's really not going to be much that we're going to be able to do. So I'm asking for the board to approve a subpoena for her to appear on September 3rd via Zoom at 11:30 in the morning and to produce the video that she alleges that she has.
And I would like to ask our legal counsel to at least describe in some, briefly what our authorization is for this subpoena, so that we, so the board all understands.
Chair Dr. Cass, Honorable Board, the subpoena power is new to the ordinance's last amendment. It appears in section, let me see if I can get that for you, 9-4-1-5J. It provides that the CPOA is authorized to issue subpoenas only as necessary to investigate civilian complaints or to audit and monitor incidences of use of force by police. Prior to seeking a subpoena, the executive director must make a reasonable attempt to exhaust all other avenues for obtaining the information sought. And then it provides, in order for it to issue an administrative subpoena, the executive director must ensure that the inquiry is within the authority of the CPOA, the demand is not too indefinite, the information is relevant to the purpose of the investigation, and all other criteria for the issuance of an administrative subpoena as set forth by New Mexico law are met. It also provides, which is why it's here today, that the executive director must obtain authorization from the board in order to issue a subpoena. A simple majority vote of the membership of the board in favor is required before a subpoena may be issued. I can go on to the other processes and procedures, but I don't know that that is what you're looking for right now.
Oh, thank you. That's what I was hoping you could present. So I would ask if there are any questions from the board regarding the need or any aspect of issuing this subpoena, this request to issue a subpoena. Any comments? So, Member Galloway.
Just out of curiosity, what is it about this particular investigation that has you asking for this this authorization?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Galloway, this is a use of force case that we can't find. It has been investigated by the department itself. So this would be a use of force that we are investigating. The fact that it's a use of force, the fact that it was at a high level protest and is of great public interest has me requesting the subpoena so that we can complete an investigation.
Thank you so much.
Otherwise, it's going to be an administratively closed case, and there won't be much satisfaction for the public in that.
Thank you.
Any other questions, discussion from the board?
Yeah.
Member Nixon has his hand up.
So has the individual refused to give up the video that have we requested it from them without the subpoena and they refused?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Nixon, the actual complainant has not made any contact with us at all. She has not responded to any of our requests. The subject of the other subpoena did reach out to us and sent us an email stating that he would not comply with our requests and he would not cooperate with the investigation.
Okay.
So does that mean we have two subpoenas that were, you said the subject of the other subpoena?
Yes, I'm requesting two subpoenas. I thought I would do them separately. The first one is the complainant, Ms. Aharias.
Oh, okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? So we
I have a question, Bill.
All right, go ahead, Member Mitchell.
Yeah, Mr. Harness, on the second subpoena, that individual actually did not file a complaint. If I understand correctly, it was the original complainant who indicated he had an issue as well.
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Mitchell, yes, but this person, the second person, is a witness and claims to have video evidence as well.
Thank you.
Other questions? So I would entertain a motion to issue a subpoena in this case. How do we identify it? To
issue a subpoena to, sorry, I got to scroll up again. The complainant in CPC 161-20, Sophia Zaharias.
So moved.
All right, so we have a motion to issue a subpoena in this particular case. A second?
Second.
Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we'll have a roll call vote. So by Member Armijo Pruitt.
Yes.
Let's see, Member Galloway.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So the motion carried 6-0. All right, for the second, your second subpoena?
Yes, Chair Dr. Cass, I'm requesting a subpoena for Joseph Hausman, who we believe to be a witness of the event and may be the partner described who was hit by the rubber bullet in the complaint, who has outright refused to cooperate with our investigation. He sent an email to the investigator stating so. And that, but that he has video that he would be willing to turn over to the media, but not necessarily to us for our investigation. So he is a witness and appears to be a critical witness with critical evidence. So I would request a subpoena for Joseph Hausman, September 3rd at 10:30 in the morning, to be interviewed via Zoom and to produce the video evidence that he has in his possession.
Motion to issue a subpoena to Mr. Hausman and CPC 160-120.
Second.
Any discussion? Member Armijo Pruitt.
Did he say why he's unwilling?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Armijo Pruitt, he said he was unwilling because he believed that we were a toothless organization.
I'm sorry, I missed that. You're a what organization?
Toothless.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I have a question. So if the CPO, this is a CPOA request subpoena, or is this on behalf of APD?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Nixon, this would be a CPOA request for subpoena. We would have no jurisdiction to request a subpoena on behalf of APD.
True point. Okay. And so they would not, in the event that we have it, are we required to turn it over to them if we were looking at it for this complaint?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Nixon, I'm not sure I understand the question.
If we get possession, if the subpoena is successful and we have the video, are we required, or can we legally give it to APD for their, let's say there's going to be a lawsuit at some point, and Member Armijo Pruitt, what I suspect is that there's some sort of litigation that they're planning for, and that they have that video as evidence. So of course they want to keep it as close as possible so it's not destroyed or anything like that. But in letting that cat out of the bag, so to speak, in other words, is the intention or a byproduct to have that video be provided to APD, and not on purpose or anything, but at that point, once we get the subpoena, if we decide to give it to APD, is that legal, or is it just specifically for the use at CPOA?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Nixon, any part of the evidence that we use to evaluate the case will be a part of the investigative file, which will go to APD for review for any disciplinary recommendation that may come from the investigation. So it will become a part of the investigative file.
Any other comments, discussion, questions? So we have a motion on the floor, I believe. Member Galloway, yes, to issue a subpoena a second subpoena to the described to the named person I named earlier. So seeing no further discussion, we'll have a roll call vote. Member Armijo Pruitt.
Yes.
Member Galloway.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So that's carried 6-0 to issue a subpoena in the second case.
Chair Dr. Cass, I'll get that over for your attestation signature, and then we'll get it served, and we'll see if we get the cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're now at item 8B, approval of executive director's evaluation form. We'll turn this back over to you, Member Mitchell, unless you have a prior arrangement with
No.
Olivas. Okay.
No, I don't think so. As mentioned earlier, it's recommended that we do the 2019 and 2020 evaluation on the prescribed form, and that we continue to work on the 21 evaluation process.
And so Member Amia Pruitt, you have a question?
Yeah, so I feel like this whole evaluation piece is something that the board itself doesn't really know. I mean, I don't know anything about it really. So when you refer to the prior evaluation not being done and being done on, are you saying this form, or are you saying finish it on a different form? And is this form to be, you refer to it as a survey, does that mean that this form is sent to different stakeholders in the group, staff, CPOA staff, people at APD? Who are we talking about this? Like, how is this information gathered about assessing all of these things on this form?
I think the intent is to the 2021 evaluation, we would have a more broad-based solicitation for input, primarily from the staff and from the board itself. It's kind of after the fact, in all honesty. I mean, these valuations should have been done a year ago, 2 years ago, and I'm sure that Director Harness is anxious to get this resolved, since I've only been on the board a short time, but this is pretty much all we've talked about in the Personnel Committee. So the attempt is to try to move it along, recognizing that in some ways, I believe the board has been remiss in terms of evaluating the director. Mr. Olivas may have a different opinion on that, I don't know, since he chaired the committee prior to my involvement. But I think the goal here is to try to get something that we can get on the record, get going, and then try to continue to work on the 2021 evaluation. And I think with all the work that Board Member Olivas has already done, there is a self-evaluation, there is survey kind of information that would be coming back to the board in the future to do the 2021 evaluation. The time frame that we talked about previously was starting that process, as I recall, sometime September, October. So I don't think it'd be a real protracted time frame to get more information to the board itself for the 2021 evaluation. This one is kind of going after the fact.
Member Olivas has a question or comment.
Yeah, I guess my comment would just be kind of building on what Member Mitchell said there. I think that this is sort of a condensed evaluation because we are doing this after the fact. I've reported to the board numerous times over the last several months on our progress on this issue, and hopefully one of the main things that you all have taken from my reports has been that the best practice that we've identified, which we've done so through consultations with experts at City Legal, City HR, staff at the agency, Director Harness, members of the board, members of the committee. Best practice is to have this be a forward thinking process, meaning you set goals at the beginning in consultation with stakeholders and partners, and of course that individual being evaluated. And then the evaluation is based around those goals and metered to those goals. We don't have that ability at this point for these past evaluations. Again, this goes back to 2019. We don't have that ability to set goals for 2019 or even 2020 at this point, given that the evaluation periods have either elapsed or are largely behind us. So there isn't really a way, I think, to engage the public or engage the agency in a really meaningful way. But I think that what we can do going forward is fix that process with what we've largely ironed out in the personnel committee. So I think that we'll have that ready for presentation at our next meeting. But I think what we're trying to do here really is just clean house and kind of check these boxes off with, unfortunately, the minimal evaluation, which we can now do because we don't have that best practice going back. I don't think it would be fair to the director to hold them accountable for goals that were not set at that time. So this really just measures basic metrics that were either set out in the CASA or in the ordinance. So therefore being implied goals, implied standards, minimum standards, if you will. And what I was saying during the committee report, I think still holds true. I don't know that we have any real decisions to make here as far as who to send this to. The form being presented doesn't really make itself amenable to sending this to staff or CPC members or even board members. Although I do have a few questions as to how some of these may be measured. I think that most of this can be measured with data that's either in the annual report or data that would be provided by the director for the given period that would apply. But I think, in my opinion, I don't think we have a whole lot of choice at this point as to what to do. We've tried to keep the board engaged and engage the proper sources to get the best information on this. And I think that this is our best attempt here at kind of cleaning house.
Does anyone else have questions? Member Galloway.
You're on mute.
I see that. Just a point of clarification, the board did do a 2018 annual evaluation, a 2018 evaluation that was provided to Director Harness in January of this year. So we did do that. We're only missing 2019. We can't do a 2020 because we're in July or in August. We're in August of 2020. So I think that that's important. We're not 2 years behind. We're 1 year behind and need to do that. Just looking at the evaluation form under part 1, primary job duties and expectations, and it's line 27 and 28 of the Excel spreadsheet, review of use of force by police and prepare and present to the board findings. We haven't been doing use of force cases. I don't think that's something that we can include on this evaluation. Director Harness, of course, or his designee has been at the use of force site and has been a part of what APD's investigation is, but we haven't had a report back to the board. So I don't think we can do those two pieces just for lack of having that. And the other thing is there are only 4 board members that can participate in this review at all because 2 of you weren't here. 2 of you were only here for part of the year. So unless we send it to board members who were on the board during those times, the only ones who can do that at all are Dr. Cass, Eric Olivas, Tara, and myself. So I think that that's something to consider as well. It's not appropriate for anybody else to weigh in on the effectiveness of any of this criteria. So that's my comments.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, well taken.
I agree.
And yeah, Member Armia Pruitt.
So I mean, I think that the job description and the requirements of the CASA are goals for evaluation. I mean, I don't know, that brings up, if you're talking about creating different goals that are outside of the job description and the requirements of the CASA, then I think that that's a whole other conversation about what those goals might look like, and that would have to be, you know, a board-wide discussion. I'm not sure, and I'm not sure why that would be necessary, why there would be things that maybe are outside of the job description that are that the executive director should be judged against. Honestly, I haven't looked at the job description for him, so maybe I don't know the how detailed of a description it is. So I guess I'm wondering if you're talking about there not being enough time to seek stakeholder evaluation or comment, what are you talking about doing? Who would look at this document and say, I believe there's a, you know, yes, improvement is needed or no improvement is not needed on any of these categories as an individual person or as a committee? What are you proposing?
I would guess, based on what Board Member Galloway just said, it would be the 4 people that were present on the board in 2019.
Can I jump in on this conversation?
Yeah, so to clarify here, and you know, I pardon my frustration here, but we've been talking about this and reporting on this for months now, as far as kind of what we're trying to do. And again, that best practice would be to lay out those goals. Obviously, the goals that are stated in the CASA or in the ordinance are automatic, right? But the point here being that the board is responsible for oversight of the executive director. That's one of our main authorities. And so the board should be the one that specifically sets those goals, not relying on the ordinance or the CASA to set those goals. And if the board was to see that there was a need for something above and beyond that, that would potentially be an option within the new process that we're finalizing. But I think that my point here being, it's very difficult to try to go back and find, obviously you can't go back and set goals above and beyond what was already stated in those governing documents. So, and as far as the data here, I think if you look at a lot of these questions, a good number of these are really either data points or they are sort of subjective. And I think that that's a challenge to this, but the fact that we weren't collecting any sort of data on this in a forward thinking manner, meaning, you know, looking at 2019 starting and moving into the future, you can't really go back and get that now in some cases. And as far as what Member Galloway said about 2020, again, the issue that we have with 2020 is we're already halfway through this evaluation cycle. So again, it's not as hard as going back to 2019 and getting some of this, but it's harder than with a forward process where we would start 2021 with, you know, these are the goals and here's the data we're going to collect to measure those goals. Here are the questions we're going to ask to measure those goals. And that way, really, when the process is over, when 2021 is over, we already have everything. It's a matter of condensing that into a final form like this. So, you know, I don't really have the right answers for this. It's just not really a perfect position.
Member Galloway.
I agree wholeheartedly. I don't think that you can do anything but evaluate solely off of the ordinance and the CASA. That is it. And if that's all we can do, and I agree that's all we can do, I'm curious as to why not just use the exact same form that we used last year that literally was a copy and paste of those 2 documents. I mean, I believe, Eric, you have that document. Doug, I don't know if you've seen it, but it's not a surprise to Director Harness. It is, for the most part, it is largely a yes or no, this was done or this was not done, which can be evaluated. It is truly data driven. Were the reports to the city given when they were supposed to be? Did we make suggested policy changes as, you know, the governing documents tell us we need to? Those kinds of things. Expectations that the board has historically laid out, you know, responding to emails at the pob.gov email address that goes to the whole board, things that are not a surprise. And I'm just curious why we're reinventing the wheel with no extra benefit, no gained benefit.
Member Mio Pruitt, you have a question, comment?
Yeah, I just I haven't seen the various different, you know, the various forms, and I kind of feel a little bit like the approach that's being taken tonight is, we've been working on this for months and now you guys must approve this thing that we're talking about right now. And there seems to be some level of frustration about it, but I don't remember ever being brought some alternative form that we've discussed previously. Am I wrong? Okay, so it kind of feels to me like if that's not the case, if it's been an ongoing thing that's been worked on for months and now it's like, here's this form, we need to have it right now because it's not fair for it to take any longer, you guys got to vote on it right now. Like, that's kind of what it feels like to me. I am sure that you guys have worked hard on this. I'm sure that the things look appropriate outside of the stuff that Chantal brought up about what didn't apply to last year, because last year we weren't seeing any use of force cases. But also, I don't understand why a whole new form was required if what we used before worked fine for before, and you have an eye towards changing it from this thing you're talking about now too, right? So what's the point of this interim document being used?
Well, I think part of the process of the thought process was that in some regard, we would be sampling the effectiveness of this evaluation form retroactively by doing the 2019. And then we would have a better feel for, is this even viable? And it may not be viable. And I know, you know, Eric has a lot more information around than I do, because I just chaired one committee meeting. But I will say it is a bit frustrating that, you know, 2020 is going to be gone soon and we're still not going to do 2019. And if I'm sitting in the director's chair right now, I'm thinking, you guys can't hold me accountable for anything because you haven't evaluated me. And so you have given me no feedback as to performance. And so in some ways it is a cleanup. I don't disagree, Board Member Pruitt, but you know that it is a cleanup activity that we're proposing, you know, going forward. So I mean, I don't know what else to say. You know, Board Member Olivas may have other thoughts or other input, but I think that's what we discussed at the last board meeting was let's get this thing moving down the road, and realizing that, you know, if it was the pleasure of the board that we use the form that was in 2018, although I haven't seen it, that wouldn't cause me any heartburn because it's all after the fact anyway at this point.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't want to throw you know, that this form that we're presenting here, honestly, this is my first time seeing it as well, or it was in the email that we got with the meeting, and that's partly in fault to me being on leave for this last month of July. So you know, but this has been sort of a problem that we've known about at the board level and certainly at the subcommittee level for some time, that this evaluation is only going on longer. And I'm completely fine with the suggestion that Member Galloway had of using that 2018 form, if that provides everyone some security that we're using a form that's known to folks, although I think probably the only ones that know it are Chantel and Dr. Cass and myself at this point, and I haven't even seen it actually be used other than in final form. So, but you know, I think that's an option as well. But I think that this is all kind of, on one hand, it's a moot point because the period has already passed. We're not really evaluating anything new here, and you know, on the flip side here, what's really important is that we get this fixed going forward and have a process that allows the board the most possible oversight and the most possible supervision so that we can offer input and offer our help to the agency and to the director where it's needed, and act in a managerial and supportive capacity. So I realize that's a form or a document that you all haven't seen outside of the personnel subcommittee where we've seen multiple iterations of it, but that's not what we're presenting tonight. I think that really we're just looking at going backwards here and trying to close out some of these things. But you know, I'm fine with going to that form that was used in 2018. I think that that's a fine solution.
I just have a comment, and I believe that the 2018 form was sent out not only to the board, but it was also solicited staff input. And so that's another decision that I think whatever we do, we also have to decide who we're sending this to. And the staff was sent the form before, so I believe, you know, that's an appropriate consideration. So, Member Galloway.
Yeah, if you guys would like to see it, I have a kind of redacted version of it up on my screen so that you guys can see what was done last year. And then the parties that it was sent to was board members, only current board members. We had a vote about including board members who were serving during the evaluation period, which failed then. That doesn't necessarily mean that it has to fail now. It was sent to Dr. Ginger, and it was sent to staff. Those are the only parties that were involved. We talked about additional parties. We had a much bigger, broader list that was originally approved by the board. And then we had a breach of privacy, of confidentiality. And this evaluation tool was sent to Ion Albuquerque and various other sources, which brought the conversation back and narrowed down the parties that would receive it. So that's kind of the history of what happened. But I do have it, you guys can see it. If you want to allow me to share my screen, that's an option.
I'm trying to decide at this point what purpose that would serve. I mean, if I'm not sure that we are in a position to adopt a form that is being seen for the first time at this meeting, at this, you know, right now. So whether we show it, I mean, it seems that we need a decision as to how we're going to proceed on this process. And if the decision is that we want to look at this, and I think, you know, if we're going to take a vote tonight on adopting a form, then we can look at it. But unless we're going to look at something, unless we're going to, you know, move forward, it seems to me it wouldn't be useful to see the form particularly. I mean, what we're trying to avoid doing an online evaluation of a form that hasn't had any other, you know, consideration, hasn't had a chance for study by the board.
Except for it has for
not this board and not this
four members anyway.
Not this board and not this meeting.
I don't think it has any less consideration than the other form, but that's whatever you guys want to do. It's available.
Well, yeah. So, Member Olivas, you had your hand up.
So I think in the interest of moving things forward here and whatnot, I'm not the holder of this discussion, but I just wanted to propose an idea here as to a solution. because I think if we were to use the form as proposed, I don't think it's ready for execution because we haven't identified how we would collect some of these things that we're asking about, and we haven't identified who we would ask for that data. And if we move to the other form, I think we also have challenges that we would need to explore. That being said, I'm wondering if we could organize a special meeting of, we could do a special meeting of the board, or we could do a special meeting of the personnel committee in the very near future to try and iron this out with the specific goal of looking at 2019 and 2020 so that we can wrap that up and get those items cleared so that that way the committee can focus on going forward and getting a new evaluation cycle started. So I think, because that's one of the challenges we've had in the committee is that, you know, members are getting sidetracked. You know, I'm talking about one thing and then somebody else is thinking about the current evaluation or for 2019 and 2020. And so there's a lot of confusion there just within the subcommittee because we have these sort of competing demands and competing interests. And so I think if we were able to really work very hard on clearing that backlog, then we can focus solely on the moving forward part. So I don't know.
Well, I think we're limited to what we can discuss tonight as to whether we want to take action on this executive director evaluation form. So I think to proceed, one possibility to proceed would be to move to table this and then then take it back to the committee, and it would be up to the committee to decide how to deal with this. So I think the only consideration we have tonight is whether to go forward on this motion or to table the motion. I would entertain a motion to table this discussion on this form and send it back to the committee.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion about tabling this and sending it back to the committee?
Yeah,
yes.
to add one item of discussion here. It's really not discussion, it's logistics. Would the members of the committee be available on Thursday, August 20th for a special meeting of the committee to try and resolve this so that we can present it at the next meeting?
I just, if you'll hold that thought for a second, I'd ask our counsel has her hand up and she may be able to give us some good information about this. Counsel Gooch, please.
Thank you, Chair Dr. Cass and Board Member Olivas. I don't want to dissuade getting a meeting set, but I do just want to point out a couple things I heard in the discussion tonight for that meeting of the subcommittee to please be aware of and keep in mind as you're having those discussions. I heard a thought about who was actually going to do this evaluation, and it absolutely must be the board. You cannot and should not rely on anyone at the city to help you or do this evaluation, because you as the board are the sole bosses of your executive director. That's part of the ordinance that has been provided, that's set forth, that says that while he is a full-time city employee, he is responsible only to the board. So as you're having these discussions, please keep that in mind as far as who's going to do the evaluation and how it's going to happen. I would recommend that it is very board-centric, not only with compiling the data, but also presenting it to the executive director, and that you really keep cognizant of the fact that you are independent and as is the executive director. The other part of that is you should remain also cognizant of what Mr. Board Member Olivas has mentioned, which is you do have a statutory or ordinance duty to do this every year. And so time is of the essence to ensure that we keep this moving and get this done quickly so that you are in compliance with the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Member Olivas, what it seems to me that we should decide on the disposition of this item on the agenda, and then we can have a discussion about whether we can have a personnel subcommittee, or at what point we can have a personnel subcommittee. Yes, Member Pruitt.
I just had a quick question. I noticed on the agenda, it says approval of form, but it doesn't like name the form. So we could actually, I believe, unless someone says otherwise, we could vote on using the prior form. That form has been made available to us in the past. The director is familiar with the expectations of the form, and that would get us moving faster. So that's just something to consider.
Well, with that option, we have a motion on the floor to table this. If we defeat that motion, then we can go back to, approving a form. So let me call for a vote on tabling. So I'll take a roll call vote on tabling. Member Armino Pruitt.
No.
Member Galloway.
No.
Member Mitchell. Member Mitchell. A vote to table. Your vote to table.
No.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
And the chair votes no. So we are not tabling the motion. It was voted down 4-2, I believe. So now we have it back on it's back for consideration whether we want to adopt another form. So
I would move that we adopt the form that was used in 2018, honoring the previous board's decision that form was adequate for evaluating the director.
is there a second?
A second.
Discussion.
I just wanted to say, while I support this, I think that there's a bit of, if you're not comfortable voting on a form that you haven't seen, or a process that hasn't been fully fleshed out, but then we are comfortable voting on a form that has been seen, but I'm not sure that we're fully clear. I am, but I just think it's a little bit interesting that we're okay with swapping the form that no one has actually seen in recent history, but we're not okay with using the form that was presented. But I'm going to support this anyway. But
Member Armino Pruitt.
So the form, while we may not all be familiar with it in recent time, it has been implemented. It was found acceptable and used, and the person being evaluated is familiar with it and with what the expectations were of it. So it's not entirely unvetted. I don't believe there's symmetry there with the two examples, but that's.
I would add also that Director Harness also helped to develop the form. So he weighed in, approved this, was fully on board with this when we created it.
Any other comments? So is there a motion on
Mm-hmm.
the form? I've lost track here. I'm not sure. We had a motion to accept so we have a motion on the floor to vote to approve the executive director's evaluation form of 2018.
For the purposes of the 2019 evaluation.
For the purpose of, yes, thank you for that clarification. And all right, that's is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion.
2019. This is not for 2020.
Yes, that clarification was made, I believe. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to approve the executive director's evaluation form used in 2018 for the purpose of evaluating 2019. I'd like a roll call vote for that motion, seeing no further discussion. Member Armio Pruitt,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes, so that's approved 6-0. Now, I think in order to move this process forward, we should agree on who this form is sent to. I think that's part of the process. And I believe that Councilor Gooch has indicated that it should be solely by the board. And I believe that the previous form was also sent to the staff, so I think that's a consideration. So Councilor Gooch, would you give us some clarification on that, please?
Thank you, Chair Dr. Cass and Honorable Board. No, it's that the final review and determination of the final evaluation needs to be with the board. The board can take any kind of input it would like from the community, staff, stakeholders, however the board would like to do that. It's ultimately how the information is digested and presented to the director that should come from the board.
So I think we need to, define who we're going to send this form to. And I believe if we operate from the previous way this form was used, it was the staff and the board members who were members during that period of time. Is that correct? And Dr. Ginger.
Yes.
So do we have a motion to, yes.
I just wanted to clarify, are you saying staff? So would we also hold it to the same staff who was also employed during 2019, right?
Yes. I don't believe that has not changed, right?
Well, we have Valerie and we have,
Oh, yes, okay.
when did our
Yeah,
policy on it?
Alina Bossi, right. Yes,
Right.
Yes, you're right. Yes, so if staff, anyone who is not present in 2019 would not be a reviewer, is that right? Is that, okay. I mean, it's up to us to make that decision. Yes, Member Armio Pruitt.
So then what about people who were on staff and were on the board during 2019, but are not currently either?
I believe in the past, we decided that we were not going to reach out, we were not going to go retroactive to someone who'd left the board.
In the past.
The last time,
Yes.
Historically, we did not do that. So that's certainly a consideration, but we don't have a proposal right now as to exactly who we're going to send this to. So we'll need that. So, Member Armio Pruitt.
So I'm willing to go with whatever we did in the past as a blanket thing if people are more comfortable with that. The idea to me that you would exclude people who were not currently engaged feels like we're missing an opportunity to get some feedback that might be useful. When I'm assessing my program, I look for people who've left my program to assess me personally as a supervisor, to assess, what it will get that feedback that has left with the person that might be helpful. So that's something to consider, and whether we decide on that for this one or not, I think going forward, that's something that we should talk about for the next evaluation if people aren't comfortable with it right now.
Thank you. Member Olivas.
I mean, I get where we're coming from on that, but I'm just thinking for the sake of simplicity and as far as, if our rationale here is that we're comfortable with what was done in the past, then I feel like the easiest and best thing to do here would be to stick with using the format that was used previously, though I do understand the value of reaching out to people that may have other information.
So I would entertain a motion that produces a list of people. So is there a motion to
Chantal has her hand up.
yes, I know. I've moved on to, I'm asking for whether there's a motion to suggest a list or to create a list of people that we send this to. So is that the subject of your?
I think that if everybody else gets to weigh in, I should be able to too. You're muted.
I think that's up to the chair to decide.
I think that's true. So I'm waiting for your go ahead.
And so what I'm saying, I'm recognizing you now.
Okay, thank you. Eric, to your point about following suit with what we did last year, I think that a critical difference that the board should consider as to the decision about including former board members is that there are only 2 of us that were serving on the board for the entirety of 2019 and only 2 more that were only partially 2019. So at best you get 2.5 accuracy response.
So could you put that in the form of a motion? I mean, in order to take action, we need to have a motion as to.
I'll make a motion. I move that we've already voted on using the form. I would move that those that involve themselves with the development of this form be board members that were on all or partial of 2019, any staff person that was employed by the agency in 2019, and the monitor.
Second.
Any discussion? Yes, member Armijo Pruitt.
So that wording, any staff member that was employed in 2019 means that any that are now employed or were employed during that time. So am I to understand, so you're saying that all board members from 2019 are included or not?
No.
No, so you're saying it's two different approaches there?
No, I'm suggesting any employee who is still employed that was employed in 2019. Any board member who's still a board member in 2019.
Thank you for that clarification.
Would it be easier to have a date certain so that anybody who was a board member or a member of the staff on 12/31/19, so that there's some specifics?
I'm fine with that language. So I would amend that anybody who was employed as of 12/31/2019.
I'm not, it seems, I'm not sure I quite understand it. Are we trying to include people? Does this exclude people who no longer are on the board or on the staff that are currently on the board or staff?
Yes. We're trying to include only people that are presently employed, that were employed in 2019, and only board members that are presently board members in 2019.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. So if that's the motion on the floor. Did we have a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, discussion. All right, seeing no discussion, I'd like a roll call vote. All in favor of the motion to send the form to board members who are on the board and were on the board in 2019, and staff who are currently employed and were employed in 2019. the vote member Armio Pruitt. This is to send the form to those members. I'm getting punchy here.
I'm saying, I don't know if you heard me because I let go of my mic, but I'm voting no.
Member Galloway.
I'm voting no as well.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So the motion carried 4-2. So we have a form for 2018, and we're going to send it to board members and staff who were currently on the board and were on or staff and were on the board or staff during 2019, some point in 2019. So I believe we're at the end of that item. So moving forward, we're at item 8D. No, I'm sorry. 8C, approval of the board appeal finding letter for CPC 046-20. So I believe this is Member Galloway.
Yes, but I don't know if everybody had an opportunity to review that letter. This is the letter of the findings of the appeal hearing last month. I actually think that when I took a second look at it after having a little bit of distance, I might recommend that the form be approved with the deletion of that very first paragraph. But it's also not a hill I'm willing to die on.
So do we have a motion to approve the board appeal finding letter for CPC 046-20?
So moved.
Second. So hearing no second.
Second.
Thank you.
I thought you did the same.
Okay, discussion. If you'd like to amend the motion to appeal the letter as submitted, now would be the time to make that amendment.
I'm just opening it back up. So the only language that I would get rid of is the piece about our office received the complaint you filed on October 4th, 2019 against Albuquerque Police Department Officer C for an incident that took place on September 30th, 2019. The Civilian Police Oversight Agency investigator was assigned to investigate your complaint. The CPOA thoroughly and impartially investigated the complaint. Below is a summary of the complaint and the CPOA investigation findings. What I would keep in there is the original complaint language, the original investigation language, the appeal language, which is a summary of the evidence that was reviewed during our closed hearing last month, and the conclusion. This letter in some form needs to go back to the complainant and to the chief of police.
So is it clear as to what is the remainder of the letter that actually will be sent out?
I would hope so. I've said that it was just getting rid of the first paragraph. I've read the first paragraph and I've said what remains. So I hope that's clear.
I don't know if that was a motion, but I would second or make the motion if it was.
Yeah.
So we have a motion and a second to amend. Did we get a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to amend the letter that's of record here to omit the first paragraph, reading, would you reread just the first sentence of that?
Deleting the paragraph that begins, our office received the complaint you filed on October 4th, 2019 against APD Officer C for an incident that took place on September 30th, 2019.
Okay, so that, all right, so that should clarify. Does anyone have any questions about what the letter, what remains of the letter with, as amended? So hearing no further discussion, I'd like a roll call vote on amending, on the amendment. So Member Armijo Pruitt,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So the amendment passes 6-0. And now on the original motion to approve the letter, any more discussion?
Thank you for doing this, Chantel.
My pleasure.
Seeing no further discussion, I'd like a roll call vote on the original, on the letter as amended. Member Armijo Pruitt,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So that motion passes 6-0 to approve the amended, the letter is amended. So moving on to item 8D, discussion of board members' response to public inquiries. I put this on the agenda at the request of Member Galloway, who requested this last month. I don't know if you have anything that you would like to present regarding this item.
No, not really. I mean, this is just so that we could take action on the discussion that was had last month about having somebody appointed to officially represent the board. We couldn't vote on it last month because it wasn't an agenda item.
So I have some comments I'd like to make, and that is that I think this is, there is some guidance that I think we should look at before we take action on this item. And I think that there's information in our own policies and procedures when we adopted the conduct and ethics section that board members would be capable of making a response to public inquiries regarding the nature of the board function and what the board tasks were. In addition, if you there's been some good information that's come out regarding this same kind of public relations or public inquiries at the NACO meetings, and I would especially recommend sessions 6 and 7, which deal with this somewhat extensively, and a number of other issues as well. But what I would suggest is that we create a policy and maybe that requires a task force, or maybe it should be up to a committee to actually create a policy for how we're going to deal with media inquiry. But I would suggest that we table this until we table the motion, or we table the item, and that we create we send this to a committee for creating a policy. I don't believe it's the kind of thing that we can create tonight. So the question would be, who deals with this and how we're going to, create some kind of a policy.
You want a motion?
We could have we could entertain a motion to table, yes.
Well, couldn't you entertain a motion to send the policy subcommittee or assign?
Yes, go ahead.
So I would make a motion that we assign this task to the policy subcommittee to develop a policy related to board members' response to public inquiries.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
The only thing I would add is that maybe this is more in the domain of the outreach committee, because it is an outreach issue at its heart. And then the other thing that I would just add that we may want to consider is some of the language, and it's not saying that this isn't something we could change, but I think some of the language in our policies and procedures would imply that this is currently the job of the chair to represent the board. I think it's more of a broad language like that, and it just may be something that in this process we want to define, but I might suggest that this is more in the domain of
Director Harness, you want to make a comment?
Yes, Chair Dr. Cass, my comment was more along the lines of Member Olivas, that maybe this is something for outreach, especially given the monumental tasks that policy has before them at this point.
Okay, well, I would amend my motion then to refer the matter to the outreach committee.
Thank you.
I would second.
All right, so we have I think you can amend your original motion. So the motion is to send this task to the outreach committee for develop a policy. And we have a second. Any more discussion? We'll vote on this. Member Armijo Pruitt?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Mitchell?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Olivas?
yes.
And the chair votes yes, so the motion carries 6-0 to send this policy or development to the outreach committee. Next item 8E, approval of the October, November 2020 board meeting dates changes. So Director Harness, I believe you have the information necessary.
Yes, Dr. Cass, honorable board, we have a conflict for our October scheduled meeting date. Earlier in the day, Ms. Sagala sent possible meeting dates for October. So we need the board to decide on which date you would like to hold your October meeting.
Director Harness, I'd sent a question back asking, is October 12th a holiday for the city?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Mitchell, I'm getting a shake of the head no.
Okay.
Okay, so the three dates are, the suggested dates were Tuesday, October 6th, Monday, October 12th, or Tuesday, October 20th. Do I have a motion to change the date to Tuesday, October 6th?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Should we have a vote? So member in favor of changing the meeting date to Tuesday, October 6th, Member Armijo Pruitt.
Yes.
Member Galloway.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So the motion to change the October meeting date to October 6th passes 6-0. And we're moving on. So we are at item 9, review of cases, administratively closed cases. Do I hear a motion to accept administratively closed case 147-20 and 155-20?
Chairman, before you move on, were we going to change the November date as well?
Chair Dr. Cass, I guess that was pre-meeting discussion. We no longer need to move the November
okay.
Meeting date that was worked out earlier in the day today.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I was aware of that, or I thought it was, and I forgot to tell you that. Thank you. So we're back to item 8, or item 9, and ask for a motion to to accept the administratively closed cases 147-20 and 155-20. Do I hear a motion to accept those cases?
Closed cases to accept the administrative.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? Hearing no discussion, I would ask for a roll call vote to administratively close these cases. Member Armijo Pruitt.
Yes, I actually did have a question. It's very fast. 2 things. One, I wanted to say that I appreciated the follow through from the agency on 147-20 in like getting the information from that complainant or trying to. And then on the 155-20 with the guy who wrote in a complaint for one and a commendation for the other, what happens to the commendation? Like, does that get forwarded on to that officer or her boss? Yes. Okay. Thank you. So I vote yes.
Member Galloway.
Yes.
Member Mitchell. Did I hear yes?
Yeah, I get, yeah.
Okay. I'll take that as a yes. Member Olivas. I'm sorry. I got out of order. Member Nixon.
Yes.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So that the motion to accept administratively closed cases 147-20 and 155-20 passes 6-0. Item 10, request for reconsideration of case 098-18. Do I hear a motion to reconsider case 098-18?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
What
ahead.
exactly is a request to reconsider? Is this a thing that we can do apart from an appeal? And I guess secondarily, who filed it? Who filed the request? Are we doing this on behalf of Mayor Keller? Like, did his office kick this back to us?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Galloway, no. In the ordinance, there is a classification request for reconsideration, which is essentially an appeal request. It comes under 2 different names, depending on whether it's under the policies and procedures or under the ordinance. It's simply that we are not acting on behalf of the mayor. We are acting on behalf of the letter that this complainant sent to the mayor's office, which the mayor's office forwarded to us. So in order to have the board consider it, I put it on the agenda, or we agreed to put it on the agenda with Chair Dr. Cass, under this broad spectrum so that it could receive its full consideration.
So, any other questions?
Wouldn't it be, sorry, Chair, go ahead.
So if any other, any other questions? If I believe we have a motion and a second to reconsider to.
We don't.
Oh,
And I would move that we don't reconsider in this format, that if the complainant wants us to reconsider it, that he follow the process that was laid out for him, both in his findings letter and in this letter back from Mayor Keller's office, and he can file an appeal. That's my motion.
So we have a motion. So we have a motion and a second to not reconsider this case. Director Harness.
Yes, thank you, Chair Dr. Cass. This case was originally closed through a preliminary investigation by an investigator in the office who reviewed the lapel videos and the CADs and reached a conclusion and administratively closed the case. So there's two standards by which to evaluate this reconsideration. Is it timely for an appeal within 30 days? And then there's the three criteria by which to evaluate this case. And it is clearly not timely. It is not here within 30 days from the letter. The other standard would be an administratively closed case, which could be reopened with new information. I don't believe that there's any new information that's provided in this letter. So I would urge that the motion be specific and detail that type of language, as opposed to simply we're denying your request for reconsideration.
Then I would amend my motion to say that we deny this request to reopen the case based on the fact that the request was not timely and that there's no new evidence that's presented. Does that suffice?
Is there a second?
I have a question based on the fact that, like, okay, so we're going to say it isn't done in a timely manner, but the investigation and the findings letter to begin with took 18 months in this case. And so I think it's kind of a rich irony to turn around and say, sorry, you didn't do it in time, when one of his complaints is that we didn't do it in time.
So we have a motion on the floor. We're lacking a second. And I think before we continue the discussion, we need to deal with this motion. So do I hear a second for this motion?
Second.
All right, now we can have some discussion. So Member Olivas.
So I agree with the second part of this motion, or the amended motion. I reviewed the original complaint and I reviewed the appeal. And unfortunately, I don't see any information that was presented or offered. And in fact, I believe that the appeal actually contradicts the original complaint in several ways, where statements that the appellate made in the original complaint are then not redacted, but are denied in the appeal, or, you know, I never said that type of thing, when in fact we have that in the original complaint. So on those grounds, I'm more than happy to support this motion, but unfortunately I'm going to have to vote against it because, as Member Pruitt said, I have a problem with telling someone that they have to respond within 30 days, but our agency basically doesn't have a timeline, even though we do statutory, we have a 120-day timeline, but you know, we're going to hold them firmly to their 30 days. So I'll be voting against this for that reason.
Can I re-amend that?
There's no statutory 120-day time limit. There's a 120-day time limit based upon a collective bargaining agreement. That's not a statute. However, the 30-day appeal timeline is in an ordinance. Two different standards.
Good.
I'm
sorry. Is there some clarification that you could provide for the 18-month period, you know, that it took for review? I'm curious as to what was going on. I mean, were there extenuating circumstances?
I don't, Chair Dr. Cass, I don't know. It's not going to change the facts of the case.
No, I understand. I'm just curious about the, about the length of time that it required to get resolution to this case.
I think that's a separate issue, and it's not an issue for consideration for a matter for reconsideration.
Okay, but I'm just trying to find out what is the, some background about this case. So
I don't know. It was 2018, and I can't tell you without going back and looking at the file what the delay was, aside from, you know, caseload and, you know, the usual the usual evaluations of evidence. And if you see something that's not there, then you move on to something that is there, and then you move back to it at another time. I don't know. You know, this was 2 years ago.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, Member Armia Pruitt.
So just speaking to that, I mean, I'm sensing some degree of frustration with being asked the question coming from you, Director Harness, but please realize that there's some degree of frustration from us as well. This case was on the agenda, and then we ask specifics about it, and you say, I don't know because it's 2 years old, but possibly it could be something that was reviewed before we came to meet to discuss this issue. So I too feel a little bit of frustration about the set of questions that are still being asked about timelines.
Well, Chair Dr. Cass, Member Armijo Pruitt, sure, I am frustrated because you're being asked to evaluate a certain set of questions for reconsideration. And those standards are laid out in your policies and procedures. That's the only matter to be considered at this point. If you want to have a different discussion about investigation timelines, we can do that, and we can have that discussion, but it's not an evaluation of whether or not a reconsideration should be granted.
Duly noted, but we have tried to have this conversation over a number of different meetings to which nothing comes of them. So I will excuse your frustration if you will excuse mine for this meeting. Thank you.
Now, all that said, I would amend my motion once again to deny the request to reopen this investigation based on a lack of new evidence presented.
Second.
Further discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Eric, you said you had found some contradictions in the second letter versus the original complaint. If you remember, real briefly, do you remember what those were offhand, just in general?
Yeah, I believe at one point in the original complaint, he notes that one officer there was many, I think there were 4 or 5, one officer apologized to him or told him, I'm sorry about this, I'm sorry this happened, or something to that effect. Mm-hmm. In the appeal, he says that no one ever apologized to him from any of those officers. And I think there's another contradiction where he talks about, and don't quote me on this, I could be wrong, but it's with the being told as to why he was being detained or something like that. And in the original complaint, he notes that he overheard this he possibly overheard it, or someone might have told him. And in the appeal, he is firm that he overheard this or something like that. But I don't think we have any new information.
Okay. Yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking. I'm not so hooked on the timeline thing, because I think we have some internal problems when it comes to getting these things back out and responded to in a timely manner. We've all known that there have been some issues as far as that's concerned. But I think that, to Eric's point, there's no new evidence. And because there's no new evidence, that's, that is what it is. And I do think that both of those issues do pertain here. But again, I think that there's just no new evidence presented.
So any further discussion by the board? Without,
I don't want to be. I do want to point out on this issue of timelines, I'm actually pulling up from the public website of the oversight process here. There's a flow chart, and on the flow chart, it actually specifically says up to 90 days to complete investigation with possible extension to 120 days. And this is referring to the investigation within the oversight process. So I just wanted to reiterate that if that maybe that's bad information and we need to change that, but we can't be telling the public one thing and then holding ourselves to another.
Agreed.
Any other comments All right, so we have a motion on the floor to deny the request for reconsideration based on the fact that no new evidence has been presented. Have I stated that accurately? All right, so we'll take a roll call vote. Member Armijo Pruitt.
Yes.
Member Galloway.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So the motion passes 6-0 to deny the appeal or to deny the request for reconsideration for case 098-18. Moving along. We are at item 11, serious use of force cases, officer involved shooting. We have 3 cases for consideration tonight, and I would like to just present what I think is the process that has been followed in order to get to this point where we're actually reviewing cases which have gone through, have come over from APD. So if I can share my screen, I will show you what I have here.
Dr. Cass, can I ask a question?
Yes.
These 3 cases and the materials that pertain to them, are they on SharePoint?
Yes. No, they're not on SharePoint. They were sent out on an email with a link to an APD with an APD link. If you can give me more, Director Harness, I think, can give you more detail. But so I take that means you have not seen these cases?
No, I've not seen these. And if I miss the email, I'll eat that. My fault. But I haven't seen these. Director Harness, were you the one that sent that email out with the links?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Nixon, no, I do not send out those. Those come from Lieutenant Smith from the Administrative Lieutenant of the Force Review Board.
Yes, Member Armijo Pruitt. You're muted.
Sorry, I don't know why I wouldn't unmute. Were there not 4 cases that we were sent?
That's correct, but one of them was not put on the agenda because it was a canine related case, and we don't, it was policy not to consider those.
So we don't consider use of force mitigated through a canine?
If you could provide, I believe this was an earlier decision of the board, and Director Harness, you can provide more information, I'm sure.
Okay.
Sure, Chair Dr. Cass, Member Armijo Pruitt, the board has traditionally not done canine arrest cases.
Is there some reason behind that?
If you want to resurrect the discussion and have a discussion about whether or not the board wants to review dog bite cases, then the board can take up that issue. But in the past, it has not, the serious use of force cases has not involved the use of a dog.
So I think the short answer is it was a board decision, and you can revisit board decisions, but it was, but that's what it was. So
then we were sent that case. Why? That was just an oversight?
No, because the cases are sent by APD, who sends cases to us that go through the force review board process. So they send over cases. We choose which cases to review. We selected the cases and to review and put them on the agenda for review. So
okay,
that would be the way to determine what gets reviewed.
Thank you. I wasn't aware that that was the case. That must have been before my time. But it is kind of interesting that we can decide what to review in this domain, but not in the domain of the many cases that get sent to the agency that the agency feels like could be handled better elsewhere, and they can't decide. So I know it's a different kind of thing because these are being looked at separately, and we're just reviewing what's been investigated. But okay, thank you for that.
So so what I would like to do is just sort of present, for whatever purpose, to what happens with a use of force incident. And so you should be able to see this on your screen. A use of force incident occurs. APD goes through a review process, review and investigation process, which is described in SOP 257. And I've actually flowcharted that process as well. And it's it amounts to several levels of review by from immediately following the incident, where IA is called out to to be present at the scene. It goes through. They have early timelines to meet of 24, 72 hours. It goes through a chain of command review and various cycles and checks. But once it's gone through that review, there's several outcomes that can occur. One is if it's a serious use of force, where it will also be reviewed by the multi-agency task force, which consists of representatives from these various organizations. And then that can also result in criminal charges to the APD officer. These are things that don't concern us, but they're an effect of, an overall effect of a serious use of force. If it's a level 1, 2, or 3 use of force, it can go through an IA administrative investigation, where civil type discipline can be meted out to the officer. If it's a level 3 use of force, then IAFD investigates that and reports on certain points, which they have, which we've actually received training on, but includes the use of force relevant. The officer misconduct that might be related to that use of force. They evaluate whether there was officer misconduct according to SOPs, law, and various levels of law. They also identify deficiencies and concerns. And I think if you've seen these, if you've looked at these review cases, the last 3 view graphs, itemizes the misconduct, the levels of misconduct, and also itemize the deficiencies and concerns with tactics, training, policy, equipment, and supervision. So those are the criteria for review. That information is then presented to the Force Review Board, and the Force Review Board is constituted by SOP 258, and they receive this information. They then render a finding, and we get sort of a distilled version of of what has been presented to the use of force or to the Force Review Board. I would also mention that Director Harness sits as at least a non-voting member of the Force Review Board, and so is available at Force Review Board meetings. And from the presentations that are heard at those Force Review Board meetings and his investigation into a more complete file, an investigation file, he also renders his findings. So we have access eventually to the Force Review Board review and the director findings, and what our review then results in reporting our findings to the chief. So we report to the chief and that's the that comes in the form of recommendations. So given that, I would turn this back over. I'll stop this share and turn this back over to Director Harness, who I believe is going to present these cases.
Chair Dr. Cass, APD case 18-012233. My review of this case included responding to the scene and being briefed on December 23rd, 2018. A review of the CADs, APD field reports, criminalistic reports, crime scene photos, internal affairs reports, officer interviews, the Force Division reports, command review, the multi-agency task force reports, Office of Medical Investigator, witness statements, the OBRD, and then APD policy use of force 2-52, and attending the Force Review Board briefing on the 26th of March of 2020. Member Oliva sent an email earlier this week regarding the review of the cases and whether there was the board to do an independent review as opposed to possibly the board being influenced by my review. Would the board like to discuss this case and reach a conclusion, and then I can enter my findings as well?
So I would invite, I mean, I think it's useful to get this information, get this on the table. So if you would like to comment, Member Olivas, on your question, I think that would be appropriate at this time. If you still have a question, I mean, if you know, I'd be curious as to whether your fears were allayed.
Well, I think it's just the fact that we haven't really gone through this process. So, you know, I guess my question was just that I was unclear on sort of what the role of the agency or the director was. So in that, you know, in a traditional complaint, let's say, we have a recommendation of the agency or a recommendation of the director that we review and approve or don't approve, what, you know, however we choose to deal with that. And so I guess I was just kind of looking for clarification on whether or not we're sort of getting a formal recommendation like that we are then reviewing and approving. But of course, I understand that the materials that were provided by the department through the director are already a review of the review. So it is a sort of third level review here at the board already. So I guess I'm not totally clear on how this process is going to work, and at this point, you know, I'm just kind of need to see how it plays out. I think I'm comfortable with where we are, and you know, I've done my own independent review of these cases. So I don't feel like I'm going to be influenced any particular way by.
So if I could respond to your comment, I think that I would see this as we're reviewing what APD has done in terms of their processing this case with regard to whether there were violations in policy, training, and so on. And so our review is of what of the actions that they've taken in evaluating this use of force case. And I think independently of that, but certainly, you know, with significant weight, Director Harness has made his own review of the case and found, you know, and has made his own recommendations as to how he thinks this case was or was not properly disposed of. So I think there are two independent things. It's information that we can have available to us, but having already, you know, looked at the case before you hear his review, you can maintain some independence, I believe, on that basis. So Member Galloway.
Director Harness, do you see the full investigation that was conducted by Internal Affairs, or do you see essentially what we were provided?
Sure, Dr. Cass, Member Galloway, I see the entire case. I also see the information that's provided to the Force Review Board, and I see the presentation of the Force Review Board.
Thank you.
The information we got is for the Force Review Board presentation, right? That's the piece that we're being shown. And so all the things that Director Harness listed prior when he was first starting to introduce this case are all, or the majority of which are things that we are not privy to, correct?
Chair Dr. Cass, member Armijo Pruitt, that's correct.
Can we request those materials? I feel like that's a function that we have, that we can request the full investigation.
Chair Dr. Cass, member Galloway, yes. You can request
And
the file.
thank you. Sorry about that. And last thing, the point of this exercise, if we don't agree with a finding or if we feel as though there's information lacking, affects what? I mean, this has already been determined by internal affairs. So it's just a completely different animal than our typical complaints that come to us. We're reviewing somebody else's work of which we have actually no authority over, correct?
Chair Dr. Cass, member Galloway, I'm not quite sure your question. If I understand it, you're asking what are your remedies if you happen to disagree with the Force Review Board findings or the findings of the Internal Affairs investigation. In the past, the board has requested a new Internal Affairs investigation, or the board could simply make a different finding that would go on the record of the officer. That's in accordance with the ordinance.
And this would be through a letter to the chief.
Chair Dr. Cass, that's correct.
So essentially this is our one possible output from the process is for us to write a letter to the chief saying that what our particular disagreements are with the findings, provided by the process so far, IAFE and the Force Review Board.
Chair Dr. Cass, that's correct. I mean, you could look at the presentation from the Force Review Board and you could determine upon your evaluation of the evidence presented and your evaluation of the use of force policies under review that you believe that it was a violation.
I just wanted to make a comment, Dr. Cass.
Yes, go ahead.
One of the things that's been rubbing me really wrong since I've come on board is that if I'm going to make an evaluation or I'm going to analyze something, then I don't need something redacted from APD. I would like to look at as much of the evidence as possible to make an assessment based on that. And I didn't find anything in our policies as far as being a member of the board that would keep us from doing that. So at some point when we're looking at these, I mean, I understand some things need to be redacted for, privacy of officers and things like that. But when it comes to whether it's body cam information, reports, especially when it comes to camera footage where it's being muted and things like that, I've got a lot of issues as to what we're provided in order to get to the conclusions or get to determinations. I think that there's a lot more that can be provided. I'd like to do it in the most efficient way. But if that is the case where every single case that comes out, I would have to say I request any and all information to look at, then so be it. I think that would be the case. But I just wanted to put that out there because that's kind of where I'm headed to make those requests.
Yes, Member Olivas.
So I'm just, looking at these cases, and I'm not saying that there wouldn't be exceptions to this, but the materials that we were provided included a number of body cam videos and footage of these incidents that was, quite graphic, but I think that it gave the necessary perspective to review the review in these cases, and that may just be my opinion on this, but I'm not sure what else we would request, and then to Member Nixon's point, one of the issues with that request, I believe, if we do request Garrity materials, then it becomes incumbent on us as board members to actually go to APD and view this material on their facility in their presence, I believe is sort of the protocol for this, which would impose a pretty substantial burden on members. I'm not saying that in some cases that wouldn't be necessary or good practice, but I think that's something for us to consider as we talk about this, is that they've thrown up some pretty big barriers to viewing some of that redacted material. And I think in this case, I don't know that I see a need for it, but.
So I in response to your comment, Member Nixon, I would say that individually, I believe we can ask, individually, collectively, I believe we can ask for more information. And I think it's a matter of conscience, I believe, if you feel you need more information to evaluate a case, I think that's appropriate. And you can request that information. If you feel that if you feel that you don't have the time to invest, if one doesn't have the time, I don't mean to, point at you, but if one doesn't have the time to investigate the case, then that's a decision that's, that you make, that how much time you're going to invest in reviewing a particular case. So the board, I think, has, there's a possible wide response to a given review. And I believe that it's incumbent on each of us to, decide how much time we're going to invest. And if we don't think that, based on our own assessment, if we don't think we can do an adequate review with the materials, or with, can't devote the time, then you have to figure out a way to, go through this process, because that's part of our task, is to review these cases. That's one of the things that we sign up for. So individually, I think we can do this in different ways, but I think at the end of the day, we have to be presented with the materials that we request, the materials that we think we need, do the review that we are capable of, and then consider this, as a board. So what I'm hearing now, is that there's reservations about this because we haven't seen the material. Now, whether it's because we missed it or because we didn't, individually, look at it, whatever the reasons, I think we need to, consider how we're going to be prepared to do this. And if we're not prepared to do it tonight, then we need to, table these cases, put them back on the agenda, but recognize that we all have an obligation to, start digging into these cases and determine whether we're happy with the material that we're presented. If we're not happy with the material that we're presented, then it's our obligation to ask for more material. So I think we have to, understand the process, and then and then commit to doing what is consistent with, what each of us thinks is an adequate review. So I would suggest that if we're not prepared and we have reservations individually, that we table these cases and we do it and we put them on the agenda for next month. So I will listen to any other comments.
Well, like I said at the beginning of this, I think that's my fault because I'm not prepared to look at these. But I'm totally satisfied with the fact that if I decide that I need more information, that I should be given that information. There are going to be, to Eric's point, there will be barriers to doing that, and we can address those as they come down. But as long as I can have access to that in one capacity or another, if I deem it necessary, I'll make the effort. I don't expect everyone on the board to do that, but we have that option to request at any given time if we need more information, so on and so forth. I'm good with that. I just didn't want to be hamstringed like that, where I had to just look at what APD provided in a nice package and redacted and everything and say, okay, well, I'm going to make a decision based on what they gave us when we're supposed to be doing oversight on it.
Thank you. Director Harness.
Yes, Dr. Cass, a couple of points. First, this process was agreed upon back in May of 2016, so that the board could fit into timelines, which clearly the board is sensitive to timelines, so that the board could fit into timelines and be able to render decisions. So the board and the monitoring team and the Department of Justice decided that it was best that these cases be reviewed after the finished product from APD. I'm aware of no barriers for you to get the information that you want for any particular case or any particular file. The only barriers are the barriers that exist amongst yourselves for the ability to go view Garrity material at the offices of APD Internal Affairs Division. Other than that, the only redactions that take place are the identities of officers. And we must make a distinction between redactions and muting. Muting is a function of the cameras which were allowed, which in the future will not be allowed. So we can't present to the public that there's a redaction issue when it does not exist, when we become inartful with our terms. So this is the process that your predecessors, the board, have agreed upon in conjunction with the monitor and the Department of Justice. It does not preclude you from reviewing any particular file that you want to review if you see the information and you're not satisfied with the result, or you believe that there's further investigation or review that needs to take place on any particular case. The provisions that were written into policy 2-58 at the urging of all the parties, so that it's written in APD policy that you receive this information after Force Review Board, was long fought for and where the board thought it wanted to be. So having said that, we have 3 cases on the agenda this evening.
Member Galloway.
I think that was very well said, Director Harness. Getting back to the cases at hand, there's one that I'm completely comfortable with making a decision on. The other 2, the officer-involved shootings where the subjects died as a result of the incident.
I believe we're considering these one at a time.
Okay, I'm just saying, just generally speaking, I don't know that I'm comfortable
Yeah,
considering that.
I'm not sure we should be speaking generally. I think we need to go through these one at a time and decide them on that basis, and limit our comments to each case individually. So I mean, let's consider the case before us, which is 18-0118590.
I would like more information on that case.
Okay.
Actually, the one before us is 0122233.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Either way, I would like more information on that case.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
Yeah. The OBRDs that were provided were late into the incident, later in the incident than I think the findings that APD and has presented to the Force Review Board, the internal investigation presented to Force Review Board. I'm sure they were given more information than we were, I hope, because I don't know how we can verify the assertion that the subject had been given several commands to show his hands and exit the vehicle and did not comply, which is part of the findings that were provided to Force Review Board. I don't know that how we can verify the assertion that officers gave commands to leave the windows rolled down. I don't know how we can verify that there was a training concern. I would disagree with Member Olivas that there was ample, at least what I understood, that there was ample OBRD footage to be able to come to a finding. There was only 2 videos that were provided. Both were from Officer Seven's lapel camera, and they were both from behind a position of cover. So you can't see who shot first. There's no information provided other than what you hear. And that's beneficial, but it's not a complete picture of what happened. And I will stop there.
Other comments regarding this case? One comment that I had is that I thought there was some confusion as to who fired the first shot based upon, there was no way to identify that in my view. But one of the things that I found a little bit bothersome was that the basis of the timing for the OBRD was from when the beginning of the recording started. Yet there's a timestamp on the OBRD that if you were to use that to identify the particular time, that would allow you to cross-correlate between various cameras because they're all stamped with the same, well, it looks like, universal mean time. So it's not local time. You have to do that change, but at least it's the same timestamp, so that you can determine when things happen, in what order things happen based upon the timestamp. And in this particular case, with only two videos, it wasn't. You could correlate those only by looking at the timestamps on the video, not by the elapsed time for that particular video. And so I think that it would be better if they were to identify these things these videos by their actual I guess it's Greenwich Mean Time timestamp. So, but that's my comment. Any other comments on this case?
If nobody does, I have one positive, which was that the officer who was in the lead position for that, the one who was kind of organizing things, I thought that he did an excellent job of keeping everybody calm, verifying that all their officers were safe. I don't want this to be overly critical because that was exceptional. I was really impressed with how that was handled. But as to whether or not this use of force was within policy and, acceptable, I can't determine that on this case.
Other comments? So at this point, the question is whether we have enough information to make a recommendation, or what our options are available at this point. So I would defer to Director Harness to give us some guidance about what are the options. I believe I think we're new enough at this process that I'd like to get it right rather than come back and try to correct our mistake later. So if that means deferring until we get more information, if that's an acceptable outcome, if it means just taking a poll of the board to see where they stand and vote to support or not support the findings of IA by majority vote, then I'd like to at least get these options out on the table. So I guess I'm asking for your advice.
Certainly. So Chair Dr. Cass, it's not defined as to what you're to do with your reviews. can choose to do further review and request the investigation file, I suppose. Which it sounds like that's the sentiment of at least one member. I don't know. I mean, I've reached my conclusions, and if the board wants to review the wants to view the investigation file minus the Garrity material, because that has to be a separate agenda item, and you can vote to review the Garrity material next month. Then you can make that motion. You could move to concur with the investigation by the Force team and the Force Review Board.
Thank you. So, I mean, what I guess I would like to suggest is that we, that we can consider this, sort of stepwise, and that is, I would like to, get this right, go through the process to the satisfaction of all the board members, having had the chance to look at the material that they feel necessary to make a decision. And so this first time, or actually second case, but the first time through for tonight, we've got everybody, most board members present. I'd like to, get a sentiment from the board to find out if, having seen what they've seen so far, if this is generally the amount of information that we think we need in order to make an effective review. And then I don't think it's inappropriate to table these to a future date, to a date soon, but future date, in order to get it right, and be comfortable with the decision that we make. I mean, I think what this does, if nothing else, is it points out how serious the commitment is, how it does require an effort on our part to be sure that we see the materials in advance, find out in advance if there's something that we think we can't determine, and raise the question before we get to the meeting about additional materials that we might have or we might need in order to do a review that we are satisfied with. So I rest my case, and I would like to hear more comments. So,
Chairman Cass, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Would it be helpful. I think the material that's presented in the PowerPoints, at least my thinking, is pretty sufficient for me to have an opinion. But I'm wondering, would it be helpful if we had a chance to review Director Harness's conclusions as we review the video and the PowerPoint presentations, so that we're looking at those documents simultaneously? Would that be of help?
I mean, we can do this. We can hear Director Harness's review right now and use that information as we see fit. I mean, it'd be certainly supplementary information. I would give great weight to it, and I think this is this is what we have to decide as individually, is to whether we think this is this is what we want to hear in order to make a determination. I mean, we're trying to make a determination of an action that was taken by APD, and I think all the evidence that we can gather that lets us understand that is good. The more the better. And I think I rely on Director Harness's professional opinion and his ability to and experience in reviewing these cases as evidence that helps us reach our decision. So,
well, if my recollection,
I think having that information is as soon as at any time is beneficial.
well, my recollection, and maybe it's not that great, but my recollection is on the last one we reviewed last time, we got that material ahead of time and had the chance to read it. Is that correct, Director Harness? Didn't you say?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Mitchell, I don't rightly recall whether or not I provided a copy of my findings prior.
I think you did, because I recall reading it. So personally, for me, I thought it was very helpful to have that information in conjunction with what was provided through the PowerPoint. So that's all the point I'm making. I don't think it precludes us from proceeding with a verbal report. I just think to expedite this process, if we have that information ahead of time, it helps us develop any questions that we may have related to the findings as you saw.
Other comments? Let me poll the board. Who's prepared to make a decision as to whether to accept the findings or reject the findings of the force review that were presented to the Force Review Board? So, I mean, this is a question of information, not whether you disagree or agree, but whether you have enough information to make a decision. So, so Member Mitchell, I would ask, do you have enough of information to make a decision on this first case?
Yeah, I feel I would, but I would also want to hear Director Harness's observations.
Okay, thank you. Member Olivas.
I do feel comfortable.
Member Armijo Pruitt.
I would like to have more information.
Member Galloway.
I need more OBRD.
And Member Nixon, since you haven't seen these, I presume you'd like more information. And
I've been looking at them right now, and no, I'm not ready.
Right. Okay. All right. So, so we have three members who are who would like to have more information on a case, and so I think we're not prepared to do an evaluation or review tonight, and I would move that we table these cases until the next meeting.
I don't feel that way about all of the cases, and I thought we weren't going generally. I thought we were going one by one.
I'm sorry, I overstepped. I would move that we table the case under consideration and move on to the next case.
Can we table it and ask for the more information that we're looking for? I mean, if we're going to make a motion.
That's what that entails. I mean, we table it just means we're not going to consider it tonight, but we will bring it up at the next opportunity. And so that means it goes on to the next agenda. And in the meantime, it would be incumbent on board members to get the information or request the information that they think they need, and then be able to go, to review it. So, I mean, I'm getting, I want to make sure this is a process that'll work.
But how do we make that request of the more information? I mean, don't we need to, as a board, vote to have that information? I mean, Tina's nodding her head.
Okay, so, okay. All right, so on this case, then we can take a vote to request more information on this particular case.
So I wanted to ask Ed a question here real quick. Ed, doesn't that vote only apply to Garrity material, and wouldn't that have to be noticed separately in another meeting? No.
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Olivas, no. There's an investigation on the agenda. You could request the investigation file that would not include Garrity material, and you could request the Garrity material next time as a separate agenda item. So if you have an idea of what you believe you need out of the investigation file, then you can make a motion to request that information from the department. Or you could request the entire investigation file minus the Garrity material.
other comments? Then I would entertain a motion to request further information regarding this case. Is there a motion to request further information for this case?
I move that we request the case file and any associated OBRD video.
A second.
Okay. Any more discussion? If not, then roll call vote. Member Armia Pruitt,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
No.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So the motion carried 5-1 to request additional information for this case. So next case, Director Harness.
Next case, Chair Dr. Cass, APD case number 18-01185990. My review of this case included responding to the incident on the 12th of December 2018. The CADS, APD Field Services reports, criminalistics, including crime photos, internal affairs reports, officer interviews, internal affairs force division reports, command review, the multi-agency task force reports, witness statements, on-body recording devices, a review of APD policy 2-52 use of force, and attending the Force Review Board briefing on February 20th, 2020.
Comments?
I would make a motion that we request the case file and any additional OBRD video associated with this case.
Discussion? Yes, Member Armia Pruitt.
So on this one, I'm not sure that we will have any other OBRD available because it said in there that I believe the officer that actually shot this individual did not turn his camera on. They did mention that one individual in that group didn't turn their camera on, and I reread it to see, because we're seeing the view of the recording, the lapel video of the guy behind him, right? And he comes around the corner of the house, and then things happen very quickly, and then the guy is shot. But we have no view at all of, like, was the guy cowering in the corner or was he raising the gun? I mean, there was information about the state of the gun, right, that was found near him. So that one I think is a little harder. At the other case, there were 7 cops or something, and we were seeing multiple views from their OBRD. I don't know that we have even that option with this case to request another OBRD.
Director Harness, do you know if that particular officer that was in the lead position in that case was the one who did not have his OBRD activated? Do you recall?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Galloway, I don't recall specific at this point. I'd have to go pull open the file.
That's unfortunate. I don't know how we would make a determination one way or the other, and I don't know how anybody else could. I mean, there's presumptive, things that happened prior, but you don't know at that moment.
Though there's more evidence than simply on-body recording devices.
Okay, I maintain my motion for any available OBRD and the case file.
And did you were the second member of Armia Pruitt? Did you?
I was, but I do have a question.
All right, go ahead.
Director Harness, could you speak to the other evidence involved that makes you feel comfortable with this finding as it is?
I think the circumstances of this case, knowing that this subject had already discharged his weapon, and given the close proximity to the person and the officer that fired, I am confident that there was an imminent threat perceived by the officer, which precipitated the use of force.
At what point did the officers become aware that the subject had discharged his weapon?
When they were searching for him in the backyard.
So it wasn't,
that information was known prior.
it was known prior. It wasn't that they came upon the animal.
No,
It came over the radio.
correct.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So he shot the dog?
That's correct. The victim in this shooting case shot the dog.
So we have a motion on the floor to request more material. I'd ask for a roll call vote. Member Armia Pruitt.
I'm torn on this one. I'm sorry,
Okay.
because I'm not sure what more information we're going to actually get. And so I think it's a very difficult.
If you want to pass, we'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
No.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Oh,
and the chair votes no. Now, Member Armia Pruitt.
That made it easier. Okay, I think for this one I'm gonna go with no.
So the motion is defeated for the request for more material, 4-2. So we are back to consideration of this case. So are we prepared to support or make other findings regarding the disposition of this case by IAFD and the Force Review Board? So comments? Yes, Director Harness.
Chair Dr. Cass, is this the appropriate time for me to enter my findings?
I would, yes, I believe so. Please do.
Okay, so Chair Dr. Cass, board, we have discussed the fact pattern of this case. My findings are that Officer 1's conduct is exonerated. I do find that the investigation by the Internal Affairs Division is deficient. It does not interview the officers involved in the force incident, and it relied on the statements given to them, given by the multi-agency task force. APD, IA must interview officers involved because the standard being examined is an administrative review, different than a criminal review. So I find that that the investigation is deficient, but I do find that the use of force was within policy.
Thank you. So since this is a question of information that was available to you, how would we have been aware of this information, that the interviews of the appropriate officers weren't conducted? Is that something that's only available through the presentation of the full investigation, or is this a bit, how is this information available? I mean, you obviously have access to more than the board does. I'm just curious, what flags should we look for in this situation?
Well, Chair Dr. Cass, right now it's a pattern that Force Division is relying on the investigations by the multi-agency task force interviews, and they're not doing their own separate interview for these cases. So it's a pattern that you would see, based upon a review of the file and a review of the information presented to the Force Review Board and my questions at the Force Review Board.
So, I mean, this seems like an appropriate recommendation that the board should or could support, or an appropriate finding. I mean, so I'm curious about. I mean, are there further board comments about this case? Discussion, Member Galloway.
Just one super minor one, Director Harness, only because I couldn't find it when I was looking at the SOPs. But is there any policy that governs alterations to uniform that's not discussing like it is okay to do these things? It's such a minor thing, but there's a patch or a bumper sticker or something on the pack that the lead officer was wearing that is just less than professional. And I don't see anything that talks about that. And so I'm kind of wondering if we need to make a recommendation on that as a policy thing and run that through policy.
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Galloway, I didn't examine that as a part of this officer-involved shooting. There are prohibitions for uniforms. I think you might be referring to the first aid kit that is personally owned by the officer. In the context of this investigation, it's nothing I considered.
I know it's small potatoes. I really do know that it's small potatoes given what happened, but it's still a thing that caught my attention as a member of this community.
And what did that pack say exactly? When did you get a chance to see the footage?
Fortunately, because the OBRD that we have is from the person who's following, the sticker or the patch or whatever it is says, "Welcome to the expletive show." I think we can be more professional than that. That's all I'm saying.
So, moving forward, I mean, it seems that we ought to be able to document our concerns about this case or the investigation of the case or the behavior. And so, how moving forward, how are we gonna put that together? I mean, I think these are appropriate considerations. And I'm not. It doesn't seem to me that there's a clean answer to this without creating a document or a memo or a position that says we've reviewed this case and here are our concerns. We support or don't support or the findings of the IAFD. We support or don't support the findings of our executive director. I mean, I think there should be a single piece of paper that we submit as a result of this process that that summarizes what we found. This is my having still feeling my way along the process, and I'm looking for comments about this, because I think we have enough information to express our reservations about the case, make it, and also perhaps to make a decision about whether the use of lethal force was justified or within policy. So what is, I would entertain comments from the board. So I would, hearing no comments, it seems that where we are as to take a board vote on whether we find that support the decision that the shooting was within policy. Another option would be to, in my view, and again, I'm feeling my way along here, would be to support the recommendations of the executive director or the findings of the executive director. And in addition to that, we can augment the findings. So where are we on this?
I've got no problem supporting the recommendations of the director.
Would you put that in the form of a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, barring or seeing no further discussion, I would call for a roll call vote to accept the findings of the executive director in this case. So, Member Armia Pruitt.
Yes.
Member Galloway. I can come back.
30 seconds isn't gonna make a difference. Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Member Nixon.
No.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So the motion to accept the findings of the executive director passes 5-1. Can we move on to the next case?
Chair Dr. Cass, APD case number 19-00358838. My review of this case included responding to the scene on April 18th, 2019, the CADs, the field reports, criminalistics, internal affairs reports, IAFD division reports, command review, the multi-agency task force reports, witness statements, on-body recording devices, and a review of APD policy 2-52 use of force, and attending the force board briefing April 23rd, 2020.
And to save time and can cut to the chase here, would you present your findings?
Given that we have all reviewed the information, I think we would agree on the fact pattern. My findings are as follows. APD Policy Department SOP, Albuquerque Police Department SOP 2-524 paragraph 3A 2, that's in little i's, states that in the context of lethal force, officers will adhere to all firearms safety rules as outlined in department trainings. Department personnel are trained to consider the backdrop and surroundings when discharging their duty weapons. The multi-agency task force investigation details several rounds impacting and penetrating 528 Vermont Street apartments A and B. My findings are CPOA. We find that Officer 1's conduct is sustained where there's a violation that was determined by a preponderance of the evidence. The alleged misconduct did occur. I sustained against all three officers, 1, 2, and 3. Also, the investigation of this case, again, relied on the interviews of the multi-agency task force. And I make a recommendation that the IFD open a force investigation to identify victims of the lethal force at 528 Vermont Streets Northeast, apartments A and B, evaluate the force used against those victims related to this incident.
Any discussion by the board? Observations? This was the dispatch that was based on an armed robbery call.
Yes, a home invasion, armed robbery.
And the suspect was sitting on the steps of the apartment building, and the back, and then after firing, fled the scene and was shot at that point. And this is the backdrop of shots that you're referring to?
Chair Dr. Cass, that's correct.
And what was the, I thought there was a finding of having someone in their sights, I thought. Is that, I had that confused with a different case. That there was, someone was, aimed in the direction of, had their weapon, in the vicinity of another officer, pointed in the vicinity of another officer.
That was the first case.
Okay, sorry. All right, then.
That was the training issue in the first case.
Right, okay. And, okay, so I just wanted to understand, what were your deficiencies again, please?
Well, essentially, they didn't consider what was behind the person who was running when they fired their weapons. And there were 2 apartments behind,
right,
which several shots penetrated those apartments. They were behind vehicles. You can argue whether or not that they had sufficient cover. Certainly under policy, he was at that point a fleeing felon. So lethal force was justified, but not to the extent where it's going to put other lives in danger for those two apartments had anyone been struck. This is contrary to the findings of the Force Review Board.
Member Armijo Pruitt.
So had someone been struck in that situation, would it have been in this report that we saw?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Armijo Pruitt, yes.
I don't remember the mention of seeing a mention of the issue of backdrop even. Was that pointed out? Or?
It wasn't pointed out in the report, but I mean, in the video, I mean, I had the same like, oh my God, because the guy was running by really fast and the officer that we were watching his video had been by a building, right? Trying to get cover because he'd been shot at. Dude goes running by and he throws shots that way. And I thought, well, it was directly the thing behind the guy running was an apartment.
Yes, Donald, I agree, and that was what I alerted to that as well. I was just curious about why it wasn't mentioned in the report. I mean, or if I'd missed that. So I'm trying to understand again what are the sort of flags that we can learn about from these reviews, because I think this in itself has been a useful exercise to have this discussion. I think it points out, that there are other ways to find out this information. It's oftentimes important to have that, more information. And then it's a question of whether, what to alert on in my view. I mean, I think we're learning the process, or at least I'm learning the process, and I'm concerned that that to have enough information to do this right when we do make a decision now. And so anything we can learn, in this, in these first few cases, I'm hoping we get it right, and also gain more information so that it makes us better, decision makers for future cases. So I think it's worth plodding along here a little bit, but yes, Member Mitchell, you had something.
I guess my question is, in most of these officer-involved shooting, isn't the potential that a bullet could hit somebody else? I mean, you know, in a perfect world, and if they're perfect shots and they hit the offender, I guess, but I'm thinking back to the case at the Smiths that we voted on last time. Potentially that officer could have missed and shot somebody in the store. So, you know, I mean, to me, it would be different if there was a citizen standing, 5 feet away from where the guy was running. But, to shoot at someone who had shot at you and to inadvertently miss them, it certainly wasn't intentional, and hit a building, I think that could pretty much happen in a lot of situations.
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Mitchell, I think my decision in this case is the fact that the officers were behind vehicles and had cover, and the proximity of trying to hit somebody running away from you, as opposed to the case with the officer chasing someone in the Smith's parking lot where there's a much closer proximity, and using a handgun, as opposed to one of the officers in this case using a rifle. I think that, yes, there are certainly times when errant gunfire, errant rounds can penetrate in the use of lethal force. I just think that in this case, it violates policy.
It is in the policy that they have to consider the backdrop, correct?
Here, Dr. Cass, the policy states that they are to adhere to all firearms safety rules as they're outlined in department trainings. And in department trainings, they are trained to consider the backdrop.
Do they also have to consider the threat to public safety?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Mitchell, absolutely. The concern for public safety in the case with the person who was in the Smith's parking lot, that person had already fired errant rounds throughout the city of Albuquerque, and this officer was in a much closer proximity and could have much more control of the rounds being discharged. But public safety is certainly a concern. Which aspect? Are you considering the aspect of the occupants of apartments A and B, or are you considering the aspect of this person has already discharged his weapon at officers, so he's prone to fire again? Which aspect do you want to consider and give the most gravity? This evaluation is based upon a preponderance of the evidence. And I think given their situation and given their cover and the fact that he is running away from them with apartments behind, I think that the consideration should have been not to fire.
Thank you.
Artist, can I ask you a question? On the rifle that was being discharged by the officer, was it, did it have 5.56 rounds, NATO 5.56? Was that the caliber of the bullet from the rifle that was being fired?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Nixon, I would have to go look at it. It's a standard round for an AR-15.
Well, there's NATO 223 and 5.56. I was just trying to determine, which are both pretty potent. They're pretty high velocity rounds. Okay, fair enough.
I can get that information from the investigation file if you want it.
I would move to accept the findings of the agency in case number 19-003583.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote then, in favor of accepting the findings of the agency. In this case, Member Armijo Pruitt.
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So the board has voted 6-0 to accept the findings of the agency in this particular case. So moving on, we are at other business. And so does anyone have any other business? Member Armijo Pruitt.
So I don't know, Member Nixon may want to speak to this, but he sent an email during a couple of days ago about a particular case and wanting more, wanting the lapel footage of the case. I think that was the call to reopen or whatever the wording was case that we talked about tonight. So I guess I just wanted some clarity about process and procedure when it comes to members wanting, when we're reviewing, is it different if it's a appeals case? Is it different if it's one of the regular cases we're seeing and that show up on every one of our agendas? Is it different if it's one of these use of force cases? What is the process in each circumstance if I'm looking at a case and I think, oh, I wish I had X? Is it a member vote? Is it an email to Ed? What is it?
Director Harness, can you respond?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Armijo Pruitt, yes, that's a board action. If you want to review an investigative file, it's for the vote of the board. We don't entertain individual requests from individual members to review aspects of individual files. The board has to act as the body.
And that's so I remember being interviewed and sort of onboarded into this board and being told that I could have access to whatever stuff I wanted from the file. All I had to do was show up and ask for it. And then I'm like, I'm kind of confused about that. And then, so is it like, could we have a board vote that said that extra materials could be made available to all board members if any board member asked for it, like in general, not so that we don't have to like, oh, next board meeting, we're gonna have to table this so that I can ask if I can get more materials about this case we're all reviewing. But you know what I mean? It pushes everything, the timeline all the way down for any time anyone's going to want to ask for more information. So I'm wondering if we couldn't entertain at the next meeting a discussion and a vote on this process going forward as a global vote about the process and not just individual cases.
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Armijo Pruitt, I would ask you to review your policies and procedures as it relates to your review of investigations. That's where that comes from. If I spoke and said that you could see whatever you wanted to, it was in the context of reviewing a case and the board deciding that they wanted to review the investigative file. It was not to entertain individual board members to come in and look at individual investigations.
Okay, well, so it was a very different tone when I joined. I'm just going to say there was talk about, oh, we can get you the badge to go over to the police department, to APD if you need to review things, and it was worded in a very open way. And so, just maybe we should take note of that when we're onboarding new members to be more clear about that process. But what I'm asking for is then maybe that we review our policies and procedures around this and then vote on changing them.
Member Armijo Pruitt, I agree with you 100%. I do realize that there are some things that we're going to have to look at from a policy perspective and make the changes on. I'm definitely open to that because I see your point 100%. So I'm definitely in agreement with you. There may be some members that are satisfied with what they see versus another member that needs a little bit more clarity. In both cases, you should be able to get that clarity if you need it. So I see your point.
We will put that on the agenda for next month.
Good.
I would just wanted to chime in with a request to the Member Pruitt and maybe Member Nixon in this case that for the sake of expediting that discussion, if you could bring a specific language change that you'd like to make either to the policies and procedures or something like that, so that we can have a discussion of exactly what needs to be changed. I think in principle I support this, but of course the devil's always in those details as far as what would need to be changed to make it actionable.
Good point, Eric. I agree. Good point.
I agree as well, and I think I think this is an issue we can hear at the policy subcommittee meeting before we get to the next board meeting. So, but I would echo the request to put something in writing that defines more specifically what kind of information we're considering here. I mean, I think we can make better progress when we do that. So, Member Galloway.
Totally different subject. I would like to request that this board put a tickler for 6 months out or something to follow up and see what, if anything, has been done with the training academy and providing ongoing training or making available training on how to deal with children. I don't want that to be a one and done kind of thing. I think that this is a very critical area to our city.
Second that.
Yeah, I agree. I wonder, I had a very similar experience to what you reported with my ride along, but it was about a sexual assault, about a rape, and the individual that I was riding with was like, oh, I hope somebody else gets there first. And like really didn't, and I don't blame him. I mean, he didn't feel comfortable and he felt like he might, like you were saying, say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing in a way that would be harmful in the end. But I think what that means is they need more experience and practice with thinking about and running through these scenarios.
Yeah.
Or they need to step up their training game across, with the people that they have and hire more people and have them distributed, like he was saying, because so that at every area there's somebody there who can take that case, but they certainly don't have that now.
It kind of sounded like they were creating an umbrella department of special victims unit that's going to be the children and the sexual assault. So maybe it's a focused area.
Excuse me. I think it's a reasonable request to ask for follow-up, but I think once again, members have to be responsible for being more precise about what it is they want to follow up on. And I would suggest that you put this in writing. And given that I will distribute the Training Academy curriculum, which should be a starting point for looking at what goes on at the Training Academy and a starting point for gathering more information that we would be interested in. But I think just to do a blanket request that we follow up with Training Academy changes needs the effort of some board member to do that. And it isn't something that just happens because the board says we want this to happen. Somebody has to follow up. Somebody has to write the emails. So we can take a board action, but there has to be a way of implementing it. And I think that has to be a consideration in suggestions that we make as board members. So, maybe if the outreach committee becomes, is more focused on training, then that's a task that the outreach /training committee makes. But I'm trying to put an actor along with this action. So in any case, is there any other business that we have? Member Olivas.
I'm sorry, I know it's getting late here. I have a couple of items. I'll try to go through them quickly. Number one, I'm planning on penning a letter to the City Council to present to the board, hopefully at the next meeting, on funding of the oversight agency and the oversight apparatus. We've discussed this in general, but we haven't ever made specifics on this. So I'm planning on taking on that task unless there's anyone that wants to push me out of the way. And I'll present that to the board, obviously, for edits and changes and evaluations. Secondly, I briefly noted this earlier and I wanted to resolve it. To the members of the Personnel Subcommittee, are we available on August 20th? I believe that's next Thursday. Any particular time would be fine with me. I'll just throw out 9 a.m. for the sake of discussion. That would be Dr. Cass and Member Mitchell.
My calendar's downstairs, so for the sake of everybody's time, I don't think you want me to mosey
Okay.
get it.
Let's convene on it tomorrow. I'll send an email, and we need to organize it quickly just so we can meet the deadlines with the 72-hour posting. But I think that hopefully we can come to a close special meeting so we can work on the 2020 evaluation and moving forward.
Okay.
The third item I had for discussion is police overtime. I just wanted to point out to the board, if you didn't notice in the media, the board noted this issue last year, and this is a very big topic again with APD overtime abuse. The state auditor is now investigating the department along with potentially the Attorney General. I think it's a very major issue, and it's something that the community is concerned about. That brings me to my fourth issue, which is in a similar vein of interest to this. We recently had reports of some major abuses, potential abuses of power related to the chief of staff, to the chief of police here in Albuquerque. For everyone's note, this is someone who is an at-will employee, meaning not protected by the collective bargaining agreement. So I think that these individuals need to be held to a higher standard. And I think that it's completely unacceptable that these allegations were even made against this individual in this position. And I think it's some really, really serious allegations, and shows, along with these overtime abuses, some very disturbing patterns and practices of behavior, particularly among the bureaucracy of the department. And I think that this should be of grave concern to our body. Lastly, I said I'd go through these quickly. I did want to just point out here, doing a little bit more research on deadlines. I think we have a lot of conflicting dates and arguments for how long cases should take. But nevertheless, I think that they all indicate that the current pace of producing completed reports on investigations are not meeting the timeframes. The ordinance specifically says, if, and I'm quoting directly, if an investigation exceeds a timeframe of 9 months, the director must report the reasons to the board. So meaning that any investigation that is in the hands of the agency should be reported to us at 9 months as to why it is exceeding that. Then we also have that flow chart that I mentioned that states a 90-day time period plus 30 days potentially if requested through the chief. Then through our own policies and procedures, we also have a statement that the executive director shall brief on the status of any investigation not on track to be completed in sufficient time for the board to make disciplinary recommendations in advance of the deadline for the chief to impose disciplinary actions. And then lastly, we also have another clause in the policies and procedures that, to paraphrase here, all investigations will be completed within, actually it's not paraphrasing, all investigations shall be completed within 90 days of initiation, plus the potential for a 30-day extension if requested from the chief in writing. So I think we have a number of places here where we're certainly stating that this 90-day plus 30 is really a critical point. I just wanted to make these things aware to the board, and hopefully we can continue having discussions on them in the future. Thank you.
So yes, Dr. Cass and Member Olivas, we're all aware of what the timelines are. Would you suggest a solution to investigating 400 complaints with 2 investigators within that timeline?
So I want to point out that the very first item on my other business was my intention to take on a task which the board has not to this time, I think in my opinion, adequately done, which is advocate for additional funding for the agency. And I have volunteered to take on that task, and I intend to complete that expeditiously to assist the agency. And I don't want to publicly air my other concerns at this time or other suggestions. I think that's something that we can perhaps discuss at another time. But
So, Chair Dr. Cass, Member Olivas, you want to make sure that you emphasize the timelines for the investigations, which we're all aware of. We're all aware of what the timelines are, and we're all aware of what the workload is. And I can talk to you every month about workload and timelines and cases. The story isn't going to change. And I have explained to this body on numerous occasions the steps that we take to triage those cases that we believe may lead to discipline and become a priority. So,
Director Harness, to Eric's point and the thing that brought this up, the case that started this whole thing was not during a time when you had 2 investigators and an overly burdensome workload. And I apologize for the directness of this, but I don't believe that it is our place to come up with a solution. That is your agency, and I would expect that.
I'm gonna stop this discussion now. These items were not on the agenda. They aren't on the table for discussion. So we can put them on a future agenda, but we are not going to discuss them tonight because we're not going to make a decision. And so this is future business. So I'm calling it in. If anyone has any other business, we'll entertain that. But right now, I think we're done.
I make a motion that we table it and put it on the agenda so that we can identify and discuss it in depth if we need to.
Yeah, and my point is that we have nothing to table. This was other business, and it was not on the agenda. So we'll put it on the agenda, and I agree that right. Yeah, so we're on the same page. So if there's no other business, Member Armia Pruitt.
Other business is defined as what? What are the rules for other business?
Something that's not on the agenda.
Right.
So I think that other business can be brought up, but to essentially to put on the agenda at some future time. But given that there isn't anything on the agenda, there's no information upon which to base a decision in advance of the meeting, then it isn't an item that's up for discussion. It can be, for quick consideration, I think, and to be put on the agenda, or an issue that's to be raised. But
that's what
yes, go ahead.
So I would like, maybe we need a rule then around how long discussion can happen around other business, because this feels arbitrary. And I would like to say that we have had on the agenda this exact topic about timelines and deadlines and workflow and what is his suggestion with why this is happening. And like, we have had this on the agenda a number of times. I have asked for it to be on the agenda. I've been asked for it to be taken off the agenda and handled privately so that it didn't have to be discussed here.
We asked the body for a special meeting. So I feel like this is an effort to not discuss this issue in any depth, and that there is an amount of pushback around this topic that makes it more uncomfortable than it needs to be to have these discussions. And, if we have rules around what other business is, then they should be stated and they should be held to at all times, and not arbitrarily decided that this is not on the agenda, so we're not talking about it. Other business is on the agenda as a category. So,
Yeah, and I would agree with you that it needs more definition. And I think one of the ways to define all of our business is to bring written proposals in the form of a potential motion to the meeting. And that when we do have action items, they just, they have to be around something more than just a discussion, but there has to be some proposal behind an action item. So yes, member Emil Pruitt.
So when I asked for this to be added to the agenda, I was very explicit because there was discussion that there was a plan in place to address these things. I asked for it to be presented. When it came up in the agenda, aside from me being asked to remove it to begin with, when I didn't want to remove it, what happened in the meeting was what happens every single time we ask this question, which is overworked, understaffed, that's all there is. And when I say, how can we support you in changing that? He says, well, maybe we could do this, maybe we could do that. But I've yet to see a plan or a proposal come out of the agency. So if we're supposed to come up with the plan and the proposal, I'm sorry, that doesn't make any sense to me because I can't imagine him accepting a plan or proposal that we come up with.
Chair Dr. Cass, member Emil Pruitt. I believe that I have already discussed the fact that I've requested 2 additional investigators as a part of the budget process. Maybe that's not substantive enough, but it is a part of what I've done through the budget process. So there's that. Whatever you want to put on the agenda, fine, to discuss it. I'm happy to do that. I would also like to state that we at the agency don't prosecute people based upon what media reports are. So we will distance ourselves from whatever's in the media as opposed to what is revealed by the internal affairs investigation.
Any other business? Yes, member Galloway.
Dr. Cass, when we met last month, it was decided by a majority of members that were present at that meeting that we needed to have a special meeting that was a closed session meeting. And it was decided, I don't know why, but it was decided that that was not what we were going to do. It is evident that we need to have that meeting.
Well, you'll have to refresh me about the decision to have a closed session meeting.
It was a request of the members that there were personnel issues that needed to be discussed.
And that was voted on at the...
It was not a vote. It came out of the inability to have a discussion due to the confines of our last closed session meeting. We can only discuss issues that are noted on the agenda. We were not able to discuss others. We needed another meeting that was noticed properly so that we don't run afoul of OMA.
Well, all I'm asking is whether there was no formal action, there was no formal motion, there was no vote taken to do this.
There could not be.
Well, that's
but
right.
You were at that meeting and you know the will of the board.
Well, the will of the board is only expressed through a vote. So there is no will of the board that exists outside of an action taken by the board that's been voted on at a noticed meeting.
I would ask for a discussion item and possible action item on next month's agenda for a special closed session.
And so we can put that on the agenda and bring a proposal. I mean, that's the way we deal with items on the agenda. Just putting them on the agenda also comes an obligation to have a proposal for that item that is put onto the agenda.
I am happy to do so, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you. So
I want to clarify here. Is that there's a proposal to put an agenda item to consider having a special meeting? Is that correct?
That would remain, to the proposer of the idea. I mean, I think the chair sets the agenda, and I think a reasonable chair responds to members' requests to put items on the agenda. And so putting an item on the agenda then means that the member has an obligation to make it an item, to have have a specific proposal, have it written down. It isn't sufficient just to ask the chair to put the item on the agenda and then say, now, carry the item and do what I wanted done implicitly. So if you have an item, I'll put it on the agenda, come with a proposal when we have the meeting. So whatever your proposal is will be, what it is.
I think as a point of order, the chair also does have the ability to call a special meeting without a vote.
And I believe that was our understanding.
That's correct. So any other business? So I would entertain a motion for adjournment. Our next meeting is September 10th.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Member Armia Pruitt. To vote to adjourn.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Member Galloway.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Absolutely.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Meeting adjourned.
Ladies and gentlemen,
They're ready, folks.
load up the family or your sweetheart and head to the Mesa. Bernalillo County presents Movies in the Park, in-lot, drive-in edition. Saturday nights in July are movie nights at the Isleta Amphitheater parking lot. Parking spots will be assigned on a first-come, first-served basis. Snack on good eats from food trucks and go a little retro at Movies at the Park, in-lot, drive-in edition. Movie listings at burnco.gov/MITP.
We miss you! Blowing you kisses.
I'm so glad that the families came out just to have that face-to-face contact with each other. It's great. It feels really good.
Bigger than life. Yeah. Getting to see them is just big smiles going both directions. It's just devastating to be so connected and be used to seeing these kids and their families every day. It makes my heart so full. I mean, I know how much I miss them, but then seeing everyone face to face just is overwhelming.
It's hard not to be able to say goodbye to my students
So this is a really nice way to kind of have that closure for the year. And I got flowers from a great kiddo of mine, so it was lovely.
You know, if I do it a different way, I would have the kids in the classroom. You know, I'm doing good with the online teaching, and almost all of my kids always come, but it's different.
I know our staff, our Parks and Rec staff is doing such a great job. I'm so impressed to see this line going through. It's so efficient, and the bonus is all these wonderful teachers who are out here. You know, I imagine doing this work day in and day out as a teacher, getting to know these students, the families, and then it all shut down and we were told to stay at home and be safe, which is the right thing to do, but then to come out and be out here on this beautiful day and see your students at a safe distance, see students to see your teachers. It's just a wonderful thing.
Center manager Diana Chavez came up with the idea to work with the local teachers from San Antonito Elementary School to set up a drive-by parade for students that are receiving grab-and-go meals from our community centers. So over the past 6 weeks, Bernalillo County is responsible for distributing over 40,000 meals throughout several locations. This program comes to us through Albuquerque Public Schools food distribution. And Bernalillo County operates 6 of our sites to be able to pass out these meals to families. And that's something that we're proud of, to be able to assist families and communities with during this pandemic.
Every single day, Kayla tells me she wants to go back to school.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Thanks for coming out today.
You too. Be safe.
You too.
You too. Thank you.
In many ways, the historic Wells Park neighborhood north of downtown Albuquerque encapsulates both the promise and the problems of urban growth. Over centuries, the area has been transformed from farmland and swamps to industrial and commercial uses, and now to a lively mix of historic homes, breweries, artists' studios, and small businesses, all while serving as a major transportation corridor. But its history as one of the city's first major employment centers also brought with it struggles with air, water, and ground pollution. And residents now grapple with the city's ever-growing homeless population. Despite these concerns, many residents would live nowhere else. Still, the question remains, can the neighborhood survive without losing its historic character?
Oh, the best thing about living in Wells Park is that you know who your neighbors are. It's a good little community. It's not as crazy as some and crazier than others.
There's a lot of opportunity down here. We don't have a mall close by or even a grocery store, but it's working.
Everything's accessible from this area. I feel like we're in the heart of the city.
I don't know what it is, but once you live here, people don't want to leave.
It's a very old neighborhood, but it seems like it still has that little small town atmosphere, so all the neighbors, they know each other, and basically everyone's really friendly with each other.
That's what brings me happiness, is walking through the neighborhood and seeing that the neighborhood is still continuing to grow.
This is one of the next great neighborhoods in Albuquerque. It's already great, but it's going to be even better.
Once home to Tiwa-speaking peoples, Spanish settlers colonized the area after the arrival of Juan de Oñate in 1598. The Pueblo Revolt of 1680 forced the settlers to flee, but many returned after the Reconquest in 1692. In 1706, the governor of New Mexico, Francisco Cuervo y Valdez, officially designated the community as a royally chartered town and named it La Villa Real de San Francisco de Albuquerque. The grant included the area surrounding Old Town, including what would become Wells Park and a number of smaller settlements along the Rio Grande. Possession of the grant land would pass to Mexico in 1821 and to the United States in 1848. The area around Old Town would remain predominantly farmland until well into the 20th century. In the late 1800s, prominent local photographer Emma Albright and her husband John, Kansas transplants, began acquiring property from land grant descendants in the area that would become Wells Park. The acquisitions were not without controversy, according to some of the area's older residents.
But the problem is that they gave them pennies on the dollar for their land. When they wanted to plat this land to do the first development, that's when the city and the United States of America got involved and found out that they had bought all this land for next to nothing and had intimidated a lot of people actually to made them buy and to sell to them.
The ownership of the land remained in dispute, and a case involving the city of Albuquerque versus the United States went to the Supreme Court in 1898. Finally, in 1901, through an act of Congress, the United States relinquished its interest in the Albuquerque land grant and required the city to issue deeds to the former landowners to make the land sales official and to fairly compensate them.
A lot of these people didn't want to sell. They wanted to keep their land, but they were, the Albrights were a very important and influential family and very wealthy, and so they were able to make them sell them the land. Now, like I said, Congress did make them eventually pay them back some money, but they didn't say you can have your lands back.
One of the area's first major employers, the American Lumber Company, set up shop in the early 1900s. Within 3 years of opening its mill, the company employed more than 850 people.
Mountain Road is originally called Carnuel Road, and they used to bring they'd log or cut the wood up in Carnuel and Manzano and Sandias and stuff and bring it down Mountain Road all the way down to the sawmill that was right here off of, at that time the sawmill was on this side of 12th Street. It was in the Wells Park area.
By 1908, the American Lumber Company was reportedly the largest lumbering enterprise in the Southwest. In addition to a sawmill, it included its own electric plant, built by the Albuquerque Gas and Electric Company, all connected by 5 miles of railroad track.
And then because they expanded, because they started to get more workers and stuff, that's when they moved over to the other side, and they made a trolley street to pick up the workers and all this and take them to work.
It was a big operation. They had a cabinet, building, box making, all kinds of things. My grandfather was Tomas Duran, and he was from the Duran family in Old Town. And his father was Miguel Duran. And I've traced our Duran family back to 1657. My grandfather had the store here on the corner of the property, and it was called La Tienda de la Máquina de Rajar, the sawmill store. And he opened the store to service the people from the American Lumber Company, because 12th Street ended right after this house, and the American Lumber Company was there, and there was, at one point, there was thousands of employees. He would sell groceries, he would sell clothes, he had a tailor shop, was dry goods, anything you wanted he had in the store. The trolley came down from Central, at that time New York, and came and turned around right here in front of the house. So this was the last stop, because the gates to the sawmill actually were closed. You didn't just drive in, you had to work there. They had a guard station and everything, so it was pretty interesting. He built the house for my grandmother as a wedding present, and they married in October of 1900. So I figure the house was being built in the 1890s. It stayed in the family all these years.
Other businesses sprang up nearby to service the workers.
The property, from the research I've done, I think it was built in 1881, and it opened up, I think, originally as just a hotel. And then in 1902, 1903, the American Lumber Corporation opened up the sawmill for the neighborhood right across the street. And back then, with a ratio of probably 5 men to every 1 woman, I think the owners decided it would make sense to kind of convert this place from a fledgling hotel into an actual brothel. And with the the blue collar workforce right across the street, I mean, I think this place kind of boomed. So it was a saloon. It was actually called the Swastika Saloon. It was billed itself as having a wine room and connection, a dance hall with wine room and connection, and back then a wine room was kind of code for brothel. And this is back when brothels were actually legal in Albuquerque from 1881 to about 1914. So it was a saloon out front, you'd enter, and then there was a long hallway that ran the length of the building, and it was an 8-room brothel. So it was kind of interesting history,
Farmland buffered housing from the sawmill activity until the 1940s. In the 1950s, the influence of Old Town spread, and the area saw an expansion of residential areas along with more industrial businesses. Growing up in post-World War II Wells Park, current and former residents recall a close-knit community that extended beyond today's neighborhood boundaries.
Wells Park was everything west of the railroad tracks, and what was east of the railroad tracks was Martinez Town. And then when we got down to Rio Grande was Old Town, and then the country club was that was pretty clear line. That was central going south. And so what is in between? Wells Park. This was all Wells Park down here. To the north of us was Duranes, and that was, of course, what we now would say north of the freeway. It was a mixed community, of course. We had some Native Americans that lived here. I mean, we had it all. We had some African American families that lived down the street. There was more than a few. And of course, everybody else that compromised a good, wholesome community. You name it, and we had it. But this was a working class neighborhood where anybody that had a job did very well, and we all took care of one another.
Neighborhoods were, I guess, they had character to them. It was really nice in a way. It was a Hispanic neighborhood, mostly the workers that worked in the sawmill and in all those, the industrial areas up on 4th Street. They had service jobs, that type of thing, but they'd lived there for ages, a long time. These families were there a long time.
This was a great place to grow up. And I imagine other neighborhoods are the same way, but this was my neighborhood. It was, you were safe back then. I had the Cleaver family neighborhood, basically. Of course, Albuquerque was different back in those days. Down on 11th Street, especially like now in the summer months, when school was out, we'd be out there till 9, 10 o'clock at night, playing in the streets, riding our bicycles, playing football.
Kent Salazar's father, a retired military veteran, opened a gas station at 12th and Mountain.
About 1960, and so I was about 10 or 11. We had a large family and everybody worked, and that's what I did. I worked for my father down there. I ran the gas pumps at night. I would go to school and then I would take the bus down there, and or he'd pick me up and I'd go down there, and then he'd go home at 6 o'clock. He'd go home, have supper, rest, and then 11 o'clock at night he'd come back and take the money, close up, and take me home, and then I'd go to bed. I would wash their windows, check all their fluids, their tires. I'd vacuum out the car, do whatever they needed on it, and I'd usually sell them some product like Bardol or something like that. That always scared me because I was at night there and I thought, oh my God, they're gonna come get me, for my $100 cash drawer, So I would hide the cash under the oil cans and in the back, and I would sit there, but everybody was really nice at that time. It was a scary thing, and you think about being a child worker like that, but it was the neighborhood that made it kind of nice. For me anyway, I felt safe in that neighborhood with the people.
A city park, then known as the 6th and Mountain Park, was renamed Wells Park in honor of city manager Charles E. Wells in 1951. The Wells Park Community Center would eventually be built on the site. For kids and families, it would become the center of their activities.
Wells Park is Wells Park Community Center. I mean, that is very important to me. Well, Wells Park has always been the focal area of the neighborhood. Wells Park services have always served Wells Park, downtown, Sawmill area, Martineztown, because they don't have community center. So the kids would all come down there.
Well, the community center at first was a fire station. That's what it was. It was not a community center. It was a fire station. The old part right there on the corner of 5th Street and Mountain Road, that's the old fire station. You know, and then later on came the gym and all of that. That's when the community center actually formed and stuff. But before that, we all just used to come to the fire station because they had a little cement pond, what we called a cement pond, which was like a pool.
We thought it was huge. It was a swimming pool. It's actually a wading pool. But are you kidding? Water, we could get wet. And middle of the hot summer days and air conditioning unknown of at that particular time. We're talking 50s now, right?
They were worried about us getting polio or either spreading it or getting it. And so what they would do is they had buckets of water with Clorox in it. And so what you had to do is you had to go step in the bucket, get the Clorox water and wash yourself all up, you know, and everything. And then you could go in and get in the cement pond. And then when you got out of the cement pond, then you got back into the into the pails of water and washed yourself again and stuff. And then you could go play. We all smelled like Clorox. The flies didn't bother us, you know, so it worked out okay. We were all pretty clean, let me tell you, you know. But that's when they realized that a community center needed to be formed, and I think it was I'm not certain on this, but I'm thinking it was the first community center that was put down here in this area to service all these children and stuff.
But we had a lot of programs there. We learned how to color. We had Easter hunts. We had Halloween programs there, Christmas programs there. We had a lot of things going on there. A lot of kids all my friends went there.
They go to the community center for like bingo or dances. They'd have their weddings there in the neighborhood. That's what the neighborhood was about, those type of things. We went to church in the neighborhood. You know, we did all those things in the neighborhood.
I remember at night, we would come back to Wells Park because there was a basketball court there. It was one of the better basketball courts. And who played there was important because the Lobos used to come, the Lobo men used to come and play at the community center at night, and that would get packed up by the community. Parents, kids, family members, everybody would stack all around and watch the Lobos play, pick up basketball games against other teams. Big for us.
We had a lot of hot young guys and we needed something to do, so we started these summer basketball leagues. And we had the open, league where it's the college guys and guys that were, needed a place to play in the thing. Really good ball players. I mean, these were some of the guys that went pro later on. And it's pretty exciting. If you watch the open leagues, these were the college guys. Ira Harge, Mel Daniels, Michael Cooper at one time even played in some of those leagues. These were really good ball players.
As automobile travel exploded in the 20th century, so did use of the much-traveled North 4th Street, which passed through Wells Park. Businesses sprang up along the entire length of the road, which for about a decade was part of the famed Route 66.
In our times, it was a bustling metropolitan center. That's the way we would probably look at it. 4th Street was the street where you're going to be able to find everything from bakeries to the banks.
One of the places on 4th Street that was famous was Polly's. And Polly's was a restaurant, and a very commercial, big restaurant. The Greyhound buses would stop there when they came into Albuquerque. And so the people would get off and they would sell, the native Indians would come and sell jewelry and tell people, and they had maps, and it was a place to be seen.
But the city's decision to introduce a new zoning code in 1959 portended the decline of Wells Park and surrounding downtown neighborhoods.
Well, you know, during the 70s and stuff, all the historical neighborhoods around, Newtown and stuff, were already in decline. The part of the decline that was happening was because of the zoning that came in the late 50s and the way that they zoned it. They had the type of zoning that they used to do back then was specific to big cities. And it did not fit in with our town the way it is and the little roads that we had and everything. And so it was detrimental to the neighborhoods. These were really nice little neighborhoods. But when they brought in, let in all the wrecking yards and junk yards and all these unsavourable businesses into the neighborhood, it started to bring it to decline. Now what happened there is then the banks would not lend you money if you lived in these areas because they felt that they were going to lose money, so they wouldn't. So that created the slums that we have. It wasn't because of the people didn't want to work on their homes or fix them or whatever and stuff, but it was because of that fact that we could not get banks to work with us at that time. So by the time that I moved in, that Fred and I got married and came here, at that time, model cities had come in during the 60s and everything and had destroyed pretty much a lot of these historic neighborhoods here with what they did. They got this bright idea that they were just going to rebuild everything and knock down and they knocked down a lot of the history. They knocked down a lot of our historic buildings along with the housing and stuff. Like I said, in Odilia, in Martinez Town, Santa Barbara, that street there, that was houses all the way up to the hills. But at the time when model cities came in, what they did is they did public domain on those lands and they made the people move. They only gave them 1 month to move. I remember coming in, walking, and people were all freaked out because there was yellow signs posted on all the doors telling them that they had to move, and they were giving them $1,500. That's what they gave them for their property. Everybody got $1,500, and then it was up to them as to where they were going to move or what. And as we were helping people move out and loading up their furniture and stuff into truck, the tractors were coming and knocking down the houses. And so it was horrific. People were crying and everything. And
by the 1970s, as property values declined and the neighborhood deteriorated, community residents realized the need to organize.
Well, this neighborhood here was really in decline as far as the gangs had taken over and the fact that majority of the people, that the elder seniors and stuff, had passed away. So there was a lot of housing stock that was left, and it was the California speculation that came in and started buying all these houses because they could buy them really cheap. But what they were doing is they were just renting them, and so they were absentee landlords. They didn't live here. They didn't care who they rented to and stuff. So we ended up getting infested with a lot of drug houses, and like I said, the gangs, the graffiti that the gangs took over the community center. That's where they were dealing drugs out of and stolen merchandise, from the homes and stuff. And so it was at that time that Fred and I decided that we had to get involved because we wanted to raise a family here. And we did not want the neighborhood to be this way. So that's when my father-in-law, my mother-in-law, my sister-in-law, myself and Fred and 2 other neighbors started the neighborhood association. Ours formed in 1979.
And from there it just grew and grew and grew, and we found out that, hey, that's when we found out that yes, you can fight City Hall. Because back then it was common rule, you can fight City Hall. And we found out from talking to other organizers and so on and so forth that yes, you can fight City Hall, but there's a way to do it.
And when we went, the first time we went, they laughed at us. And we kept showing up and we were learning. See, that's the thing, is they didn't realize that we were as smart as we were. We were picking up everything. We were finding out every time they would tell us, no, you can't do that because of this, 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 and this. Well, the next time we went, we had this, this, and this, you know, and they're like, you know, they could not turn down our requests.
The association eventually banded together with other downtown neighborhoods to increase their clout, including San Jose, South Broadway, Martineztown, Los Duranes, and Barelas.
What the city decided to do is they would say, we have X amount of money. We have $500,000 for improvements in your neighborhood. And they would say, these monies are open, you need to submit for them and stuff. So all of us, all the neighborhoods, everybody submits for everything they want. We want the whole goddamn million, man. We don't want just 10,000, we want the whole million. So everybody goes in with that attitude. Well, what happens is we called it the shark feed. While we're fighting for all this monies and all of this and everything, the city would go behind us and say, well, the communities can't come to a consensus, so therefore we are going to do it how we think is proper. And so that's how we learned really quick that they were really good about doing that. So that's how the coalition came. And so we decided how we were going to split up these monies amongst ourselves, and went in full force with a full package of all the neighborhoods together and stuff, and they could not dispute it at that point.
The seeds for community organizing were planted in the 1960s, Jesse Size explained, during the height of the movement to reclaim land grants in northern New Mexico, led by charismatic preacher Reyes Lopez Tijerina. His organization, Alianza Federal de Mercedes, was headquartered nearby.
The Alianza was located at, I believe it was 3rd and Mountain Road. That was Reyes Tijerina. Reyes Tijerina was a, I don't know if you want to call him a Mexican activist or a Hispanic activist throughout the state. And he was based out of our neighborhood. And there was a meeting hall, and they would, some people say they were very radical, other people saying they were terrorists, other people saying that that's what we need. But Reyes Tijerina, in my opinion, was one of the main factors that brought attention to neighborhoods of color, poor neighborhoods, that how businesses, government, and everything else kind of just ignores them, gives them and throws out a few crumbs and stuff like that.
They were trying to get the Hispanic people to stand up for their rights, you know, and stuff, because of eminent domain and all this stuff that was going on, and telling people you can, you know, speak against the government. Yes, you can speak against, you know, City Hall and all this, you know. And so they were known as rebels because, you know, they were bad people because, you know, they were instigating. You know, City Hall considered them, and the politicians considered them, you know, troublemakers. But really, it wasn't that it was trouble that they were trying to pass on. It was them trying to tell people that it was okay to stand up and speak for themselves. So it wasn't until really my generation that things started to change among Hispanics.
The Alianza was, they helped teach people that no, we're not second-class people. We're just as good as anyone in town, and we deserve the same type of treatment.
Everybody, even the old people, you know, you always walked and you always did the, you know, raza, que viva la raza, you know, that type of thing. That was basically what it was.
With some successes under its belt, the Neighborhood Association tackled the long-standing problem of environmental pollution that enveloped the area, caused by companies including Duke City Lumber, Ponderosa Products, Public Service Company of New Mexico, gas stations, and dairy farms, among others.
The problem that we had with our environment and stuff were the sawmills. The sawmills were, working with their lumber, and they had water wells and stuff that were not lined, and they used a lot of really harsh chemicals, for the woods and all of this, and that stuff seeped into our water, our aquifer and stuff. So to begin with, we started off with bad water. But the main thing that was really horrible, because I remember when we moved here in 1974, is you couldn't even hang your clothes in the clothesline because there would be a soot that would get on all your clothes.
I think prompted Leo and I to get in to be activists in our Wells Park neighborhood is when we first got together, and he would wash the car, and the next morning it would be full of sawdust, and it was horrible. And I would tell him, you can't have a clean car living here. And it was because, and then we started, and I started explaining to him, because of the sawmill and the open stacks, and they would burn, and it was everywhere. And so by that time we grew up enough to where we figured out something had to be done.
So at that time, that's when Sawmill Advisory Council formed to be able to fight the sawmills and the pollution that was going on in their site. By the time that these changes were going on, friends of ours, Rick Miera, had become the representative of this area. So, and he was born and raised in this area right here on 11th Street and everything. And so he knew our issues and everything and what we were going through.
They started making plywood, and to put plywood, they had to glue it together, and after they finished with their glue, they would just throw everything on the ground. PNM was no different. Many years ago, there was the main station was right down to what is now the 12th and the freeway. That's where they made power for the rest of the city, and so they would use oil as a way of making the electricity, and then they clean out those oil tanks and they just throw it in the ground. I mean, there was not the concern about that. So a lot of things were going on, as you can well expect, that people didn't care about. But when we found out about it, we had to do something. I had to do something about it. And so we put PNM on notice. They came and they cleaned everything out. They took all the dirt and they took it someplace else. I think they took it to Texas. But I just know that we didn't want it here, and it went someplace else. We closed down the plant that Great Britain had and said, you know what, you cannot do that anymore. We're not going to allow that, because at the end of the night you also burn all this stuff and it's getting into the neighborhood. We're finding ash everywhere. We will stop that. I got the people that is now known as the Old Town area and got them collaboratively together and said, we're going to do something about this. We're going to sue if we have to. We'll take everybody to court. We got to do what we have to do, and we did it. We shut it down, and what became of the old area that we knew as the polluters and so forth, people are now living on it because we cleaned it up. There's brand new housing going on. There's breweries on those corners back to the west side of 12th Street. We got that. We reclaimed that area.
In the long run, we won. We got it closed down. We got all of that pollution. We got money to do some cleanup, and life is much better.
But we had to do that. It didn't come just easily. It came with people working together with me to make sure that this was going to happen, and we did. We're making it happen, and we continue to fight that, whether it's air pollution, groundwater pollution, or whatever.
As activists like the Romeros and the Seises left the neighborhood to a new generation, one problem remains a challenge: dealing on a daily basis with the bulk of Albuquerque's homeless population.
Since I've lived here all my life, there always has been homeless. Of course, then they used to call them hobos, and it was mostly men. That's where it started and stuff. And then, so what happened is the city in all its glory decided that what would be good is to centralize all the services for the homeless and for the mentally ill and stuff, all in one corridor, which happens to be Varelas and Wells Park.
Within Wells Park, we have healthcare for the homeless, We have St. Martin's Now Hope Works. We have Coronado Park, which is not a service provider, but it's, you know, sort of its own entity. And then right on the other side of the freeway, which is right on the other side of I-40, which is technically near North Valley, but, you know, right on our boundary is both Steel Bridge and the Rock at Noonday.
Go there in the afternoons about 4 or 5 o'clock, and I'm pretty guarantee you won't drive through there again. Because frankly, it's scary. The city has designated Coronado Park as a pickup and drop-off point for the shelters up in the west side and so on and so forth.
That park has been an issue in this neighborhood since as long as I can remember. Because people were already congregating there, I think it was easy for the city to just say, let's designate this as a pickup location for the shelter. And then it became known as the homeless park, and then different other sort of faith-based groups and community groups feed people there, so it's sort of like snowballed, and now it's become this thing that no one really wants to take on. So that's one of the things that we're trying to address with the city, is that we've told them time and again they really need to take responsibility for that park. They need to do something. I don't know exactly what the answer is, but I think step one, which we've told them numerous times, is you need to make it no longer the city's only designated pickup drop-off location for the Westside Shelter.
Longtime Wells Park business owners Jerry Mitchell and Frank Garcia say the homeless have brought an increase in crime to the area, ranging from burglary and arson to physical assaults.
So it seems like a lot of people in the area were getting victimized by this problem, and you know what? People in the neighborhood are just getting really, I guess afraid, I would say, but they feel like we're the victims now. Like, you know, no one's really supporting us or the neighborhood people, you know, for our rights. You know, everyone has the rights of the homeless, and ACLU, they got their back, but you know, what about the people, the taxpayers in the neighborhood?
If this homeless problem isn't addressed, it's going to get worse. Crime will go up. But, you know, there's always hope that they're going to do something to where they're going to address the problem. My understanding is they're really working hard on it. Mayor Keller and his staff and stuff, they're trying to get a grip of it.
Neighbors say they want the city and the various providers to take more responsibility for the transient population in the neighborhood.
I want them to be good neighbors, and I want them to acknowledge and take some responsibility for the impacts that they are having.
We believe in helping, and we've done our share of it. And we don't mind having some of these facilities in our community. And I hate to say that, but this was our battle cry. What kind of homeless facility is in Tanawand? Not one.
I think what hurts Leo and I the most is they're young. Some of them are just young kids, you know, it's like, my goodness, you know, where did you go wrong?
I think what we should try focusing on is more organizations like the Joy Junction, where they help people, they feed them, they house them, and they help them get back on their feet. And a lot of organizations out here don't either have the backbone or they don't have the time. Whichever it is, they're not helping them help themselves.
Perhaps it is appropriate that 5-time world champion boxer Johnny Tapia proudly called Wells Park home. Like Wells Park, he faced many challenges in his rise to prominence.
Johnny Tapia used to live down the street on Bellama, so we knew him as a kid. He'd come by and talk to us and stuff. So me and my husband.
About what he wanted to be.
Johnny, he was such a sweet guy, a fantastic kid, a great personality, very respectful, was brought up to respect. His grandma and grandpa lived right here on 8th Street in Bellama, right just down the street. And the Tapias have always been known to be a rough family, you know, and they were all boxers. Grandpa was a boxer. He was a Golden Glove champion. So him being a child of the streets and stuff, me having my son being his same age, they went to school together. They became friends. And my son, Carlos, brought him over and asked me, Mom, can Johnny stay for supper? And that's when I started learning about this kid, that he had nothing and that he had no place, and he ate whenever he ate, whoever gave him whatever it was that they had. I was getting the kids ready for school and everything, and little Johnny was sitting in that front porch, that stool, that step right there in front of my little porch. And and he was crying, and that's when I Juanito, what is wrong? Johnny, ¿qué pasa? And that's when he told me, they found my mama dead. He didn't know, he was just a little kid. So he didn't know any of what happened or whatever, but he just knew that his grandma and grandpa had just told him that his mama had been killed.
He'd be walking down the street, sparring, doing this stuff.
Yeah.
When he was working out here in town, when he was still here in town, working out for a fight, he'd run around the neighborhood. And I remember he stopped by one day and he says, "You got a trash bag?" I said, "Yeah." So I gave him a trash bag, and he cut a hole in it, took off his t-shirt and put it on, and then put his t-shirt on top of it. He says, I need to get a little better sweat going. And he'd thank you, and he'd take off. Johnny was something. He had his demons, unfortunately, and he could never shake them. But in general, he's one of the nicest guys that you want to meet in the community.
When he got money, that's when drugs came. Drugs found him, and criminal activity or whatever they accused him of, but he was a good kid. He really was. Money attracts all of that, in my mind.
He worked very hard for what he got.
He did, he worked hard for it.
Johnny Tapia, at the time that he passed away, they came to, I believe I was the president of the association at the time, and they came to me and they wanted to dedicate the park, the community center, put it in his name, Johnny Tapia Park, or whatever. So we made an agreement, and they dedicated the gym in his name. And I thought that's fine. He's part of the community. I don't have a problem with that. But then after I left office, from what I understand, city councilors from another district came into ours and wanted to change the community center to Johnny Tapia Wells Park.
Johnny had Wells Park tattooed all over him. He was very proud of being from Wells Park. But they don't know, the trouble he used to get into in the neighborhood before. So people were very upset when they said that they were going to change Wells Park Community Center to Johnny Tapia Community Center, because people said this is not Johnny Tapia Community, it is Wells Park Community. And even though many people like myself will talk highly of Johnny, because I loved him, he was like my little son. He's a good kid, but he had the demons that he could just not run away from.
I went in a little bit upset because they didn't want to accept the name of Johnny Tapia. And I believe he had more right to have that name in there because he lived there, he struggled there, he was a part of an inspiration for half of his people in Wells Park.
That's true.
And I went in there and I scolded them, and they listened to me, and I didn't know how they were going to accept it, but I wanted Johnny in there because he's big.
Despite the challenges, the neighborhood continues to transform as the area becomes more desirable for small businesses, developers, and folks who want to live in the downtown core.
So Wells Park is interesting because it's such a mixed area, right? So we've got commercial, industrial, residential, and I think that the business character of the neighborhood has really changed over the years. I think it used to be a lot more kind of manufacturing type, and now it tends to be more either professional office space or We have a lot of breweries and restaurants now.
When I moved in 2014, I mean, I've already seen a ton of change in the neighborhood. Tractor Brewing relocated from, Los Lunas to their brewery now on 4th Street, and they've been there for 5 years now. I've seen, 5 other breweries pop up in this neighborhood. There's been coffee shops that have opened up. And then I've seen, since I've kind of rehabbed this property, I've seen other properties in Wells Park that people have, fixed up and have either sold or have made them a place for themselves to live, which is fantastic, So it's definitely getting, bringing new life into this neighborhood. I like the fact that it's kind of mixed use. It's a lively neighborhood. There's always something that's happening down here.
That's what brings me happiness, is walking through the neighborhood and seeing that the neighborhood is still continuing to grow, and stuff, that it's, even though it's such an old neighborhood, it's like a new child that is developing again.
We're seeing some change now. Where I used to work is now a restaurant, the stores are torn down and we see new fancy shops coming up and stuff like that. But just remember that this neighborhood had a good history to it, and there were good people that lived in there.
I grew up here, and my kids grew up here, and some of them are staying here, and we're all going to move on, but a great place to say we had something to do with how Wells Park matured and changed, and it's going to change yet again, all for the better.
I think this neighborhood has been around long enough and sustained, it's gone through a lot and it's always survived, and I think it will continue to survive. And I think that there are people that have lived in this neighborhood for a really long time that really care about preserving it, and there are people that have not lived here very long and love this neighborhood and also want to do whatever it takes to preserve it. I have not found personally anyone that's moved into this neighborhood in recent years not love it. And despite its flaws, every neighborhood has its flaws, and I think maybe we have more than our fair share of, like I said, a transient population, or maybe even some crime because it's an older neighborhood, it's close to downtown. But I don't know what it is, but once you live here, people don't want to leave.
I would like people to know that Wells Park is a great place to live. We're in a good location, we're close to downtown, we're close to jobs, we're close to opportunities, lots of restaurants, we're close to the freeway, and I think most of all that there's still good people here. There's still good people that live in the neighborhood and that care.
What I like about Wells Park is the people. They still have the love for their neighborhood, the love for their families, and the need to get involved.
We've come a long way, baby. We've come a long way,
Okay, good evening, everyone. Good evening. My name is Amy Smith. I'm the chair of the Department of Dermatology at the University of New Mexico School of Medicine. We're so pleased to have you all join us for the evening tonight and the UNM School of Medicine Community Lecture. And we have such a fabulous turnout for the event, and hopefully more people find us after they voted in the election. We sort of forgot that that was today. We're so grateful to Albuquerque Academy for continuing to host these lectures and partnering with the School of Medicine for the last 4 years to bring this type of education to the community. We also wanted to thank specifically Los Poblanos Inn and Cultural Center for the skincare products they provided, and to Array Biopharma, who donated the No One Fights Alone bracelets. They are a pharmaceutical company producing treatments for advanced skin cancers. I also wanted to bring attention to upcoming dermatology-related community events, including skin cancer screenings that we've been sponsoring by our department in conjunction with the UNM Comprehensive Cancer Center, the Shannon Shaw Memorial Fund, and the American Academy of Dermatology. The next one here in Albuquerque will be in the spring in May, and we really hope to continue to grow this program every year to bring awareness and support to this important effort. So tonight you'll be hearing from 3 of our fabulous faculty members, Drs. Nayara Barbosa, Marianne Berwick, and John Durkin, and we'll have plenty of time at the end for discussion, so please do write down any questions that you might have and pass them to the staff during or after the talk. But first, it's my pleasure and honor to introduce a true friend to our department, Ellen King, who I hope will share with you a bit why this topic is so personally significant to her and why she's been so dedicated to helping us share information and promote awareness on this topic in New Mexico. Ellen?
Thank you, Amy. The reason that I'm here tonight and was invited tonight is because, quite literally, a few months shy of 20 years ago, my hairdresser literally saved my life. She was doing my hair one day, and she noticed that a mole on the top of my head, a mole that I didn't even know I had grown, changed shape, and just basically looked ugly. She informed me of that, and she said, "Ellen, you need to go see a doctor." So I was like, yeah, okay, I'll go see a doctor. So I went to my regular doctor. He said, yeah, we'll watch that. And I went back the next month and had my hair cut again. And she said, no, Ellen, you need to have it seen by a dermatologist. The reason she was so concerned was when she got her cosmetology license, she had had an hour lecture by someone, I don't know who was explaining all the various skin diseases and things that can happen to one's skin and how they should be aware so they could help the client. It turned out when I went to a dermatologist, he went and he looked at it, and the first thing he said was, bad mole. And that was his explanation. And as it turned out, they thought I possibly had a 4th stage melanoma. I was very fortunate in that it wasn't 4th stage. It was not as deep as they thought. And after the surgery, they watched me. I had tests and follow-ups, but it hadn't spread, and so I'm still. I have had a couple of other cancers since, partially because I've been aware to look what I need to look for. I've had other kinds of skin cancers, squamous and lots of base. Those hardly. But the point of this is, I think of skin cancer lesions a little like little terrorists. You know, they're attacking your body and you don't even know they're around. So it's again that saying they have, if you see something, say something. So if you see something on a spouse, a relative, somebody you care about that you think should be looked at, they may give you a hard time about it, but it's worth saying, please have it checked out. In my case, it did quite literally save my life. Thank you very much. John?
Hello, everyone. My name is Nayara Barbosa. I'm a dermatologist here at the Department of Dermatology at UNM. My special interest is skin cancer and skin cancer treatment. Today I'll be talking to you a little bit about the harmful effects of the sun as well as about skin cancers. The sun is a beautiful amenity that we have here in New Mexico. In all honesty, that's one of the major reasons I decided to move here. Just like everything else, though, if you get too much sun, so the sun in excess can have many harmful effects. Many people tend to believe that if they get tan and they have a little bit of color or they go to a tanning bed, they are naturally protected and they are not vulnerable to those effects of the sun. That is not completely true. If you are someone who gets tan, that means that you have some pigment cells that can protect you. So when you go outside, those cells start to produce pigment and that protects your skin and you get a little bit brown. But in the view of a dermatologist, or in my view especially, a tanning is the same as a sunburn. They are both signs that you have already had too much sun. When you're tanning, your body's telling you, stop, I'm trying to protect you and I'm creating this pigment. And when you don't have that pigment to create, you just basically burn. But they're both sun damage. Now, sun damage can look like a lot of things, not just a sunburn. One of the first signs of sun damage may be freckles. Freckles can start very early in life. You can see a lot of little kids who have freckles, and they look like brown or tan spots. They will never go away once you have them. Sun-exposed areas are the most common places where you'll see these. In the winter, if you're not outside as much, they tend to fade. But then if you go outside and you're getting sun, they become more extroverted and they appear again. Another sign of aging and sun exposure, wrinkles. So as we get older, we'll all get wrinkles. Unfortunately, we don't have a way to prevent these. However, the sun can accelerate that process. And that happens because our skin has collagen. And collagen is our structure, our building blocks. As we're getting older and aging, we're losing that collagen. The sun accelerates that process. So if you're someone who spent a lot of time in the sun, you're using tanning beds, you're really getting older faster. You can see that some people, they may look much older than they are, especially if they work outside or they use a lot of tanning beds. And the third is bruising. So bruising, there are many reasons why you may bruise, and as we get older, again, our skin is getting more fragile, thinner, you're losing collagen, but the sun will accelerate that process. And I have a lot of young patients, maybe in their 50s or 60s, and they already have a lot of these bruises, especially on their arms. And that is a sign of too much sun as well. And I don't want to get too scientific here. However, I do think it's important to understand the basic structure of the skin. And this picture here to your right, that's what we see when we look under the microscope. The epidermis is this top layer of the skin. That's the surface. And the dermis is the middle portion of the skin where all those building blocks are. It's the bulk of your skin. You have your collagen, your hair follicles, sweat glands, oil glands. And the top layer of the skin, this epidermis, is where most of the processes that I'll be talking about, including the skin cancers, will be happening, or at least starting. Here you have all the cells that can cause damage. You have basal cells that can cause basal cell carcinoma. You have keratinocytes that can cause squamous cell carcinoma. And you have melanocytes, and they can cause melanoma. And here will be that collagen. So as we're getting older, this dermis is becoming more fragile and smaller. And the cancers, when they start here at the surface, eventually they will go down. When it's just at the surface, very easy to treat. We can even treat sometimes with a cream or lasers. But when they become deeper, you may need surgery or more aggressive treatment. Actinic keratosis are considered pre-cancer lesions. If you're over age of 60 and has been outside, you probably will have those or have those. They look like dry skin, almost sandpaper. You try to use lotion, Vaseline, coconut oil, whatever moisturizer cream you want to use, and that will not go away. Now, they're most commonly seen in sun-exposed areas, so the face, back of your hands, chest. If you're someone who worked outside and didn't wear a shirt, you may have it all over your trunk. And they're very easy to treat. The reason we want to treat these is with time, they can become skin cancer. The chance is about 5 to 8% a year, but every year accumulate. So with time, if you have one of these and you're not treating them, they will become a skin cancer. The most common treatment is liquid nitrogen, and I call this the dermatologist's best friend. If you have been to the dermatologist's office, you probably have been attacked by this little nitrogen gun. It's liquid nitrogen. And what that will do is we're burning the surface of the skin. So the precancer, the actinic keratosis, is happening right at the surface of the skin, so we can treat that very easily. We create a very superficial burn. The skin will peel off, new skin will come in, and it will be very healthy. So all that precancer will be treated. Now, if you have many of those precancer lesions, it's hard to spray each one of them. So for those cases, we like to use either a cream, which is a chemotherapy cream, or we use a light treatment, and those will do the same thing as the liquid nitrogen. They will irritate the top layer of the skin, so that skin will peel off, almost like a peel. New skin will come in, and the precancers are gone. So very simple. And just to remind you, if you have damaged skin, eventually that will become precancer, and eventually those will become skin cancer. And SCC stands for squamous cell carcinoma, and I'll be talking about that in a minute. When they first start, a lot of times they may be squamous cell in situ. And in situ means the surface of the skin. It's just on the epidermis. When they are not treated in a timely manner, they become more aggressive and they become invasive, meaning they're going deeper, and now they are in the dermis. And we do not want to get to this point, so we want you to treat very early. The skin fillings. There are three major types of skin cancers that we'll be discussing today: basal cell carcinoma, squamous cell carcinoma, and melanoma. And I will start with basal cell carcinoma. I should have put the new joker, but I'm outdated. So basal cell carcinoma, I call it the best cancer to have if you had to choose a cancer. Not that anyone ever wants to have a cancer. They look like a pimple or a bug bite. They're a little bit shiny, and they will not go away on their own. They will keep growing. Now, I call them lazy cancers, and the reason is because they tend to cause trouble, but just locally. They're not cancers that will be traveling and going inside of your body, but if you leave them there, with time, they'll continue to grow, they will be sore, tender, they can bleed. And if you do neglect them for many, many years, they can actually cause real damage, so you do not want to do that. It is estimated that about 1 million basal cell carcinomas are diagnosed in the United States every year. Extremely common. And unfortunately, the face, especially the nose, is the most common place to have them. If they're found early, we can treat them. The cure rate is 99%, so very good cure rate for a cancer. The second cancer is squamous cell carcinoma. And squamous cell carcinoma is just one step above basal cell carcinoma. And the reason is they can grow a little bit faster and they can misbehave. And these ones, if you do neglect them, with time they can grow and they can actually go into lymph node and have metastasis. They can look similar to the basal cell, like a wound that won't heal and they'll keep growing and they bleed. But they can also have this very hard crust, and sometimes you try to pick at it and you pick multiple times and they will just not go away and resolve on its own. These are some photos of some of my patients here, and they are pretty good sized squamous cell carcinomas, and they grew very fast. Most of the time it will be sun-exposed areas, just like basal cell cancer. And if you find them early, we do a minor procedure with surgery, and they're treated. If you take a little while to have them treated, we may need to check your lymph nodes or even do radiation or more aggressive treatment. So you do not want to delay these. And finally, melanoma. Is that good, Alan? Okay, good. So melanoma is the scariest and trickiest cancer. And the reason is it can look like anything, it can show up anywhere, and it can grow very fast. Traditionally, what you're looking for is a dark spot. And if you're someone who has a lot of dark spots, you may be asking yourself, how do I know which one I should be worried about? What you want to look for is pattern. You want to look for pattern, colors, and if something doesn't belong, we call it the ugly duck. That's the one you should be worried about. There's also a rule of the ABCDE of melanoma. A for asymmetry, B, irregular borders, C, color, if they have multiple colors, similar to this lesion here, D, diameter, so the size of the lesion, and E, evolving, if they're changing over time. And that can be they're growing, they're bleeding, they're itching. And melanoma is tricky, as I told you, and they can look like anything. For example, right in here, this is a melanoma, and it's called amelanotic melanoma, meaning does not have pigment. And I just told you it's usually a brown spot, but in these cases, they are pink, and they may look like a patch of eczema or a scratch. And these, unfortunately, they go misdiagnosed for many years until someone will do a biopsy, and they can be very dangerous. Melanomas under the nail and between the toes, they're not the most common, but they are also more dangerous because most people are not checking their toes that often, and they also go for many years before they are found. So when you're checking your skin, which I know all of you will go home and be checking, make sure that you're looking every part. Look between your fingers, toes, nails, groin area, because melanomas can show up anywhere. The highest risk factor for melanoma is accumulating sun exposure over time. But there's also genetic components. So if you know your family has had melanoma, you are at increased risk. And if you have ever used tanning bed, even once, you are at increased risk of melanoma. If they're found early, we can treat them very easily, just with a minor procedure. However, if they are already more aggressive and deeper, you may need more treatment because they can go to lymph nodes and they can metastasize. In those cases, you may need chemotherapy or immunotherapy, and you may need to see oncology. Do not worry, skin has heroes too. Here I am telling you about all the terrible stuff you could get on your skin and showing you these nasty photos of cancers, but there is hope, and there are a lot of people out there to help you. First line will be your doctors, your healthcare provider, your dermatologist. I know it's hard in New Mexico. There's a shortage of specialists, especially dermatologists. However, the primary cares, a lot of the primary cares feel very comfortable checking the skin or doing a biopsy and triaging if you have any concerns. Our department is also trying to increase our outreach and accommodate more patients, especially if you have a concern for skin cancers. And don't forget other people who are in contact with your skin, your massage therapist, your hairdresser, as Alan shared with us. They are looking at your skin, and if they tell you there's something looking funny, do not ignore, especially if they're seeing you over time and they notice that is changing. And lastly, your family. I tend to tell my patients that they need to have each other's back, meaning if you have a partner, a significant other, someone you're close to and you trust, check each other's back. And if they see anything that it looks concerning, always better to be safe than sorry. So then go see a dermatologist or your primary care to have a biopsy. And lastly, I want to talk a little bit about treatment. I told you that some of those cancers can be treated very easily with a minor procedure. And what does a minor procedure really mean? So these are outpatient procedures, meaning you come to the clinic, you are awake for your surgery. We usually use local anesthetic, which is a needle poke and it burns a little bit. You don't need to go to sleep or get...
Hello, welcome to Conversations with the Commissioner. My name is Maggie Hart-Stebbins, and I have the privilege of representing District 3 on the Bernalillo County Commission. One of the things I love about my job is it gives me the opportunity to get out into the community and meet people who are doing wonderful things to make our community safer and healthier and a better place to live. And today, I'm really pleased to be joined by Dr. Anthony Flegg, who's on the faculty at the University of New Mexico Health Sciences Center, who founded a program called Running Medicine. And I was really thrilled to learn about the work that you're doing, and really pleased you could join us today so we can help educate the community about this wonderful program. So tell me about Running Medicine, how it started, where you got the idea, and what you did to get it off the ground.
Excited to be here. I'm a family physician, and so many of the people that I see on a daily basis have health conditions that range from depression, anxiety, overweight, diabetes, lots of pills that they're taking that among the simple fixes would be more movement. And so Running Medicine is a connection to the idea that along with our food, our movement is our most basic form of health promotion, medication, if you want to call it that. A little deeper meaning might be around our Native American communities that see running as much more a mind, body, and spirit activity, not necessarily just aerobic fitness. And so you'll hear of prayer runs, you'll hear of, you have even incorporated into traditional ceremonies, running is a part of the way that prayer and ceremony and giving thanks and de-stressing is part of it. So I thought that our downtown area was ready to have a group that could kind of uniquely bring runners, walkers of all ages and speeds together and really focus on helping people connect with each other, and running and walking is the excuse to get them to the table.
When did you start?
So we started in March of 2016. Our initial running medicine, we had put the word out for a month or two, weren't quite sure who was going to show up at Bullhead Park in the International District, and 70 people showed up for that first morning, and from there have been in different places around the city. Currently, the UNM North Golf Course is the primary place where we get our medicine, as we say, and celebrate. We actually, about a year ago, said, you know, what we're doing is really more than practices. Practices sounds like what you did in mid-school. So they're running medicine celebrations. They're, to the outside observer, exercise sessions, but they're celebratory in the sense of, you know, taking a moment at the beginning to come together as a circle, breathe, maybe make an intention that day to let go of things you're holding on to, and then get into the actual sweat and the movement.
So there are lots of running clubs in the Albuquerque area in Bernalillo County. How is this different?
Probably the first thing that you would notice that sets us apart is just the intergenerational aspect of it. So you have, in some cases, in a given family, 3 or 4 generations exercising together. There's no sidelines, so to speak. So a lot of people expecting a normal, I drop my kid off and I go sit in the car, you know, are kind of surprised to see, oh, all the parents here, regardless of their speed, their age, their fitness level, are exercising as well. And as a health professional, my thought from the beginning on coaxing everyone to do this together is it's going to change some of the wider effects of what we're doing if the entire family is invested. They, you know, if it's just about dropping Billy off to go do his running club, probably isn't going to change what that family serves for dinner that night. It may not change some of the conflicts and trauma that family is trying to work through, but having everyone there together, a different picture. So that's probably one of the biggest things. The second, I think, would be just integrating indigenous culture in very specific ways into the actual running medicine celebrations. So for instance, we have about 100 people that meet in our downtown location, about 40 or 50 that meet more in the west side Albuquerque area, and you end running medicine by shaking each person's hand, all 100 people, starting, you know, with one person who goes around and makes their way around the circle. The thought there, it's very, very commonly done in traditional ceremonies, powwows. You're not assuming that you did this for yourself. You're recognizing that you use the energy and the people around you to get the exercise, to get the full benefit out of it. So
I really love that aspect of it. You know, I had a short career as a track athlete, and I felt it was a very individual sport, that there was not the sense of community that you find in other competitive sports where you actually have a team that works together. So I love that aspect, that it is not just individuals going out to, you know, get in a good workout. There's that whole community and spiritual component to it. You mentioned the health problems that you see in your patient population. You know, here in Bernalillo County, we know that particularly children, you know, suffer from food insecurity, from depression, from anxiety, a lot of factors that, a lot of conditions that tend to be related to poverty and stress in the home. How does Running Medicine address those?
I think trying to get people into a different reality for about 90 minutes, 3 to 4 times a week, that maybe gives them a glimpse of, for instance, how their cell phone that they think is connecting them to everyone is really disconnecting them from just real human interaction, and how that's different. We try to be a kind of electronic free space, and again, things that we just feel like you can't create a communal atmosphere if I say, "Good job, Commissioner," and you don't hear me because you got music blasting loud and you're in your own little world. And to your point earlier, yeah, if you don't do intentional things, running and walking are somewhat isolating behaviors. So, but I'd say what excites me about it and maybe differentiates it from the day job where I have a stethoscope around my neck is I can really let people explore their potential and their potential for health and for wellness, and kind of make their own ahas. I don't have to give a lecture. I sure don't have to prescribe something they pick up at their local pharmacy. They are seeing for themselves, you know, I notice I'm having less anxiety attacks, or I'm noticing that my kids seem to be watching less TV now that they're engaged in something that they're really, you know, finding meaningful. I notice that my kids are asking, why aren't we going to run today, as opposed to they used to ask me, why aren't we going to fast food, or why aren't we going to the movie theater today? So those are the things I kind of pick up and hear. I like to say we're a life promotion program. We're not a disease prevention. We've never mentioned the word diabetes in 2.5 years. We know that particularly serving Native American community, but all of our community, that's a huge thing that we're preventing. We're not focusing on that as much as creating a really easy way for people to do something positive for themselves and their health and wellness.
And it sounds like you have the support of many of our local runners, our local athletes who come to support what you're doing.
Yeah, I'd say the support from the Albuquerque community has been wonderful. Businesses, stores like Heart and Soul and Athlete's Edge, the Bernalillo County Parks and Recreation Department and us are coming together under the idea that you shouldn't have to have money to be able to exercise, shouldn't have to pay to play, and we're very low cost. $30 would get you 12 months of Running Medicine, a few shirts, 15 races, and some discounted shoes. So, but you need good partners and a whole web of people who believe in exercise, in using our open space, in you know, making it low cost to make that happen. So we had 97 partners in 2017.
Wow.
To make what we do happen.
That's great. And I'm really delighted that you partner with our Bernalillo County Parks and Rec, but also one of your chosen sites is the North University Golf Course and what we call our urban open space. You know, that's been a priority for me and many of the District 3 residents, preserving that for uses like this. So I'm glad to see, you know, really grassroots and productive program taking advantage of that. So
I will tell you, Commissioner, that you might not recognize it if you haven't been there recently, because we've changed the culture a little bit. Because we're a big enough group, you put 100 people out, and the thing about Running Medicine is you never pass someone, even if they're not part of our group, without a high five. You look great, good job, keep going. And so you will maybe kind of not recognize the culture there, because it seems to have, even on days when we're not meeting, spread that I see people a little more willing to talk to each other, strangers that they're passing in the midst of the trail.
Well, thank you for that. And again, I think that's an example of great partnership. You know, I have to give credit to the University of New Mexico for their willingness to work with us. Again, you know, Bernalillo County, and we have so many partners in that. And, you know, it's again for community benefit. We really value that. And thank you for your efforts to make that a more community-minded space. So, Dr. Flagg, I know that as part of just your practice and running medicine, you have been a real advocate for increasing activity. Why is that? You know, people's physical activity, getting them out and doing things. What are the benefits of that?
I think humans were meant to move. We, until very recently, had to do it to survive, to hunt, to gather, to do, even in more recent times, farming and things that would put food on the table. So in a common sense way, I think we as an organism are meant to move a lot more than we do. We see really interesting effects in the realms of health. I would say 90% of health conditions are prevented or treated by exercise. Mm-hmm. So things that you might not connect, heartburn and nerve pain, and things that you know would more, most people I think would have a more immediate connection to. Of course, exercise is going to help things like high blood pressure or high cholesterol. But when we move, we create an environment in our body that is healing, so we can heal, and that can be on many levels. Definitely emotionally, there's great ways that you can use it as a healthy, natural way to relieve stress, to boost mood, to get out of addiction. When we find in studies that people who are exercising, who want to quit smoking, chocolate, alcohol, sugar, whatever addictive substance, have less cravings, do better if they're moving in addition to whatever else they try. So it seems to me in a natural extension of the work I do in trying to keep people healthy that I would go out of the clinic. And being an avid runner myself, you know, it's something that I love doing, love getting my family around that kind of way of being. And now the larger family is Albuquerque. And this program, by the way, Running Medicine, is open to everyone and anyone. It has I would say, a focus on our Native American community, but we're about 50% Native American and about 50% non-Native. So everyone is welcome.
How would somebody find out more about, if someone were interested in joining or supporting your group, where would he or she go for information?
We have a very nice website, runningmedicine.org. All one word, runningmedicine.org, and a very active Facebook page under Running Medicine Albuquerque. We have spawned a few different groups in our state, Gallup, Farmington, Taos, but Running Medicine Albuquerque has a really active page. And on the website you would find the information of how to register, the schedule, the location, so runningmedicine.org. A big culminating event that on Thanksgiving Day is the Gratitude Run. So the Gratitude Run is part of our kind of efforts to reach this running medicine community to the wider Albuquerque region. We want not only District 3, but we want entire Bernalillo County, if we're doing well, to feel some positive benefits of our work. So the Gratitude Run is a free event on Thanksgiving morning. We'll have the third annual at the Bosque School, November 22nd, 8 a.m., and more of a fun gathering. There will be a clock if you care about a race time, but if you don't and you're there to walk 15 minutes a mile, you are going to get as many high fives and as much out of it, maybe more so than the super fast ones. We have a big collection drive for food and clothing donations for families in need, and probably some other surprises, hot air balloon and such.
Well, we'll put information about that event and Running Medicine, about your season, on our website. I know it'll be available on the screen for our viewers. I really like your thinking about exercise as healing. I read an article recently where it said that there's so much research that supports the idea that exercise is very healing for the body, and that if you could put all of the benefits of exercise into a pill, people would think it was the fountain of youth. That it really has so many benefits, both for physical health and emotional health, and that in our society right now, too few people take advantage of it. So it's really great to see what you're doing to really engage people and think about it in a different way, that running doesn't just have to be a solitary, competitive way of getting out and getting a good workout. It can be so much more. So thanks. Is there anything else that I have forgotten to ask you? Anything else you'd like to add about your work in the community?
What you just said, I was just going to piggyback. If I see an 80-year-old who I look on paper, this is in clinic, and I say that they look 60. The person who really looks great for their age, it is 100% that they have dedicated much of their life to staying very active. I'd say more so even than a question around how conscious is that person around their diet. They might not be running and walking, it might be dance, it might be tennis, but it's 100% if the person looks like they are thriving and they're not their stated age, they're a mover. They're someone who absolutely has a life that is not on the couch, but is at the track, at the gym, in the open space, in the bosque, doing again what I think we're naturally meant to do.
And I know many of us recognize that. It's often so hard for people to stay with, some kind of a plan. But I think that's really a huge benefit of what you do, is that it's a community event that I'm sure people look forward to, not just for the exercise component, but for the social component as well. So I look forward to joining you. One of your
celebrations.
One of the celebrations, if not many of them. So again, I want to thank you for reaching out to me to tell me about what you do, and for joining us today, so that the rest of the community knows what you're doing and has the opportunity to learn more and perhaps join with you, take advantage of what you offer. So again, thank you, Dr. Flagg, for being with us. Thank you to everyone who's joined us for this conversation. I hope you'll join us again for the next conversation with the commissioners. Thank you.
cielo azul, brisa química que sopla desde el norte al sur. Oh, ten piedad de mí. Oh, las cosas ya no son así, no. Aceite en el océano y también en nuestro mar. Los peces de mercurio no pueden nadar. Ten piedad de mí. Oh, las cosas ya no son así, no. Radiaciones en el cielo y en la tierra, y aves, peces y animales se envenenan. Oh, ten piedad de mí. Oh, las cosas ya no son así, no, no. ¿Qué será de nuestra tierra abarrotada? ¿Cuánto más daño del hombre aguantará?